progress.
Yeah.
But so if he assumes that, then he assumes that of every one of us. So just be aware when you're talking with this monkey.
I know. I think I know. It was about a few weeks ago.
He assumes you are all
Yeah.
idiots. When he comes on, he logs in, he's thinking, I'm logging in to talk to these idiots. They don't know what
Yeah.
you're talking
Right
about. They
at
don't
that
know what.
time, I think I asked him. He was explaining about the tangent line to the horizon, and I asked him, "What is the horizon line? Is it curved or straight?" And he said straight. And
Yeah.
then I asked him, can you show me a tangent line to a straight line?" And he said, "Can you have one?" And he said, "No." So that's it. That was it.
Mm,
Like he debunked himself.
yeah, he did. So then what happened
Yeah.
after that, first occasion is then about freaking 6 ways from Sunday, he got demolished on here by every single person that engaged with him. Just totally cracked his, shell. Like
Yeah, I
Humpty
remember
Dumpty,
now
he
when you
fell
had that talk with him. Yeah, it
Humpty
was
Dumpty,
about
he
the
fell
second
down. He fell down on his head. He cracked his crown, and no one's going to put it back together again. But he just keeps on coming back,
Yeah,
like someone that just loves to get. I don't know. Like it's a Was it masochistic? Yeah.
masochist. Yeah,
So he gets shown up that he is actually the one that doesn't know what he's talking about. So a lot of people have said that he may be our best ally. He may be one of our best allies. He might even be a flat earther. That would be like think if Matthew Learns was actually a flat earther doing
these
this.
people, a lot of these people, I think they are waiting for the right moment, and at the right moment, they will be reporting.
Yeah,
When
yeah.
Discord changes this TOS,
Mhm.
they will be the first to report
He
all
knows
the
it's
shit that,
flat. Come
you
on.
know.
No one is that stupid
Yeah,
to have
but
that much information from us and the information he has as a professor and all that and think it's still freaking spinning and moving and no way. No way.
I
I don't even
remember
believe it.
I talked with him years ago here, and I once told him, "Look, I understand. This is your job. You're getting paid to preach this, but don't tell me you actually believe it, because it makes no sense."
Mm-mm.
And he was, "No, no, uh, globe Earth is real, and
King Matt.
okay."
Okay, enough of that. So we'll just stick to the information itself. That's all.
Yeah,
That's all the further we need to go. We'll just stick with the information. So you know,
yeah.
I'm gonna try to stop being so hostile. I'm working on it. So I'm gonna stick to keep the conversation with the information. That's all we need to do. So yeah, thanks everybody for keeping me in line. I know, like I'm kind of a loose cannon, self-professed loose cannon here.
Don't worry
Anyway,
about that too much. There are these kind of anti-flat earthers where you really have to be a loose cannon, because
well,
I
I
wish
mean,
I could be, but I'm mostly incapable being like that because English is my second language and I can't keep up i- when arguing with someone. I
yeah.
can't be speaking as fast as they do.
Well, it's just when I hear somebody saying things, saying they know something over it and over it and over again, and then
Yeah.
not being able to show anything. So then they just keep on going and they end up
Yeah.
being very intellectually dishonest, saying they know something. And then when pressed on the issue, then they say, let me Google it. That's not knowing
Yeah.
something. So that gets very tedious. And this person is just lying
Yeah.
straight up. And that's the like you
Yeah,
can tell on here, listen. You can tell in here, I've talked to people on here and I can tell right away. I mean, like I'm not I mean, sometimes it does take a while, a little while, but pretty soon you can tell if the person is open to new information or not. It's simple as that. Yes or no. Are they open to it
yeah,
or are they not? And if they start showing time and time again, more than 3 times, no, they're not listening. They don't really care. All they want to do is keep talking. Whatever it is, it's just being dishonest. And so I don't know. I can calmly point out that they're being dishonest. And if the whole panel's going, "Why are you being so mean?" I'm just going to calmly point it out. Look, the guy is being dishonest. It's clear to see. Let him back up something that he's saying. If he's making these statements, making these claims, then he has the burden of proof to show what is backing his
correct.
statement or
Yeah,
not, right?
yeah.
Yeah. So I think if I just do it more calmly instead of like I get excited and I get triggered, man. I'm
Mm.
not perfect. There a lot of anger gets built up after 58 years living on a fucking spinning ball in space or
You
thinking that
see,
you know?
I was like thinking a lot of times here, there are these new people that come here. You never saw them again. They don't have any VC verified, nothing. They are blank white, you know. And uh, from the chat in the lobby or debate, you can see that they are somehow open minded. They ask some of these questions which all the ordinary believers will be asking. Even I myself, when I was new to the subject, you know, I had these default questions. And because I was given a model, you know, how things work, and now I find out I find some people who actually, for me at that time, I was saying that these people believe the earth is flat, you know. I didn't know that they know. It was not knowledge for me, it was a belief, you know. And
Yeah,
um,
yeah.
yeah, when I talk with them and I realize the problems, issues, the geometry of perspective and how far we see, it clicked into my mind. It was very easy for me to understand. Immediately saw that, hey, they are giving me numbers, but it's not their numbers. It's the numbers which are officially from my own model from the globe. And then I went verify them. I saw it doesn't click, and then it just flashed my mind that, hey, there is a lot about physics of light which I know that I do not know. I knew it is when you learn about physics of light, there is a lot to learn about it. And I knew it's not simple like you think it is when someone hears the
Hmm.
physics of light, you
All right.
know. It's entire libraries of books written about it.
Yeah, and I don't claim to
So
know I
yeah,
don't claim to know a lot about
yeah,
the physics of light, but I know simple
mhm,
uh, elementary ideas about it, like Snell's law. I can understand. I can understand when I
yeah,
read Andrew Thomas Young's
yeah,
refraction articles
mhm,
and things like that. I understand that language. Like, I
yeah,
understand the formulas. I can do some of it myself.
mhm,
But I
yeah,
know light doesn't bend, and I wish people would stop using the term
mhm,
bend because it's not bending. It's changing direction.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
making an
This
angular
I
change. Nobody
yeah,
says angular change is a bend.
yeah.
It's a 90
And
degree
I tell
turn, a
you, Sunny,
bend.
if you go search like academic books about physics of light, uh, like the real deal. you will find in those books that they will say that many of these pseudoscientists, they will call refraction of light the bending of light, which is not. It's actually a change in the angle of propagation. So, and yeah,
Yep,
it's
yep, yep.
that
And it,
is happening.
yeah,
That is happening according to which kind of light you have, like the wavelength. If it's a laser, for example, 635 nanometers wavelength, every 635 nanometers, that wave will be changing its angle, and you have a certain amount of curvature drop. It looks like curved, you know.
yeah.
Uh,
So check this out.
in relation to the index of refraction of that medium, that it will give you the exact arc curve. You know, you can calculate that very, very precisely. If it's a laser with 1000 nanometer, it will have a different arc curvature. Not they will not be equal. You know. Yeah. And I was telling people here, mm, like 2 years ago, I think I started to. A lot of us were talking about the black swan, and the Globers were invoking refraction. And yeah, I was telling, look, you talk about the refraction, but you have no clue what it is. And they were telling me, well, it's the bending of light. Well, it's not the bending of light. You know, refraction you have when light goes through a prism, yeah, and it
Mhm.
split into its wavelength components. You see that rainbow colors.
Yeah. So check this out,
That,
So like the black
yeah.
swan, for instance, like
Hmm.
right, we know that for refraction to occur, it occurs on a plane of incidence, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, we know that's a
Yeah.
plane of
Yeah.
incidence. By the way, a
Yeah.
plane is a flat level, horizontal plane.
Yeah.
So
Or
plane.
curved.
So anyway, I digress. But
Hmm.
now check this part out. This is what I'm talking about.
Hmm.
If they have an image that's hitting that, if there's light coming from a surface that is tilting back away from you, what happens to that light if it refracts? What happens to the light if it refracts on a surface
Mm,
that is pointing away from you?
well, it's complicated. I
Well,
mean,
no, not really. Look, 66 feet of vertical drop out there at uh, oil rig habitat.
yeah.
67 feet of drop, right? So that's a surface that's pointed angularly away from the observer if it's a ball. Nobody thinks about this.
Yeah.
So, how is it refracting on a surface that's pointed the opposite direction away from you?
Yeah.
How is
Yeah.
that light going to be affected? That image going to be affected if it's on a, it does, it makes no sense. 67 feet, you would never see it. It's
True.
beyond a geometric
Yeah.
limit.
It will be hidden. Yeah. And we also have that picture taken in another day with a lower visibility, with a higher refraction index in the air. And you can see that half of the oil rig, the last oil rig, the one 9 miles away, you can see half of it is hidden, you know, is underwater.
Yeah, just beyond ludicrous now. I mean, like just a
Yeah,
simple look at it, you just look at it and you go, it's crazy. What they're trying to
yeah.
say is
And
has no
this is what,
relationship
yeah,
to reality.
yeah. This is what refraction does. It tells you how far you can see. The refraction index of the air. The air is not a perfect transparent. It is transparent, but its refraction index varies according to weather conditions. And these pockets of air temperatures in the air, the temperature is not perfectly uniform everywhere. There's always bubbles of air. They have a temperature, and they are next to other ones which are hotter or and other are colder, and they exchange this temperature among themselves, uh, tending towards an equilibrium. But we have the sun hitting the ground and the water, yeah, constantly heating, creating this energy release into the air. So it's never going to be constant, uniform. It will always be this dynamic cycle.
Yeah, it's swirling around, it's all moving, there's temperature gradients,
Yeah.
there's like it's back and forth. There's no separation of any of those things happening with these densities that are changing in the atmo. They're not anything that's uniform in straight lines like these globers saying everything stops when the globe like like all the processes on earth stop when the globers start talking about refraction. Everything else stops.
Yeah.
So nothing else is moving, huh? Right now, it's just completely still. So all this stuff can vertically stack up like you need it to for this one little statement you're trying to make. It's ridiculous. Stuff's it's not it's the Earth and its atmo, all the gases above us don't behave in the way they're saying they do. At all. It's all theoretical, every single bit of it.
Yeah. Um, I would be curious, interested in some experiments regarding um, helium gas rising in daytime and nighttime. I think the sun is actually every day is accelerating this rising of helium gas up into the sky. And at nighttime, we should be having a higher concentration of helium gas in the air that we breathe than in daytime.
Because it should be cooling down. Is that where you're going with
E-
that?
Yeah, something like that. But it, in daytime, when we have the sun, the energy source heating, helium absorbs energy from anything, and um, it will use that energy for rising upwards. It will rise faster. So, in daytime, the speed of these particles um, uh, upwards will be much higher than in nighttime. At night, they will have less energy, so they can't rise as fast as in daytime. But I know this is very complicated stuff, and yeah, we could do like helium balloons experiments, like releasing them uh, nighttime and daytime, and measure how fast they are rising. You know,
Yeah. And we know anybody that's had a helium balloon, later on it'll just kind of drift downward, that'll get to a place where it just
yeah,
has perfect equilibrium halfway between the floor and the ceiling. It's just sitting
yeah,
there hanging there, right?
yeah.
Yeah. You could light a lighter underneath it. I mean, not close enough to burn it, but just
Well,
the air up and
also,
it would start going back up
but
again.
you find that equilibrium to sit in the middle of the room, but then if you make a fire inside that room, the helium balloon will be rising. And
That's
if
what I said.
you
Yeah.
bring a freezer and you leave it open to cool the room, mm, it won't, I don't think it will come to the ground, but it will be a little bit lower than the middle. And this is, there's no gravity here. It's only temperature and gases. The behavior of gases in a thermodynamic system. The thermodynamics of the gases, yeah.
These are all really great videos and stuff that Indio posts. So I like to put some of that out on the live stream again, so it's easier to find. I can find them later, so I can catch up on some of these things, which takes a lot of time.
And yeah, another thing I want to experiment, which I proposed here in Gem Panda, anyone that has like some sort of precision barometer to be able to measure like I don't know, 1 millionth of a psi, very small variations of gas pressure. Um, yeah, I would be curious to see a container filled with helium gas, because I conclude that helium gas, the higher gas pressure in the container with helium gas will be at the top, and other tanks filled with uh, vast majority of all other gas elements, um, their higher pressure will be at the bottom and the lower at the top, and only helium would have this pressure gradient in reverse from all other gases.
Why not
This
hydrogen?
has no hydrogen doesn't flow upwards. It doesn't climb the walls of its container. Only helium does that, liquid helium. It has these unique behavior properties. Hydrogen is an element that belongs to the negative plane. But yeah, if we find that a container filled with helium gas and the higher gas pressure is at the top of the tank instead of the bottom, then this will be like the ultimate crash for gravity. It will completely demolish it. I spoke with my father about this, and he told me, yeah, the only thing you can do, I mean, I don't have the resources to do such an experiment, but you could contact some universities who have this kind of laboratories where you can pretend like you're a company um, trying to do something and you need some data verification. So they will do this for you. But of course, I don't think they will do it for free. Or who knows, um, if you get to know the right students that have access to these laboratories, yeah, they could do this test experiment.
Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. NASA's been a bad boy. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. NASA's been a bad boy. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. I got bars. Call me a repeat felon. How they going to Mars but can't repeat the moon landing? Highway to heaven. Michael Landon. Did you see that moon module? How they landing? NASA's been a bad boy. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. They out here talking space travel. How they never left. You want the truth? Educate yourself. Don't trust the system, boy. Educate yourself. Operation Fish Bowl, we in a snow globe. NASA's faking space walks in a swimming pool. Look down there, I see space bubbles. Astronauts is drowning, I see space bubbles. I see the truth. Took off my fisheye lenses. Post about flat earth, and you see just who your friends is. Can I get a witness? Flat Earth Mafia, can I get a witness? The earth is flat, they better deal with it. Zipping and turning through infinite space, and we don't feel spinning. Then they fall back on almighty gravity. Undetectable, untestable, theoretical gravity. Where's that all at? When you need it, there it is. Run up on NASA like I was Negan. You never look in that bowl that you've been eating. You never looked in that bowl that they've been feeding. Look at NASA's founder, Werner von Braun. 1901, book of Psalms on his tombstone. The firmament showeth God's handiwork. It says the firmament showeth God's handiwork. He got the last laugh, he spanked them with Van Allen's belt. Once you finalize here, you start looking at other stuff. Epstein didn't kill himself. Building 7 didn't collapse by itself. Pizzagate, illegal organs trade. Child sex, slaves illegal, no knock raids. All for your guns, all up in your homes. Adrenochrome, they hear you through your phones. Milk's bad for your bones. Birth certificates a bond. The elite can't wait to drop the bomb. Faces underground, pyramids in the US found. 1947 Puget Sound. Men in black, they put it in the movie to make you laugh. Hey, yeah, it's funny, but it's facts. Yeah, it's funny, but it's facts. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt. Spank 'em with Van Allen's belt.
There's this one video where the actor is going around a corner and he is faded out before making it completely out of the viewer's sight. Let's not forget space bubbles.
Dave Williams about to move out of the Quest airlock. Those particles that you see emanating from the airlock is said by the EVA officer Paul Baim in Mission Control to be particles of water from the crew's sublivators on their spacesuits.
A little bit there. Okay.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space?
Can you be more specific? Air bubbles?
So yeah, like a lot of times during the footage, the NASA footage, you can see bubbles coming up out of the helmets or kind of from underneath you. How do you explain bubbles in space?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, and it just happens that actors train in an underwater tank. NASA tells us that the Earth is photoshopped because it has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
Then
There was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
and then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space.
Some NASA actors say that you can totally see stars when you're in space.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah. Because you can see. Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas. Magellan clouds of the Milky Way
you see
galaxy.
the Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan
there's a large
clouds.
one and a small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
But the NASA actors from 1969 say that you can't see the stars in space.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar what stars we could see.
I don't remember seeing any.
You can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
I don't remember seeing any.
NASA says that we can't leave low Earth orbit.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
The kinds of technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
And this is really the beginning, I think, of human beings leaving low Earth orbit.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
NASA tells us that they lost the 1960s technology that took us to the moon.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
The ultimate destination is Mars. So if you gave me all the money in the federal budget today, I could not get a human to Mars.
I think that what you're doing is taking a shot in the dark. You have no way of knowing if any commercial entity will ever be able to put a man in orbit, no matter how much money you throw at them. What you're doing is you're taking NASA's manned space program and making it a faith-based initiative. I yield the rest of my time.
NASA also says that they lost the telemetry data for the moon missions.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
Told the glober to move over, there's no rovers on Mars, or the moon, or the stars. Space is fake, he's coping hard. This is fate, we came this far. This debate, yeah, this is ours. You got hate up in your heart. All the games, they fall apart. Watch me paint, yeah, this is art. I took my aim, yeah, this is war. There's no curve down on the floor, yeah, there's no globe there anymore. It's okay to share your pain, cause yeah, I've been there all before. Join the server to debate, but this is dancing with the stars. Too much food up on your plate, the flat earthers, they took your lunch. If you didn't watch the tape, then you'll get knocked out in round one. That's just what will come your way if you don't learn about debate. Yeah, I was just like you, on the globe back in the day, and I thought the earth was moving, till I learned that space was fake. Now I know it's not a globe, and you can't tell me about the shape, but you thinking's buildings moving, that the gas is uncontained. Said you never had the proof, you should learn to feel ashamed, cause you said the curve was there, but then you hopped up in a plane. Flat earth, it took me years, I'm not expecting you to change. Yeah, I know it takes some time and you won't get it in a day. Now you at the starting line and now it's time to run your race. And the globe is in the past, the globe earthers in last place. Man, when you tell the truth, they'll throw some shade up in your face. Do not worry about the trolls, no, they can't get up in your way. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day, and you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims, I won't take no fallacy. God diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day, and you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims, I won't take no fallacy. God diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake, huh? Another track is still flat.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the like city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close them from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
Yeah. On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
One more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
It's rock, yeah. It's rock, yeah. It's rock, yeah.
We the best music.
It's rock, yeah.
Another one.
It's rock, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Can have gas pressure and less contained. They say gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, oh, that glow, let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, let go.
I let it go if you say that there's curve, then that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no globe. Ask for proof when I give you some more. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind it, flat smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me, say it's a ball. He ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking, why did it fall? Don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Brenda's clocks like a dog. C-top far less than some fog. Ask for curvature measurements, making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows and a stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
They say gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, oh, that glow, let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, let go.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Orion is getting ready to launch. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right. Fly it in space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. As the spacecraft and the upper stage begin their first lap around Earth, Mission Control in Houston is monitoring the progress of the flight. Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost, but Orion continues to receive and process data. Its computers can handle 480 million instructions per second. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Here's Apollo 12 astronaut Alan Bean being interviewed about the Van Allen radiation belts.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No, now I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
Didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
So you see, he wasn't even sure what the Van Allen belts were, and when he was told, he basically says that the radiation belts didn't apply to his mission because they hadn't been discovered yet.
Okay. Okay.
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
The guy just said, maybe somebody said we just went through the Van Allen radiation belts, but how is that possible if they hadn't been discovered yet?
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
ODD TV.
Your cell phone, your wallet, your time, your ideas. No barcode, no party, no ID, no beers. Your bank card, your license, your thoughts, your fears. No SIM card, no disco, no photo, not here. Your blood, your sweat, your passions, your regrets, your profits, your time off, your fashions, your sex, your pills, your dress, your tits, your ass, your laughs, your balls. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Tell us your habits, your fads, your fears. Give us your address, your shoe size, your years, your digits, your plans, your number, your eyes, your schedule, your desktop, your details, your life. Show us your children, your photos, your home. Here, take credit, take insurance, take a loan. Get a job, get a pension, get a haircut, get a suit. Playing the lottery, play football, play the field, snore some toot. We'll show you shrink, we'll show you spook, we'll buy you drink, throw away your book. We'll sell you crap, we'll judge you down. Wanna buy big guns, we'll want the cash. Your soul, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house. Your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your emotions, your love, your dreams, your checkbook, your essence, your sweat, your screams, your security, your sobriety, your innocence, your society, yourself, your place, your distance, your space.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here, watch this. Shut up. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
Here's boy bands, here's Mackers, here's Britney, here's Cola, here's pizza, here's TV, here's some rock, and some roller. Watch commercials, more commercials, watch Jerry, not Oprah. Buy a better life from the comfort of your sofa. Here's popcorn, here's magazines, here's milkshake, here's blue jeans, here's padded bars, here's armpit wax, here's baseball cap, here's live talk shows, here's video game, here's cola light, here's tin morning, here's filter tips, here's collagen lips, here's all night malls, here's plastic hips. Your house, your phone. We want your soul. 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 Your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here's American Gladiators. Watch this. Shut up. Go back to bed, America. Here is American Gladiators. Here is 56 channels of it. Watch these pituitary retards bang their fucking skulls together and congratulate you on living in the land of freedom. Here you go, America. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
away from Earth into the black void.
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
So just start doing it.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Hello and welcome to the Roundtable Podcast. My name is Shogun. Joining me today is my friend Hank Hill, an expert in the subject of flat Earth and all the questions surrounding the Earth-shaped debate and the problems, anomalies, and questions around the heliocentric model and its alternatives. So before we get into this and the free discussion and debate to follow, please make sure you've joined us on the Roundtable Discord server. We record special events every day at 9 p.m. Central. You can see upcoming events in the announcements channel and all our hundreds of great past special events in the #RT podcast channel. Check out the YouTube and BitChute channels there. That being said, welcome Hank Hill. Thank you so much for joining me. How are you, my friend?
Good. Yeah, thanks for having me on here. I really appreciate the opportunity to get to speak my mind and share information. So thanks very much.
Thanks so much for joining me. So please just take us through this journey in whatever way you think is appropriate.
Yeah, so first of all, I would just ask everybody to be open-minded. Science is never settled. Like, it's not like a religion, right, where you're like a heretic if you're outside of it. In fact, most scientists are supposed to be outside looking at things from outside the box, and that's how new information is found. But not everything is science that appears to be science, and that's the problem with today. We find ourselves in, we're in dire need of a reformation of science, because what is it, right? Is it just knowledge? So can I just say, well, I know how many toes that I have, right? So that's science? That's not exactly how it works, right? So I just want to go over, the basic fundamentals of the scientific method, also known as natural science, right? So the way that it works is that if you have a caveman, he sees a hot spring, water boiling. Well, what causes that? He comes up with a hypothesis. Maybe it's the heat, right? So he goes and he tests it. He adds heat to some water. It boils. It stops boiling when he takes the heat away, and it boils when he does it again. So what did he just show with the scientific method, right? He just showed that you make observe a natural phenomenon, right? The water boiling, right? And then you form a hypothesis. Well, what's the hypothesis, right? It's the independent variable, that thing that's causing the naturally observed phenomenon. And when you turn it on and off like a light switch, 0, 1, 0, 1, you can see the cause manipulating the effect, right? So it's kind of like going into a hotel room. You've never been there before, and you flip on a light and you go, oh, that's my side, right? And then you think it's settled, right? But then, the other person in the hotel room with you, they flip the switch and it affects the same light. So there could be two causes to the same effect. For example, with the water, if you put it in a vacuum, it boils at very low temperatures, right? So the science is never settled for this reason. So we're always like 99 point something % sure this is the cause of that, but it's never settled. So what we have here is like a really old argument over the shape of the Earth, but it's never really been settled. And the reason is because it's not science, right? This is geometry. We're measuring the shape of something. So really, I don't think we should be called flat earthers. I think they should call us flat waterers, because what we're doing is we're going out into the natural world and we're measuring over water. And the best way to do it, obviously, is, still water, right? That's, not a whole lot of waves, not during the tides. And what we're seeing is that we can see too far. Now, I would ask everybody to participate in this part, because this is really interesting. You can search right now, what is the radius of the Earth, right? And then they'll tell you, Google, whatever search engine, they'll tell you what it is, right? And then you can go to an Earth curve calculator right after that, right? So it's 3959 miles. You go into an Earth curve calculator and you type 1 foot observer's height, or eye height, and you just look at the horizon distance, and it'll tell you where the horizon should be, because we can work it out mathematically. So if we can do that, then we can actually measure it for ourselves and falsify it. Now, see, here's where science really becomes important. You got to pay attention to this part. If you're not doing the scientific method, then it's not a scientific theory. And if there's no science involved, well, I could just dismiss it as poetry, right? Because anybody can say anything. Any village idiot can describe something and explain why he thinks this is happening, but you don't really know until you manipulate the independent variable and you see the cause and effect relationship. That is where you know something is true. And what I find, a lot of people are just going around committing all these false cause fallacies. So it's like this. How do you know the moon's gravity is affecting the tides? You can't manipulate the moon's gravity to see the cause and effect relationship. So it's just something that's widely accepted that nobody really knows what's causing it. I mean, you could say it has to be the moon's gravity, right? But that's a fallacy. What if it's the sun's energy? Just for example, like, we haven't tested it, so we don't know which one it is. Both are equally true. Now, a lot of people will say that, it's knowledge that they have that the Earth is spherical. Has they been out there and directly measured it? If you haven't directly measured it yourself, you believe that someone else has done it. And if you believe that someone else has done it, well, you're just believing what they're saying, right? So it's a belief that you have that it's spherical. It's not an actual knowledge type thing. So what you have to do is you have to ask yourself, how do you know? How do you know these things? How do you know that if you measure the curvature over the water, which it should be 8 inches per mile squared, then you should be able to measure yourself and detect that. But the thing is that all over the world, people are doing this with different apparatuses like lasers and flashlights and mirrors and telescopes, long zoom cameras. And we're all agreeing that we can see too far, right? So the question is, why? Why are we seeing too far? Well, the flat earthers are going to say because the Earth is flat, or at least it's not the size of the sphere that they told us. Maybe it's much, much bigger. And some of the measurements I've seen with the black swan indicate that it could be, the Earth's radius could be the what was it, like the moon, like the moon's circumference, 238,000 miles away. Like, that would be a really big Earth, and they would be hiding a lot of land, and this whole global warming thing wouldn't really make sense under such conditions. So what we're trying to figure out is, if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, well, what is it? Well, you would say that's what you call flat. That's what we would say, it's flat. So you believe that it's spinning because you see the stars in motion, but according to classical relativity, all motion is relative. So how do you know it's the Earth spinning or the stars spinning or the Earth going around the sun and the sun going around the Earth? You don't. You can't tell. It's relative motion. So ever since you stepped foot in kindergarten and they started saying, you live here and the sun is over there and we're spinning, that's not really true, is it? Like, we can't verify that inside the solar system. You would have to have a third reference frame outside of the solar system and observe the Earth from there, and which you can't do. So because you can only observe the Earth from here, well, we all say that it appears geocentric. And that's what we all witness. Sun, moon, and stars make an orbit overhead roughly once every 24 hours. So you might believe that this is settled science and the Earth is spinning, but science has never settled and it's never been proven. So you might believe that someone else has proven it, but that's just a belief that you have because you yourself haven't done any test or experiment, and there's none that you can do to prove it because nobody can feel it, nobody can measure it, nobody can falsify it. And Karl Popper, he was all about, if you can't falsify it, it's not science. So he was really into that, it has to be empirical, it has to be testable, it has to be repeatable, but most importantly, it has to be falsifiable. So the third claim is that if you go high enough, you can see the vacuum of space, right? So if you just keep going up and keep going up, you'll see it turn into a sphere. You'll see it start to spin, and then eventually you're in the vacuum of space. And we all know that you can't buy propane without propane accessories. I mean, Hank Hill said that on his show every single time, without fail. Got to have the propane accessories, man, because you can't just take gas pressure, right, and put it in a vacuum without a container. If you got a vacuum, you got some sort of container that you've used to create that vacuum. And we can't have high pressure systems sitting next to low pressure systems anywhere in nature without a container. So if you want to, grill for your mother on Mother's Day, make sure you get your propane in a container, because if you put it in your hands, by the time you get home, your mother's going to be very sad, right? It's not going to work out for you. So here's something I want to illustrate. Like, imagine if you could, okay, this is your three beliefs. Here's my three beliefs, hypothetically. Now, this isn't actually what I believe, but let's say I go high enough. I believe that you could see like unicorn nipples and Pegasus breasts. And then I believe that if you keep going higher, then you can see, green grass on the dark side of the moon. And that's what's causing the tides. Like, those three claims are just as scientific and unfalsifiable as the claim of curvature, spinning, and the moon gravity thing and the vacuum thing. We can't verify any of that. So they're all on equal footing, scientifically speaking. They're not even really a scientific theory. It's more like a postulation that nobody can disprove. So when they say, well, you got to prove it, if it's your claim, you have to back up your claim. And then if you don't, they can just miss your claim without evidence. It's easily dismissible without any evidence. So all I'm trying to illustrate here is that anybody can go out and measure where the horizon should be and see if they can make observations that they shouldn't be able to see. All you need is an Earth curve calculator, binoculars, a mirror. I mean, these sort of things will get the job done. And I've been out there and I couldn't detect any curvature at 1 foot above water. I was standing in the water at the ocean. So I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm not asking you to do anything but to test it yourself, because it is falsifiable. It is something that you can actually prove. And when you ask globe earthers, they'll tell you to look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at the shadows, right? They'll tell you to look at everything, look at a pendulum, all the stuff they tell you to look at, but they'll never actually tell you to go measure the Earth's surface. And I'm not talking about the Earth is like completely flat, like a piece of paper. Of course, there's topography, right? That's why we measure over the water, because if the Earth is over 70% water, then you would expect it to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. It would have to be, unless the Earth is 70% flat. Well, that's what we're measuring right now. We're measuring flat water all over the world. And this is what the argument boils down to. And this is where the nitty-gritty part is, so you should pay attention right here the most. So we see an object with the horizon further than 10 miles away at 1 foot observer's height. The horizon should be at 1.225 miles, but it's not. It's somewhere else. And we're saying that this is because it's about weather condition. It's about how the eye works with perspective. It's about, how far you can see, because you can't see forever if you're in the atmosphere. You can't see forever, period, because you don't have, owl eyes. You have human eyes, and they're very limited, right? They're really good at detecting food or danger, within 100 yards. Not so good at 3 miles away, right? We can't really detect danger from 3 miles away with our eyeballs very good, because where in nature would we have danger 3 miles away, So when you look at this thing, you have to look at it like, why would the globe earthers tell you to measure the sun, moon, and stars? Why would they tell you to look at everything but the surface of the earth? But the flat earthers, the one that, the dumb ones, they're telling you to measure it directly. Now, if I were to go buy you like a new pair of custom boots, right? They're going to measure your feet, right? They're not going to go in there and measure your head, right? They're going to measure your feet directly. So that's what we're asking. All flat earthers are asking for is show us some curvature over the water, right? And what they do is they show us, partially blocked images or objects, right? And oftentimes they don't even know it, but that itself is still a black swan. And this is how the black swan works. If you have a woman that's 9 months pregnant, and she's pregnant with triplets, and she lays on her back, and the doctor says, "What color are your toenails?" She's going to say, "I don't know," right? So if she can see her toenails, then she's not 9 months pregnant with triplets. So with these observations that we're making, you guys keep showing us white swans and going, "No, it's not a black swan," but it only takes one black swan to debunk all the other white swans. And you can show me 1,000,000 white swans. If I got one black swan, then I've debunked you. That's how the black swan argument works. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every observation must be, sorry, I forgot it, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if the Earth doesn't have that radius, we can see too far, which we can, then it's not an Earth with a radius of 3959 miles. So what we're saying here is that we're testing it and it's failing. And this is the crux. This is where it's at. They say light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared. So I don't know how you would verify that, because light travels in a straight line until it reaches a different medium, right? So this is what refraction is. Light goes from atmosphere into water, right? You can see the straw bend in the glass, right? Now that's a big bend because that's a huge difference in density of the water and the atmosphere. Huge difference. So what they're saying is light is bending down because of temperature. So the temperature would have to be getting colder and colder and colder and colder and colder and colder every mile for it to keep bending down like that. So if they want to prove that this is what's happening, they have to get a black swan observation, and they have to get people out there, like 10 people every couple of miles or whatever, and measure the temperature to prove that that's actually what's happening, because so far this is their just so story, right? We're seeing things we shouldn't be seeing in places we shouldn't be seeing them, way past the horizon. And they're saying the light is bending down around the curve. Well, they got to prove it. They can't just use a snapshot of the temperature of that day. They got to measure the water, the air, everything for 10 miles to prove that it's getting colder and colder and colder, causing the light to bend down, down, and down. Otherwise, light travels in a straight path like it normally does. Now, it does bend when it goes into glass, or there's from atmosphere to glass or atmosphere to water or water to glass. It does bend there, right? The light doesn't actually bend. What it does is it changes its angle of attack, right? So it's coming in at this angle, it hits a different medium, and the light slows down, and the angle changes. But then it goes in another straight line until it comes out of that medium. So light usually travels straight. It's not really bending. The light is just changing direction. So if they can prove that light is bending down at all these different angles because of this temperature, now I don't really think the temperature does that. I don't think there would be any way for them to demonstrate this, but this is what they need to demonstrate at this point to explain why light is bending down. So I think I just about wrapped it up. So make sure you don't make like the same mistake of putting like a false pause on something. How do they know that's why the light's bending down, or that the light is even bending down, period? How do they even know that? They would have to be able to demonstrate it, and I don't think they can. So, Ronan, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for questions.
Thank you so much. So we are going to open it up for audience questions, but I'd just like to take the privilege to start by asking like a very short interview of maybe 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll go to the audience from that point on, if that's all right.
Yeah, sure.
So, Hank, for someone who is brand new to this, and obviously you just gave a ton of great information, right? But say you had someone who's brand new and you only had the chance to point out one flaw that they could intuitively grasp with the heliocentric model that would make it clear to them that they should look into it further. What would you choose at all the different things you've researched to be that one introductory wedge to get someone to look into this?
Well, I would say the surface of the water, right? But a lot of people are going to say that that's so dumb that they're not even going to entertain it. So let me give you something that you can entertain. Imagine you have all the matter in the universe in one spot before the Big Bang, plus 95% of the universe that you can't see or observe, which they need for their model to work, which is the dark matter and dark energy. So everything you can see, plus everything we can't see in one spot, that would be a pretty deep gravitational well, wouldn't it? If mass attracts mass and this causes the bending and warping of space-time, or whatever kind of gravity they choose, that would be a pretty deep gravitational well with a hell of a lot of pull, wouldn't it? How could anything escape that gravitational pull?
Right. Well, thank you, Hank. So there's a lot of people here. So let's open it up for questions. Does anyone have a question that comes immediately to mind for Hank? And again, obviously always being respectful is the name of the game. But does anyone have a question? I have plenty more, but I want to give everyone a fair chance.
Yeah, I got a question. Hank, when it comes to the flat Earth theory, the most striking situation about it is the fact that the UN made over 123 countries sign a treaty, the Antarctica Treaty, and preventing people from going to Antarctica. I've seen flat Earth model, and most of the models states that the Antarctica is basically the edge of the flat Earth. And it makes me curious why the UN made over 123 countries sign that treaty. And, it kind of boggles my mind the more I think about it.
Well, the flat Earth isn't a theory. We all observe a natural stationary plane of existence. I don't think anyone here can say that they've experienced curvature or axial rotation, right? So it's not a theory. It's what we all experience. It's what your senses are telling you. So I would say if you believe flat Earth is a theory, what secondary knowledge has convinced you that your primary knowledge that you receive from your own senses is lying to you? So, and another thing, it's not a model either. A model is like a toy, right? It's like, this is what we think is going on. This is what we're going to use to make predictions off of, and they may or may not benefit us in technology and other aspects. But a model isn't reality, right? The dirt between your toes is the reality. And I would just say that the whole UN thing, I think it's a lot like Iceland. They told the Norsemen told the rest of Europe that it was Iceland. So they said tundra, basically, in modern English, right? They said, oh, it's just tundra. You wouldn't want to go there. You wouldn't want to live there, right? Because it turns out that they were ethnocentric and didn't like foreigners. Imagine that. So I think that's what's going on down below, right? They say that down south it's all tundra. Well, wouldn't it, if Yeti crab can exist, right? And these are just crabs that can live in the deepest, darkest part of the ocean near these geothermal vents. Wouldn't it be possible with these geothermal vents to irrigate that thermal energy and maybe make even places that were livable if they did it correctly? So I think that it's just hidden land. That's what I think it boils down to. Hidden land.
Thank you. If I could ask another question, with the advance of technology that we've had, right, all the different technology like drones and rockets and videos and cameras and so forth, is there anything that's come out in recent times that is sort of like new visual evidence that helps to prove either that the Earth is flat or to debunk the globe or anything like that? Like, is there anything that's come out new as a result of technology that Flat Earth has been able to show?
Well, yeah, it's not actually a new technology. It's the sextant. It's actually a very old and ancient technology. And we're understanding that it has to be a triangle, right? When you're triangulating something, it has to be a triangle or it doesn't work, right? So if you're trying to get your position here on Earth, right, and the light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared, then it's not going to be a perfect 90 degrees at that angle, right? It's going to be some more acute angle, and you wouldn't be able to get they wouldn't work. The sextant it wouldn't work. Now, there's a big misunderstanding. A lot of people think that you have to go up to measure the curvature, but why would you have to leave the Earth, the thing you're trying to, measure, to measure it? You're right here on the surface. Wouldn't it just make a lot of sense to measure it here directly? And because of topography, that's too many variables for the average person who isn't like a mathematician. So we say do it over water, because anybody is smart enough. It doesn't matter who you are. You're smart enough to plug in the numbers in the Earth curve calculator and decide for yourself whether it's flat or it's curved. And that's all we're asking people to do.
Does anyone else have a question or comment? So Hank, you also believe in the firmament? Is that a necessary component in your thinking as well? The solid or semi-solid dome over the planet as well?
Well, we don't know the shape of it, but a lot of us think that it's a firmament, dome-shaped. Some of us think that it's a flat top, flat ceiling. And because of this, think about how perspective works. Let's say you have a drone, right? And you lift off and you stand on the liftoff pad. It's going to be right over your head at the zenith position, 12 o'clock, right? And you start, let's say it's a really good drone. Okay. So you start going west and it gets lower and lower and lower and lower till it kind of disappears into the horizon, but the altitude of the drone isn't changing. It's still, right under that 400-foot ceiling that they give us here in America. And it's still at the same altitude, but it appears to get lower, right? And then let's say that, once it leaves, you can't see it no more. This would be illegal to do. This is not advice. But let's say you could circle back around and come back around from the east. It would appear to rise like the sun, even though it never left that 400-foot altitude ceiling. It's never getting lower. It only appears to get lower. And that's why the sextant thing works so well, I think, is because anywhere in the world, if you know what time it is and where the star's location should be, you can almost pinpoint your exact location on this Earth. And the stars, they don't change. The position of the stars, they never change. Only the wandering stars, the so-called planets, those are the only ones that change. Right? All the other stars have the exact same position for 32,500 years, according to the BBC and the oldest known star chart that they found.
So what do you consider planets to be? Are they flat as well? Are they there? Are they do they have a spherical shape? What are planets to you? The wandering stars that you mentioned.
So to me, it's a light in the sky. And what it's made out of, what it's doing, how much it weighs, what's the mass, I don't know. It appears to make certain patterns in the sky at the exact same time that you would expect it, over and over again, so well that we can predict where it's going to be for thousands of years in the future. Now, that doesn't sound like a result of a random Big Bang. That sounds more like a Swiss, watch, a timepiece. One of those really high-end, really ornately designed watches. That doesn't sound random at all. So what are the planets? The honesty is we don't know, but they're more dependable than anything else we've ever seen.
So whenever there's like a meteorite, like something that comes from the heavens or comes from outside of the Earth, and it breaks through our atmosphere, and then it hits the Earth, how is that possible with a firmament dome?
I would say you'd have to show me, because when they've dug and tried to get the iron from these so-called meteorites, they can't never get it. It's like they dig and they don't find anything. They don't find the iron they were looking for, they were hoping to get, and they wasted a lot of money trying to do that. So I would say, because you see a streaking light in the sky, right? How do you know that it's made of ice and metal and all these other, known elements? When you see a light, why don't you assume that it's like all other lights, right? And all other lights in nature is plasma. Fire is plasma, right? Lightning is plasma.
Well, I know I have seen some in museums and stuff, right? And the others are sold for huge amounts of money.
Well, you can also buy Martian real estate. I hope you don't, but
This is true.
so how do you verify that's from some other place? Do you know what other places they're made out of? And if they're made out of the same material that we have here, then how can I verify this rock has been to this place that is supposed to exist out in a vacuum, where there's these gas balls like Jupiter, where all the gas doesn't, do what it normally does and fill the available volume. It's just sitting there in like a big pile, right, of gas that's in a perfect sphere, and it's not doing what it should always do. So I've recently come up with this understanding of the second law of thermodynamics. And this is basically the gist of it. Entropy, right? Hot always goes to cold. So if you got a cup of coffee, you get a phone call, you come back 30 minutes later, it's all the temperature is leaked out and it's reached equilibrium. So it can't get any colder because it's in equilibrium. So the same thing with a charge. If you have two car batteries, one's completely charged and one's completely dead, you hook them up with the cables, 24 hours later, all the high charge is going to move into the low charge until it reaches equilibrium. Then you're going to have two halfway charged batteries. So the gas pressure works the same way. If you have a propane tank with 250 psi, despite all the gravity and bending and warping of space-time and mass attracting mass, I'll give you all of that, it still doesn't contain it. Once I open that propane tank, even though it's facing up away from the pull of gravity, at the surface of the Earth, where it's only stronger in the middle of the Earth, but we can't get there. So this is the strongest source of gravity. It's going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium, and you come back 5 or 10 minutes later, and it's going to be 14.7 psi at sea level. Well, I'm going one step further, right? So this is specific gravity. Anybody can look it up. Specific gravity is the only gravity that is actually testable by the scientific method. So let's say you got a pail, right? And you put an apple in it, right? So you pour water in the pail, the apple rises. You take away the pail. You take away the water and the apple sinks to the bottom. Well, what did you manipulate? The cause, right? So what is the cause in this case? The relative density of the object. That's what I manipulated. And what was the effect? The effect was I proved that if you manipulate the relative density of an object, this is why objects here on Earth go up and down, except for birds and aerodynamics. Every other object in a medium is going to reach its equilibrium, and then it's going to stop. So if you drop a feather and a bowling ball in a vacuum, they're going to go at the same speed until they reach their equilibrium, right? Now, if you do it in an atmosphere, let's say you do it above the Kármán line where there's no atmosphere, allegedly, right? And you drop the bowling ball, it's going to go down really fast, and so is the feather. And then as the atmosphere starts to increase the pressure, right, it's going to reach terminal velocity, which means it can't fall any faster. So that 9.8 meters a second, yes, that happens. Thank you. But it doesn't always happen. And yes, when you drop things, sometimes they fall, but they don't always fall. For example, a anvil will float in mercury. I know it sounds crazy, but we can show you the GIF that you put anvil anywhere on Earth, it's going to fall down, except in mercury. It floats like an ice cube because the relative density is more powerful than any gravity you can throw at it. And they say gravity, well, that's just one definition of gravity, right? So there's Newtonian, there's Einsteinian, there's dark gravity, and then there's specific gravity. So this specific gravity is the one that you can test. It's repeatable, falsifiable, testable. No matter what object you have, if it's in a medium, it'll seek its equilibrium. And think about the water cycle. The water changes phase, it turns into a gas, it goes straight up. I mean, defying gravity. And then people say that you have to have gravity in specific gravity. It's like, no, you can't mix the two. You can't hijack on that word. You can't just get on the gravity train and say this proves the bending and warping of space-time, because the bending and warping of space-time is just a concept. Like, I'm a Texan, so I have this concept about liberty and freedom, right? And governing myself. Like, you can't take those away and bend them. You can't bend my liberty because it's just a concept, right?
How does the concept of gravity, or what you were just explaining, prove that the Earth is flat?
It doesn't. What it does is it illustrates that not every gravity is scientific. There's only one scientific gravity, and that's specific gravity. It's one that you can test and falsify. So if I tell you that iron floats in mercury, this is a test you can do, right? If you tell me that a massive object will cause the bending and warping of space-time, the bending and warping of space-time that happens in space as well, right? So in this near-perfect vacuum where there's no material, there's this bending and warping of this non-material, non-physical space-time, right? So it's metaphysical. It's like talking about God and angels. Like I can't test it. I can't prove it. I can't put it in a jar and take it to the lab. I can't paint it yellow and see what it does. This whole bending and warping of space-time, it's not scientific. Einstein had no hypothesis in his paper in 1915. It was all mathematical and equations and stuff. So math isn't science. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if, with the Earth being flat, what's underneath? Like
the Russian borehole, they dug almost 8 miles, and every step of the way they predicted what they were going to find, and they were wrong every time. And when they got to 8 miles, they couldn't dig any further. So we don't know. And that's the thing about flat earthers. If you talk to a real flat earther, we're all hyper-empiricists. If you ask us something we don't know, we better say we don't know, or else you better cite some sources to back up your claim. We're never going to go into speculation unless we say, hey, I'm speculating, what if the sun causes the tides? Because it has more energy and it would, disrupt the material. Let me think of a better way to phrase that. It would, and this is, hypothetical, this is just an example. Let's say it would perturb the water molecules and cause the tides. Right? That's just a speculation. So I don't have anything to back that up, so don't hold me to it. That's what we say when we're speculating. Any other time we're talking and you ask us to cite our source, we're going to be more than happy to stop what we're doing and cite our source and back up our claims.
That makes sense.
Question, if I can.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
You wanted to say following from that first?
Yeah, I had a couple more questions, but I can wait until after.
Okay, well, if you want to ask a few, go ahead.
Well, yeah. Okay, so first question on top of all those. Were you raised thinking the Earth was flat or as a globe?
Absolutely not. I grew up in Texas, and we have a regular public school system. But when I was in the first grade, I discovered the science books on the bottom labeled space. And my grandmother's sister, my great aunt, she was the head librarian at the public library. So I kind of had free reign with all the space books that I could consume. And I was so into it that I debunked the moon landing before ever hearing someone else say that it was fake. So when I saw the flag waving in the wind, I knew there was no wind on the surface because before 2019, the moon was in outer space and it was considered a vacuum. After 2019, now they say that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere, according to space.com. But yeah, I was raised globe earther, grew up watching Star Trek, Star Wars, space video games, etc., etc., etc. But I was following it so close that I started seeing problems. And there definitely is problems. Specifically, when you try to reconcile Einstein's gravity with quantum physics, there's this thing called the cosmological constant crisis, or the cosmological constant problem, right? And this says that when you compare what we theorize compared to what we observe, you're off by an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. This is the huge factor, according to Michio Kaku. He said, if you're off by a factor of 2 or 10, oh man, you need a new theory. Right, but they don't do away with the theory. They just keep ad hocing explanations where they make up on the spot as to this is why this still works. Now, any village idiot can tell you why it still works. So, according to Michio Kaku, the galaxies are spinning 10 times too fast, and there's not enough gravitation to create enough pull for the outer stars because it's the opposite of a solar system. Pluto has the longest year and Mercury has the shortest. Well, in the galaxy, it's the opposite. The stars near the center have the longest year and the stars in the outward arms have the shortest year. So it's like taking kids and put them on a merry-go-round and see what speed they fly off and then increase it by 10 for your next experiment and pray to dark matter that it's going to come save the children and that none of them get hurt. Right, that's what's going on. The math doesn't work out at the galactic level. Now, as far as making so-called predictions, which are actually postdictions, because it's a pattern, the sky is like a clock, like a pattern. They say they're making predictions, but they're all postdictions. But the math works out at the solar system level, but it absolutely doesn't work out at the quantum level, like I said earlier, quantum physics, and it doesn't work out at the galactic level, and that's why they need the dark matter theory, because it doesn't work.
So when you realized at one point in time in your life that the earth is actually flat, it's not what you were being taught in school or what everyone around you thought, did you find that you were talking to everybody, trying to get them to see that that was the case, and then maybe be ostracized by people or ridiculed by people? And if so, how did that affect your life?
Well, the thing is that I'm backing up what I'm claiming, right? I'm telling people to go do it themselves. So when I tell people, let's say 10 years ago, I told my uncle, yeah, man, look into that 9/11, that building 7. He's like, oh, you're crazy. You're a conspiracy theorist. And then a couple years later, he'd come around and be like, you know what? You were right. I'd be like, what was I right about? What are you talking about? He'd be like, about, building 7, about how it collapsed. And then a few years later, September the 3rd, I think, a few years back, Fairbanks, Alaska, did a 4-year study with another college professor from Japan. And this college, it's a structural engineering college. And they nearly quoted me word for word. So this is what the abstract says. The abstract says that in Building 7, it was a near simultaneous collapse of all the columns. Now, a column is what holds the building up, right? So if it was a fire, it would have been a progressive collapse, like dominoes, because the fire doesn't poof the whole building up at once. Only some sort of explosion or timed demolition could do something like that. A fire isn't capable of doing that. So in Fairbanks, Alaska, when they put their stuff out, I could just grab that link and just post it wherever, and I don't have to say anything. Nobody has to believe me, because this is now what the experts are saying. So if anybody ever ostracized me, that's their problem, not mine, because I can look at both sides of the coin on every situation and weigh out the evidence like a sober judge instead of getting my emotions involved. And then, you got your preconceived bias, you got logical fallacies. Once you understand all these things and you know how to govern your own emotions, then you can look at things more clearly rather than having the cognitive dissonance. Now, the people with the cognitive dissonance, that's their problem. That's something that they have to work through, right? And if they treat me different while they're going through that, I don't really care.
Well said. Thank you.
If I can ask you a question now. So postulating, you said that there's a firmament, whether it be a dome or a ceiling type of firmament. Do you believe, like as the Bible says, that above that firmament is water, that there is perhaps outside of that or above us a watery layer or water beyond the firmament? Is that part of your understanding?
So this is the law of correspondence. It's a natural law. As above, so below. So they say that there's water above and so there's water below, right? So we know that there's deep underground oceans, right? North Texas, the Panhandle, is connected to one of the largest. They found a whole bunch of them in China. We know that there's water below, and if there's evaporated water above us, then it has to be above us. But when you're talking about on the other side of the firmament, I mean, who could know such things? We could speculate that, there is a firmament, but there has to be a container because you're breathing right now. So if you got gas pressure, the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is containment. So there has to be something. It's like you can't eat a steak without cow. So nobody's eating a steak and wondering whether or not cows really exist or not. So yeah, there's something up there, but who knows what's above it or who knows what it's made out of.
So a follow-up question to that. Do you believe that the Earth's moon, the moon that's visible from Earth, is inside of the firmament, or is it in here with us, or is it on the other side, or is it part of the firmament?
I would say it's hard to tell the location of the moon. They say that it's 238 miles away. 238,000 miles away, but we can allegedly see a piece of it that's like 50 miles across with our naked eye. So when you do the math, that doesn't really work out. So we don't know where it is. We just don't think that it's as far away as they say that it is. And we don't know that it's made out of, who knows what it's made out of? The astronauts gave petrified wood to, I think, Holland and passed it off as a moon rock. So we don't know what it's made out of.
Question. If I assume that under the model of flat Earth that you're describing, the South Pole is, not actually some singular point, but spread around in, a circular fashion, where the North Pole is, in fact, more of a representative focal point, correct?
So we don't have a model. Anyone that ever tells you that we have a model, it's incorrect, because at this point we're consolidating facts, right? So we're not free enough to create a model. And the truth is, you don't have a model either. You don't have a scientific model. In fact, your model doesn't work either. So just to be clear, if you've seen concepts of a flat Earth, it's like a disk flying through space or turtles or something involved, we're not claiming that. Nobody claims a model. If you're claiming a model and you're a flat earther, you're obviously new and you don't know what you're talking about, because what people do is they put out these models that are straw man versions of what we're claiming that we live on, and then they debunk the model. And then they say, oh, this is fact checked. We debunked this. Well, you debunked a straw man. Classic. So there is no model. Now, I've seen the concept that you're referring to, right? That's not what I'm claiming. What I'm claiming is that you can measure water and it's missing curvature.
Isn't that a bit of a double standard, though? Because you're effectively trying to debunk other models while simultaneously not presenting any to be tested.
Okay, you want a model? I'll give you a model. The water has zero curvature. Go test that. If you don't mind.
Well, if the Earth is flat in any configuration, then I should not be able to fly around from any point to any other point without crossing over any sort of central place. Wherever the center of that flat space is, it would, if it's round, it's wrapped around itself, and I can go without crossing over a path I've already been. Places would be connected two different ways, effectively, in either direction. And so I'm the easiest way for an individual in their own life experience to then test things, would be either to charter a boat or a private series of private planes or so on and so forth to fly or sail from point to point and see what was actually closer to what, and if they could get something from multiple ways to see if it was wrapped around. This is something you could do in your own individual life, correct?
Yeah, you're talking about making a map. Like, we're not trying to prove where the continents are as a relationship to other continents, because all maps are incorrect slightly somewhere. There's no perfect map of the world. And what is going on is we have Cartesian coordinates maps. They're all in grids, right? Squares. If the Earth was a sphere, wouldn't the maps be wouldn't they be rectangular coordinates? Because rectangles fit on a sphere, right? But they're all flat Earth maps because they're Cartesian coordinates. So if you want to know the shape of the Earth, yeah, you can fly around and go to space or whatever you want to do, but I don't know. I just think that you should measure it directly. I don't know why that makes sense, but like if I wanted to prove to you that I had a 12-foot boot size, wouldn't I just give you my foot instead of, well, you can measure my fingernails, or, you can take a train, right, and ask other people, right, how big my foot is. No, I would give you my foot and say, see, it's a size 12, told you. Just measure it directly. I don't know why everybody comes up with, we could go to Antarctica and we could take flight and we could take rockets and we can go to space. You're not going to space, sorry, but you can go to the ocean. 95% of the population lives near an ocean.
Well, the thing that I am suggesting, it would involve simply chartering boats. You could do this if you had an ocean-worthy vessel. Like I'm not giving saying to go become an astronaut. I'm simply putting out the thought process of being able to test if the surface of the Earth is wrapped in some way. Now, you could say that potentially you could have a cylinder, and that would also be wrapped. But the notion of whether it's wrapped, so you could come from either direction to a similar point in all spaces, that is a testable hypothesis. An individual with a boat could do. They wouldn't have to make any measurements. They would just have to say, can I get from here to here without crossing this? Did you understand what I don't know if I'm wondering if I'm communicating clearly is what I mean to say.
Well, if what you're saying is true, then you should be able to go to Argentina, South America, and take a short flight across the ocean to South Africa or Australia or New Zealand. But what you'll see is most of the flights, they go towards the north, and then they come back down towards the south. Now, it doesn't make sense that there wouldn't be like direct flights. And if there are, I would say that book it, see if you can go on it. So I'm not completely disagreeing with you. But what I'm trying to illustrate is that what's that going to prove? Okay, we don't know how fast they're going up there, right? Nobody has like a speedometer that they could take with them. And you're going to be a lot better off just by measuring it directly, because at 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. So when I was in North Beach, I mean, me and my wife at night saw the lights across the way. And it's like, those light poles aren't 66 feet above the water, right? So anybody can do this. You don't have to take my word for anything. I'm just an egghead on the internet, right? Who knows, right? I may be lying. But all I'm asking people to do is just go measure it for themselves and find out. If it's curved, it should be easy to prove it, real easy, because you can't see past a certain point, and it's going to be like that every single time. And you're never going to be able to see further. But the problem is we keep seeing further than we're supposed to be able to see, and we've debunked the horizon, and now everybody admits that it's a refracted horizon. That's what the flat earthers have been saying.
Well, the comment you made earlier about refraction, you were talking about light coming down through the atmosphere, but the light coming across the atmosphere is different, because the light that comes, conceivably from space, according to a globe model, passes through the atmosphere directly and comes down. Whereas light that is coming, through the edge of the curve that you're looking, be passing through larger amount of atmosphere, because it would actually be going across in that way. And so it would experience a greater amount of, it would refract more so because it's going through a much larger amount of atmosphere because it's coming through sideways at a much more a much higher angle.
Okay, so if you got a star right over your head, it's not passing through a bunch of different layers at an angle, right? But if you got a star that's, say, like between 30 and 60 degrees, right, that's going through a bunch of different density layers, and you would actually see more refraction in stellar objects than you would looking across the same medium, because if you're 1 foot above the water and you look across 10 miles away at 1 foot above the water, you're in the same exact medium, the same density. Now, if something is several stories high, the higher up you look at the building, yeah, it might get wonky up there because now you're looking through different layers of atmosphere. The higher you look up at a building, you're not supposed to see it, and you see it, and you look up, it's kind of wonky and wavy up there up top. That's because you're looking through different layers now. But if you just look at the bottom of the image, that's going to be clear, except for, okay, this is really important to understand. What you know about light is very little. Me too, right? I'm in the same boat with you. Light is incredibly hard, difficult, not easy to understand. So when you're looking at Chicago from Michigan, right, at like 50, 60 miles away, you're not actually seeing the buildings. You're seeing the light reflect off the buildings. So as the light is reflecting off the buildings and headed toward your eye, it's expanding in all directions. It's diverging. The image is stretching like you're zooming in. And you can see this when you're at the bottom of the pool and you look across and you see a light on the other side at nighttime. And the light looks huge, right? But then you get close and you change the bulb, and it's actually a very small, tiny little filament. But the way that light works, it expands in all directions. And if you look at the inverse square law, every time you double the distance, the light intensity drops 4 times. So the intensity is what changes. Light does travel forever, but not at the same intensity. So I guess it could never go down to 0 because it's always going to be a fraction of a fraction of a fraction. So when you're looking at light from that far away, it's like, say you got a cowboy and you want to read his belt buckle to see which rodeo he won or whatever, right? As you zoom in, his feet are going to get cut off on the bottom. Well, the same thing's happening to the image of Chicago. The light is diverging in all directions and stretching, and one of those directions is down towards the water. And when the light bounces off the water, it never hits you in the eye. So this could cause false horizons. And anybody can look up Skunk Bay time lapse with the grids and see what I'm talking about. You can see that as the day progresses, there's a GIF. I'm sure somebody's posting a GIF right now. And you can see how it looks like the other side of the bay is getting flooded out as the day progresses and the sun perturbs the atmosphere, but it's not. It's just the light, with the way it's interacting with the atmosphere, it's causing a false horizon in front of it when the actual real horizon is actually behind it. And you can see it. It's clear as day to see the false horizon come up, swallow the buildings, and at the end of the day spit it back out like it never really happened. But it's really difficult to see this sort of refraction happening where you can notice it, because when we're looking at refraction, it normally takes instruments, right? So in this case, we took a time lapse and we sped it up. Now you can see it, right? But what really happens is that the horizon changes places throughout the day based on interference of the conditions of the atmosphere and the sun interacting with it. Sorry if I went on a rabbit trail on that one, but it's very difficult to understand what light is doing.
I followed what you were saying. I disagree with a little bit of it, but one of the larger points is I don't understand how many of the points you're making actually relate to the differences between a globe or flat model of the Earth. Like, then, for example, you're pointing out many flaws in, institutional sciences and what they pretend to know, what they don't really know. I mean, they've changed what they think the speed of light is on occasion, things like that. And these are true. Fair enough. But there's a difference between, okay, they're wrong about some things, or they don't always admit when they're wrong about some things, and therefore flat Earth. I guess I'm just not following how a flat Earth. It seems like you are looking for things which can't be explained, and then therefore, if not everything can be explained, the Earth is flat. And I'm being critical, but I'm being bluntly honest.
Yeah, I just want to say that, that's not my argument. My argument is go measure the water yourself and falsify or verify it. That's my argument. That's my real argument is here today. Everything else about a model, we don't have a model. We don't live in a model. The Earth is the real Earth that's outside. When you go walk around and you get dirt between your toes. That's what the real Earth is. And it presents itself as a flat, stationary plane. And you can all go outside and verify this. So the whole model thing, we don't have that. We're not worried about models. We're not free enough as a population to go test this world and its boundaries and see what it is and what shape it is and what it's doing and where the boundaries are. As far as I know, we have these mandates from governments saying that we can't go to Antarctica and we can't tell what it is. So all we got is what's right here, right? And this is the real Earth, and you can actually go test it and see what it is. Now, as far as the other stuff that I've talked about, gravity is important, right? Because how are spaceballs made? In the heliocentric model, gravity pulls the matter together because mass attracts mass. So if I debunk mass attracting mass, which I don't need to do that, Professor Shankar has already done that for me, professor of physics of Yale. And, I can cite my sources for that and show you that mass attracting mass, that's 106 years out of date, pseudoscience. And then the whole bending and warping of space-time, you can't prove it. So I can just dismiss it because there's no hypothesis test or experiment that we can demonstrate the bending and warping of space-time. So, all I'm trying to do is let you know that the real shit, sorry for cursing, is the specific gravity. And you can test it with balloons. I mean, all children, like to play with balloons because, this is what the real world is, right? Not everything falls when you drop it. Yeah, you drop your cell phone, it's going to break. Did you expect the atmosphere to hold it up? No, there's not enough buoyant force in the atmosphere to hold up your cell phone. But there is enough buoyant force to hold up the balloon.
So I know you'll say, we don't know and we can't know, but is space travel just out of the picture? Should we not even be bothering? Is that a pipe dream? The whole concept of exploring beyond this realm, do you think?
Well, it's kind of funny because what do you mean by space, right? You're in Canada, I'm in Texas. So there's a great deal of space between us, right? Yeah, we can travel, right? You could come to Texas and I could show you the Gulf, right? But as far as us going to live on Mars one day, I mean, that just seems bizarre to me to think that you could go live on a light in the sky. I would think it would make a lot more sense that, we could go terraform Antarctica. Doesn't that make more sense?
Perhaps, yeah, quite possibly. Do you think that the nature of the Earth as we observe it is explicitly indicating an intelligent designer, like a creator? Like, does that go hand in hand with this understanding that this is some kind of a created realm?
Well, to me, it does, because when I think about what Native American life was like, and the man would just go out early in the morning and just get, fruits and berries and fish and deer from, everything we need is here. It's almost like an ant house for humans, right? And then when you look at the information theory, right, and this is the part that you need to type in, functional sequence specified complexity. When you look into that, I mean, you'd have to have a great deal of faith to find a Rolex watch in the woods and think to yourself, my God, how long did it take for the woods to create this magnificent timekeeping device? That would require some wow faith that I do not possess. So when I see something with intricate design, specifically functional sequence, right? That's what the DNA pattern is, whatever you want to call it, the code. It's a functional sequence with specified complexity. So we know the difference between a sand dune and a sand castle. Everyone on Earth, every child on Earth knows that the sandcastle has to have had a creator. You're never going to get a letter from the mail from no one, right? If you trace it back, it's always going to go back to the three things that information exchange requires: an intelligent sender, an agreed upon medium, like English, and an intelligent receiver. So if you send an English letter to a man who only speaks Mandarin, no information was exchanged. All three requirements have to happen, and the only way that could happen is with an intelligent sender. So yes, I would agree that this place is special. You are special. You're not mold on bread. You don't need to die. We do need to take a better care of our sacred rivers, water, soil, air, right? I'm not, completely down for destroying the earth, but I think that the climate change thing has been hijacked by people who want to tax the West. I mean, why wouldn't they want to worry about China, right? They got companies over there that produce more pollution than entire countries. But yeah, let's tax the West because that's going to solve all the problems, right?
I see. And you mentioned Antarctica, and you may have mentioned this before, but do you believe, like I've heard some people say that maybe our little ice wall enclosed part of this world is just one of many scattered throughout a wider ice plane, or that there could be other realms beyond the ice wall, but on the same plane? Do you subscribe to that concept?
No, those are called outer ponders. Although I have a few friends who are outer ponders, we don't all agree on all the speculative stuff. But these outer ponders, it does make sense that there could be, hypothetically, other people from other continents that we're unaware of. Whether they're in another container, I mean, that's all speculation. So I couldn't really, definitively say what's going on, but there are a sect of flat earthers that are called outer ponders, that they believe that there's maybe more land outside of this container that we're in. And maybe they don't even believe in a container, some of them. But yeah, most flat earthers, we all agree the water is measuring flat. Like, we all disagree on a great deal of many other things, but we're not really at each other's throat. We just say, okay, you and I, we're not going to agree on the subject. So we're going to agree to disagree, bury the conversation. We're never going to talk about this again because we're not going to change each other's minds. So let's stand on common ground. And that's what we're doing. That's why we all get along, is because we have common ground.
That common ground always includes that the Earth is motionless. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know of any true flat earthers who think we're flying through space upward at 9.8 meters a second squared, which is really important to understand. Vladimir Lenin said the best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. So why is there a controlled opposition known as the Flat Earth Society? They say all the wrong things to make us look like idiots, and none of us are society members. I've never met one in 6 years. I think I'm getting to 6.5 years now. Yeah, that's all globe earthers making it look bad because we're being censored. If you know about Veritas, they had was released by a Google whistleblower, and Flat Earth was one of the things on this Google blacklist. So if you'll notice, when you search Flat Earth, you're going to get 100 debunk videos, and you might find one or two videos actually made by flat earthers. And this was a request of the government asking the alphabet agencies like Google, Facebook, and YouTube, like, hey, what are you going to do with all this flat earth stuff and all this fake? Right? So now in everything that's flat earth related, you're going to see that it's an archaic theory about what people used to think the earth was like. Yeah, like back during the Egyptians lived and we could build buildings that lasted for thousands of years into the future, people thought the earth was... Yeah, that's an archaic theory, but guess what? 2,000 years ago, apparently there were some Greeks back before archaic times who thought the earth was round. So you guys have a model, just like we do. We don't have a model. And you guys have an archaic thought on what the earth is. I mean, think about it, guys. If you're a heliocentrist, Helios, well, that's the sun god, and Apollo is the guy from Revelation, Apollyon, right, who comes out of the bottomless pit. And, all this stuff like Jack Parsons, he was a known occultist, and he was like with Aleister Crowley and L. Ron Hubbard, and they were all hanging out back in the day. And it's like the NASA was started by Nazis. So Werner von Braun, like, is a Nazi guy, and other Nazis got tried and hung, but these guys got to lead like NASA programs and all this other stuff, and the planets are named all these pagan gods. I mean, obviously, it's the Big Bang as a creation. There's no science involved. The first step of the scientific method is to observe natural phenomena. Nobody observed the Big Bang. So if it can't even pass the first step of the scientific method, how can we prove that this static that everybody sees on their tube TVs from the 80s, 1% of that actually comes from the cosmic background radiation? How do we prove that's from the Big Bang? How could you possibly prove that? How could you prove that they're directly related unless you could manipulate the Big Bang, which is the cause, and see the cosmic background radiation as the effect? You can't do it. It's not science. There's no science in cosmology, astronomy, theoretical astrophysics, paleontology. There's no science involved. It's not natural science, to be specific.
Does anyone else have a question or comment for Hank Hill or in general? Will you have the chance?
I have a question.
Go ahead, my friend.
Hey, Hank, it's Matthew. So how do GPSs work in the middle of the ocean? And then also all those big, those big 6-foot diameter satellite dishes that we've seen since the 80s and 90s before we had the small ones. What were they pointing out in the 80s and 90s?
Well, it looks like 45 degrees from what I could tell. Yep.
Depends on your latitude, right?
Right. Okay. So they appear to be pointing like halfway between the sky and the earth. Right. So if you were to see, what people don't realize that the underground marine cables, it's like over 90% of our communication, right, is these submarine cables that go from continent to continent, right? Because radio signals, anybody who owns a cell phone, they know that the light doesn't travel forever. So you go outside to take out your trash, you start losing the Wi-Fi signal. You go down the block and you've lost connection completely, right? This is because of the inverse square law. So these communications like this, they're not very good. They're not very good over long distances and weather patterns and stuff like that. So the best way to do it was, the cheapest way is to send it from the ground, right? And it's interesting because you got projects like Google Loon, where Google is going to put Loon satellites so that they could get internet to rural places. And then you got America came out and admitted that parts of the government were putting out balloons to surveillance the American population. And it's like, why would they need balloons if they got 3,000 satellites up there? I mean, they should be able to see like everything we're doing. We should get like live feeds. And, back in the 90s, they would just like zoom in on nude beaches and show you that this is what they're doing with the satellites. But I don't think we can verify any of that stuff can actually be done. So where does the source come from? I don't know, but it sure would be expensive to send it to space just to send it to Earth when we're on Earth and we could just send it across with cables. And there are wireless communications happening, but they're just not as good or as cheap.
Like the whole thing, we went to the moon and they made a phone call to the president, but we can't fucking make a phone call in Walmart by the milk section.
Yeah, my wife, she's all about the moon being fake. But yeah, if I can't get good signal, and anybody who knows me knows that I can barely get good signal while I'm at work. Like, how come I can't get good signal, but they can live stream from the moon in 1972? When the LEM took off in 1972, you can actually see the LEM taking off, and they say that, that was a robot camera that just happened to take off, lift its, lens at the exact same time that it took off. Like, but I can't get like good signal, on the interstate. Come on.
So there were balloons in the 80s that were stationary, so the satellite dishes never had to point somewhere different. And then there are satellite dishes on the equator that point straight up, or are those fake?
I'm not saying satellite dishes are fake, right? I'm just saying that it doesn't have to go all the way to space. Right, we could put balloons up if you need to, get over a great distance, right? But a lot of people talk about you can bounce light off the moon. You can bounce radio signals off the ionosphere. So I really see, no real point in having to send up, a rocket into outer space for us to have signals with each other. We're here on Earth, right? So NASA, I think their budget for helium is like the highest in the world. So what do they need all that helium for? I understand specific gravity better than you do.
So, Hank, for those of us like myself who can't do math and don't have instruments of any kind, what are some of the ways, and you've probably covered this already, but just some of the ways that people can use their own senses and their own intuition to start piecing this together for themselves? And maybe,
well, first of all, a lot of people, the Earth. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
Yeah, I am sorry. Go ahead.
First of all, people say that the globe is common sense. And which senses are you talking about when you say that it's common sense? Because can you see curvature? Can you experience motion? Well, they say you wouldn't be able to feel it. Right? So I would say, common sense, number one. What does water do when you pour it out? It seeks equilibrium. Right? Like every time, no matter what. And it's the physics of water. It's very easy to understand that it would be level. That's why we call it sea level. And that's why I'm telling you that you can go out with a mirror, right? Like a dressing room sized mirror, put it in the water and face the sunset or the sunrise and have the other person on a lake or a body of water and have them see if they can see the reflection, or get a spotlight and see if they can see yours when the sun goes down. Right? You can test it very easily because at 10 miles, there'll be 66 feet of curvature. Now think about this. Say I got a 6-story building, right? And there's a deer on the other side of the building. Now I can't shoot the deer with my camera or my rifle because I can't see it. Right? It's a 6-story building. It's blocking, right? That's what kind of bulge of water is going to be between you and the other person at the lake. It's going to be a 6-story building of water. Now, if you're claiming that you can shoot with a rifle due to refraction, I'd like to see that, because I don't believe that's how ballistics work. I don't believe that when you see a target, it's not really there. When you see a target, it's really there. Like it's not because of refraction. You can't see a deer behind a mountain or behind a hill. And all we're saying is what we're seeing is what's actually there. And the globe earthers are going, nuh-uh, what you're seeing is actually refraction.
The fucking illusion is what this thing.
But then you ask them what kind of refraction, and tell me what kind of mechanism is causing this, and how do we verify this? And nobody knows anything except for the word refraction. They just it with refraction, and that's not quite how it works. It's kind of like saying, if let me think how to put it. It's kind of like when someone says, "Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. I don't have to listen to you. I can just dismiss everything you're going to say." Well, that's two tactics, really. That's stultification, right? And it's another one that I can't remember right now.
But to further expand on your question, Shogun, about how people can get involved with this too, is simple, like camera too. They have these cameras now. You get the Nikon P900 or the P9000. These long distance cameras. You can go out to spots. You can find objects that should be hidden, tall mountains that should be hidden by the curve, tall landmarks, or just other things in general too. It's not much, these cameras aren't too expensive, but these are things you can do yourself.
Thank you.
And just with the Earth curve calculator, anybody can do this. I mean, even if, I don't know about other states, but in Texas, you can drive on the beach. I mean, even if you just drive up to the beach and turn on your lights at a cove, right? And then someone's in the water, right? Or on the beach, right? If, you do the math, right? It's really easy to plug the numbers into the Earth curve calculator, and they're going to calculate refraction and all that stuff for you. It's really easy to just punch in the numbers.
Can you do the same with binoculars, not just a camera, like a high-powered lens or something?
Yeah, you could use lasers, binoculars, telescopes, high-end cameras, right? There's lots of stuff that you could do. But what you're trying to do is you're trying to falsify or prove that there's curvature. Now, I've already demonstrated with the Skunk Bay time-lapse that you can have false horizons due to atmospheric conditions. So if you see that, if you see a white swan, this isn't like a one-time measurement type deal. What we're seeing is black swans all over the world. People are seeing stuff they shouldn't be able to see. So if you get a white swan, I'd say just measure it again. Just keep going back to the same spot and measure it. And, you know, the thing is that it should be done like over a matter of, in my opinion, as much as possible. You want to test it as much as possible. But I went out there the first try on 4th of July, right? Really steamy day in Texas. And I seen it during the day and I seen it at night. So with or without the sun perturbing the atmosphere, I still seen it with my naked eyes. I could see the buildings, I could see the white paint, right, and then I could see the lights.
Well, this has been a lot of great material, a lot of good information. Does anyone else have a question or a comment they want to get in? If not, Hank, thank you so much for your time and for your knowledge. I was just wondering, do you have maybe like a takeaway message or a parting thought you want to leave with the audience here in the room and also those listening later on YouTube and BitChute?
Yeah, think for yourself, question authority, right? And if everyone were governing themselves, would they need to be governed from without, from the outside? So if you govern yourself and everybody follows natural law, then people can't stomp the breath out of other people and other people get pissed off and riot and steal stuff and burn stuff down. If everybody would just follow natural law, then, you know, society would be a lot better off. So, you know, take a look at the 10 Commandments. It's pretty easy to follow. I mean, all you have to do is love your neighbor, and if you love him, you won't steal his wife or his car or his life, and you'll be cool to your parents. And, you know, that's all it takes. Love conquers a multitude of sins. So, yeah, don't believe anything that you see, especially if you see it on TV, right?
Wise words from a wise man. Thank you, Hank Hill, again for your time. Thank you to the live audience and everybody who came to listen to the podcast. We do these podcasts every day pretty much. We'll have them usually at 9 p.m. Central Time. We'll have one tomorrow on the subject of distilled water urine therapy and the God complex with Destrix. But you can see on the announcements channel, there's always new events coming up. And all the past special events, debates, interviews, etc., can be found in the hashtag RT Podcast channel. All the channels have different, YouTube channels have different episodes, so check them all out. Like, follow, subscribe. Thanks so much, guys, and God bless.
Wow, that wow, that was so great, Hank. I didn't want to stop it. So I'm glad I didn't. Anyway, very good discussion. Thank you, our very own Hank Hill. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Good job.
I agree, representing very well.
Yes.
That was great. I like how Matthew snuck in there. So, was that a YouTube channel? Can I find that on
that
YouTube?
link? You want the link?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking for? Yeah, here. It's I'll post it again. It's actually in the live stream voice text at 20 minutes after the hour. You see it? Or should I could send it to you if you want me to. Is that Godric? Thought that was you, Godric.
Yeah, it was Godric, but you can send it to me. Thank you. I'm looking.
Yeah, I'm looking at your DM right now. I'm sorry I didn't have you friended until now, but I'm catching up. Probably because you didn't send me a friend notice. No, just kidding.
I don't know why.
it's hard to get to everybody. That's why it takes months to catch up, right? Let's see. What is this? Oh, that's funny. I'm laughing at an image that Ziggy Stardust sent me. Here, I'll post it. It starts earlier than we thought. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, I got a cool little telescope, what is it called? A monoscope? Yeah, I guess it's a telescope. It's like a spyglass. Really pretty cool, man. It's a 16 by 52 range, or I guess that's the magnification. And day and night field 22 degrees. I've already looked at some stars with it. And across the bay and at the condominium down the way at the poolside. Just kidding. Oh yeah, wow. Pretty crazy. Where are you at? Yeah, I better get outside. It's too warm to be in here. Wow, check it out. I actually can see the pool side. What? It's just a technical check of the optics. No worries, folks. Just don't make it weird. Wow, I wish I could hold it still. Man. Yeah, thanks, Godric. No problem. Hank's probably not awake yet. Or he's already out working.
What are you talking about? He was just on here.
No, that was a recording I was playing.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I thought I heard you. No, that was you. There, you.
I'm
really...
like fucking talking and shit. You fucking asshole.
I'm like, how did that?
The day we have an exchange like Hank had over there, it'd be like, you know, the world's gonna be a better place.
I was chiming in and everything.
Actually, Fraud, that's so funny because I was listening. I'm like, how did Fraud get into this interview and chime in like that? I'm like, I didn't realize it was you too. Now I wasn't paying that close attention to the list.
Dude, that's hilarious, man.
That's funny as hell. I'm like, shut up, Fraud.
I was waiting for somebody to say
it. No, man. I would never do that. Not necessary.
Well, he was with what's his name again? Matthew, whatever the hell it is. Matthew Lawrence.
10th Man or something. Oh, no, that's the one that Elijah did, I guess. Anyway, time to go out. Have a good day. I'll talk to you guys in a few hours.
All right, buddy. Go enjoy that weather.
Take it easy, Sonny.
Yeah, thanks, Jose. I appreciate it.
Enjoy that sunny weather, Sonny.
I gotta get out there and get that sun in my face. Feels so great, man. Yep. Fresh air. Later on.
Party on, dude. Dude, it's so cold up here.
Where are you, partner? Is Ziggy Stardust a Glober?
Nope,
Oh.
I'm not.
What, So then you know the truth?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And what is that truth? Give me one sentence.
The Earth is not a ball.
Cool. You happen to be right about that, you know. It's totally on a ball. Anybody who thinks otherwise? Let's chat. I don't want to call you names. I don't want to hurt your feelings. I want to help you learn. That's it. We all here want to help you learn.
Mike checking. People wake up.
Hi, Dave.
Greetings, let flow.
How are you?
I exist in this reality, whatever it is. I continue to.
And is that okay with you? Are you having a good day?
And not really. Had a flat tire to deal with today, so that makes a bad day. But
Yeah. Flats are never fun unless it's the earth.
Yeah, cost me about 3 hours and some money, but what are you going to do?
Yeah, that sucks, man. Is it cold where you are?
One thing is when it's flat, you don't like it. Not cold, it's 55 degrees, sunny day here in Kentucky.
Got it. That's not bad. At least it wasn't freezing. You had to get out there and change it.
Yeah. At least it didn't happen like out in the middle of the country road somewhere where they call roadside assistance and all that crap.
Right.
I was literally filling up my tire with air and it just, the inside wall just blew. It sounded like a gunshot. It scared the shit out of me for a second.
Yeah, man, that stuff's scary. I'm always afraid that the tire's going to blow up in my face when I'm filling it.
Yeah.
I'm just afraid of that. I don't know why.
It's just all that pressure. It's a natural feeling to. Luckily, it was the inside wall that blew inside the car instead of blowing out in my face, you know.
Yeah, and I got to think that they're made that way too. Like the outer wall is the strongest, and they do like extra layers just so it doesn't pop.
Yeah.
It's like a mesh. There's like a metal mesh, and then there's like 3 different kinds of rubber, and then all kinds of shit. The tires are crazy. They're made out of some nutty stuff.
Yes, sir. So let's look through the list. All we have is Precept, who's a Google Earther. Do they want to talk? Hello, Precept.
Precept. So you're a Google Earther. That's Precept about me says the human mind is a limitation. Maybe. Probably, yeah. I mean, sure. But we are not limited in the fact that we can tell whether or not our world is a spinning water ball or not.
Yeah, that's within our purview of determination of a belief.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he don't want to talk, so.
I guess not. That's okay.
It's all good, Precept. Enjoy your space crabs and your Google Earth.
Someone gave me space crabs, I think, or space aids. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that's going fun around, man. You got to get a Miley Cyrus for that, I think.
Right.
But did you know that you cannot use a sextant on a globe? That's a problem for the globe people. Because have been using sextants for hundreds of years. So that's a problem.
You know, yeah, no, you're right. And it's confusing. At first, when I got into sextants, I was like, yeah, but maybe if the bigger you go, you could eventually account for some kind of curve. But then I realized it's based off of precise, exact triangles, trigonometry.
Yeah,
so you can't have any kind of bend going on at all. Sorry, go ahead.
Got to have a horizontal straight line to achieve the elevation angle to your celestial object of choice. I watched 10th Man and Elijah's presentation last night. It was well done. Anybody that hadn't seen it needs to go watch it. He's got a lot of material and slides on why this thing. I mean, the globe response to this is they imagine a horizontal plane line in the middle of their ball, which is where we're not. So they would be literally standing in the middle of their molten iron core that don't exist, using their sextant. And then that's how they tricked us. They make you think they got a horizontal plane by drawing a straight line through their ball. But the problem is the sailors are on the surface using the sextant, so that don't work.
Right. They're not able to manipulate themselves from one end to the other. Just to navigate with a sextant. It's funny.
So like QE says, the Globers, if they're being honest, which many of them can't, but especially flat earthers, but they can't even have the word sextant in their mouth. They have no response to that. It's just, you can't use it on a globe. We've used it for hundreds of years, so.
Right, they don't have a response. There's not even something they can make up about it. All they can say is,
Right.
no, it works on a globe. And then we're like, prove it. And they're like, good,
Yeah.
it just works. We don't have to say anything to you.
Yeah, they can't really obfuscate this one very well. I mean, they might come up with something, but I don't know.
You mentioned Elijah's, it was an interview, right? I missed it.
Yeah,
Can you
last
post?
night.
Can anybody post it in the live stream? Voice text, please.
Somebody should be able to. It's on Helios channel if nobody does. But
okay, I'll go there too.
So yeah, you could tell
that needs to be
Man's
passed.
done his research. He had plenty of information to share. It was a pretty good program.
Awesome, man.
Such a simple thing, just a navigational tool that has to have a flat surface to measure across to achieve the elevation angle successfully. But that's a problem when you're on a surface of a curvy water ball, isn't it? Sorry about that, Globers. Not sorry.
Not sorry, no. It's not sad at all. It's just like I look at my watch and I'm like, okay, can you guys catch up to reality yet, or what? Please.
Yeah. It's 2022 and we still got people on a magical water ball. What's up with that? Anyway. Can't believe my mic's working for 10 minutes here. It's cool.
Dave, this is the clearest I've heard you in a long time.
Anyone else new on here got anything? Anybody old on here got anything?
I don't think so. I'm still trying to find that video. Do you know what the video's called?
I do not. Should be like one of the latest posts on Helios channel.
Okay.
I would assume.
You're talking about his YouTube channel, right?
Yeah. I think it's there. I mean, I'm assuming it would be there because I know he clipped it out and recorded it and everything.
Got it. I'll post it in the live stream now. The voice text.
Sweet. I think India played it this morning over dead air, so some good stuff.
Okay, everybody check the live stream voice text for special interview with Elijah and 10th Man. That took place, was it Saturday or Sunday?
Last night, Sunday.
Last night, okay. Yeah, so everybody come on to the Discord live stream voice text here in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Yes, you people in the YouTube. Yeah, that's right. Come on in. Everything that we post is going to be it's just going to be stuff that gets better and better and easier for you, whoever you are listening, to understand how you've been lied to, specifically scientifically what that means. That we don't live on a spinning water ball in an infinite, impossible medium. We live on something much simpler. So, it's flat, by the way.
Well said. I concur. The beauty of our side is we don't claim to have all the answers. The other side does. We can prove that their answers are bullshit. Most of them, anyway.
Well, yeah, and I think a great thing to do is to be constantly available for learning. Saying, well, I have an answer right now, and it seems to be the answer. Can you show me anything otherwise? And I think that's the attitude that has been, you know, developing over the last couple of years and should be continued to develop is just, you know, we need to just figure this out. I don't want to call you names. I hope you don't want to call me names. How about we figure out the true nature of our reality so that we can all get along? Like, I don't know why that's such a big deal. Anyway.
Exactly. I mean, what's wrong with productive conversations and interactions that help move everybody forward to the truth instead of sitting and defending stupid shit like globes and stuff. But
right,
you know, whatever.
And it's like people are defending their pride. It's like, guys, pride isn't worth anything. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't worry about defending your pride. Okay, let it go. Admit you've been duped, and let's move forward as a society.
Yeah, that's our appeal. I mean, we know it's a difficult thing to swallow your pride and take that step back and actually examine reality as it presents itself. But you know, we all did it. It can be done, and people that are truly seeking knowledge shall find it.
And you don't have to be the smartest knife in the light bulb drawer to understand this stuff. Like, I'm not a smart guy. And you know, I can explain it to people. It's that there's something to be said there. Anyway, go ahead.
I was just saying I'm not the smartest guy either. I do have an MBA though, but nobody gives a shit. But other than that,
In what? What'd you get it in?
Business administration.
Oh, just okay, got it. I'm stupid. See?
It was actually one of the University of Phoenix online. I got it in 2010, so it's not even worth the pixels it's printed on unless I actually try to apply it somewhere, which I haven't found anywhere to. It's too general, you know.
Yeah, you could start a business.
Yeah. But luckily, I didn't go into debt or anything to get it. Government paid for it pretty much. So there's that. I feel sorry for the people who are going into six-figure debts to get these educations. And are they really going to be worth that? You know, especially the way things are changing fast in our society. Some people are getting left behind. Some people are stepping up. So. But for the people that don't want to take their own personal accountability and think for themselves, I mean, you know, I feel for them, but you know, it's time to think for yourself. Speak truth. Live truth, you know.
Yeah. I think a lot of the reason that people don't do it is they don't think critically about stuff is because they're convinced that it's a lot more work.
Yep. All them smart scientists got all that shit figured out. I don't need to worry about that.
But you know what? If you're passionate about it, it's not work. It's a labor of love. And so it goes to show that people who fight the flat earth and other truths, it's not that they are either stupid or belligerent or both. They're just unwilling to kind of start over intellectually. You know, let's wipe the slate clean. Let's act like I don't know anything. Let's act as if, real quick, let's just see if while growing up, they lied to me the whole time. Let's just see, okay? Yeah, I know it sounds crazy. Let's just check it out, right? What do you have to lose other than an incorrect worldview and your pride?
Yep. Too many people are intellectually lazy. They don't want to do all that work.
Right, and I don't blame them, honestly. To a certain extent, because I was the same way. I was like, wow, I can't believe how much work it would take to figure all this stuff out. Thank God someone.
Yeah. entering a grocery store, and today's the first day around here that they let the employees quit wearing their face diapers. So
Nice.
good sign.
Oh, that is good, man. Good.
Yeah, they pumped the brakes on the big thing, and now they got to worry about Putin and shit, whatever. It's all the world's a stage. I guess we can't talk about that either, but
I don't
I don't
think
really
so.
want to I don't want to give it much attention anyway. It's just bullshit.
Right.
You know, I feel for anybody that's being harmed or suppressed or injured or whatever, but it is what it is. People are people, right?
Yep. I can't get anybody in my family to see that all the countries are working together no matter what happens in the world. It's it's a big club and you ain't in it kind of deal. Oh no, the Democrats and the Republicans, blah blah blah. Mom.
Yeah.
They all have the same drinks in the same rooms together at the end of the day. Do you understand that?
Exactly. Like George Carlin said, it's a big club and you ain't in it.
That's
you
right.
and I are not in the big club.
The big club. And you'd think, superstar actor George Carlin, he would have been able to maybe sneak into a couple rooms. Well, yeah, I bet they probably did offer him some shit, and he was like, "Fuck y'all," every single time.
Yep. He was a good man as far as I could tell.
Yeah.
He was in the 70s talking about some of the stuff we talk about now.
Right.
If I got background noises, I'm in the store. There's radio playing, but can you hear it?
I cannot hear it, no.
Okay.
What song is it?
It's who is that? That one girl, here's my number. Call me maybe. Who sang
Call
that?
Me Maybe? Okay.
Yeah.
I forgot who that is.
I have no idea who that is.
Harley Rae Jepsen.
Okay.
Why
Thank
do
you.
Why do you know that, CB?
Man, that was a really popular meme when I was in school.
Oh, okay.
Sure it was.
She did that song. Wasn't it Friday?
Oh, Friday. It's so annoying. Yeah.
Yeah. She's a meme now, so it's all good. Two-hit wonder.
She's a talented musical artist, right?
I doubt that. I bet it's some sort of connections.
Right, yeah.
They don't just let randos out there. But
Can she scream? Yeah, let me hear it. And then she screams, and then they're like, "Okay, cool. What do you mean? You haven't heard her sing?" Well, she can scream. She can sing. That's good. Flatty, I'm going to post that song, Tears for Fears, Sowing the Seeds of Love. Great song.
Man. I remember that song. Sowing the seeds of love.
Yeah.
Seeds of love. Sowing the seeds.
Tears for Fears knew what was up. I guess they
Everybody
still
wants
know
to
it.
rule the world, don't they?
Yeah, same. Yep.
And then they had shout, let it all out. These are the things I can do without.
Come on. Yeah. I'm talking to you.
Talking to you. Oh, come on. You gotta get a bag of chips. It's all the way on the top shelf and all the way in the back of the shelf. So I gotta climb the shelf to get it. And nobody cares. I should be muted.
So Rebecca Black did Friday. It wasn't that other girl. It's Rebecca Black.
Oh, okay. Mixing up basic white bitches. My bad.
Y'all are putting out disinfo here on the Discord. That's shame on you. Tears for Fears also did Head Over Heels. That was a good song with me and my girlfriend at the time.
That's my favorite one, I think. By them.
Something happens and I'm head over heels. Never find out. I'm not gonna sing it. I'll save everybody's ears.
Okay. So this is not. I don't know if I can play this or not, but it's not. I don't think it's copyrighted. And it's the remix of that Friday song by Rebecca Black. It doesn't have anything to do with Flat Earth, so I'm not going to play it, but I'll post it in Livestream voice text. It's hilarious. To me. And then one more time, just to keep it on point, I'm going to post that interview with 10th Man and Elijah once again. The live stream voice text.
Nice. How did that go yesterday? I wasn't able to catch that.
Well, you'll be able to catch it right meow.
It was a very well done presentation, good information. Basically, to use a sextant on a globe that's not possible. Sailors have been using sextants for hundreds of years, so they must not have been on a globe when they were doing that. So there you go.
Were you guys familiar with 10th Man before this, or is this the first time you've come across him?
I'd heard it. Well, I'd been listening to Nathan for. I guess I've been listening to Nathan for like 3 years now, almost.
I know,
so.
right? Time goes by quickly.
Yeah, yep. So that's where I heard of him. I heard of 10th Man before I heard of this Discord channel.
Yeah, same here, actually.
Yeah, he's good. I'm actually really anxious to listen to this, but I'm gonna wait until dinner time.
You know, one thing he does, he does the puns. It's like no one's really done that. No one else does that, really. Like that's his thing. Someone should pick that up.
Yeah, he's
Get some more
punny.
puns going on in here.
I agree, man. The more humor, all kinds of different humor, the better.
That's a certain skill, if you ask me. I know people are always like, "Man, you in the soundboard," but like, I can't do puns that well.
Right.
So, yeah, I have to work on it though.
Have you guys tried to talk to Gaindolf in here?
He's muted. Server muted. Gaindalf. You playing a game there, Gaindalf? You got time to chat with us? So, I mean, I don't know how he got muted. Never heard of him.
Gain, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, bud.
How's it going?
Not too shabby. What brings you around these parts?
Just been listening to Discord for probably about a week and a half now. Just listen to your guys' viewpoints. Because I'm just,
Uh,
on the fence about the whole thing.
Cool. What's like one thing you've learned over this week? Maybe something you didn't know previously?
I will say like a lot of scientific terms, that's for sure. I'm not the smartest guy, but everybody that talks in here is very knowledgeable about what they're talking about.
Yeah, there's lots of different styles, lots of different characters, so you'll find your own lane.
Yeah, so I just passively just been listening, gaining knowledge.
How about what's one of those terms that you heard?
There was one, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago. I don't even remember what the term was, but it was about the space in between galaxies, I remember.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So what were they saying about that?
I don't remember. I only tuned in for probably about 15 minutes, and then I had stuff going on yesterday.
Okay. So how about like one flat Earth argument that you're familiar with?
Well, you guys just brought up the sextants and how you can't use that on a globe Earth. I mean, that's one that comes up pretty frequently.
Yeah, that's been some the new hotness lately is the sextant. Yeah.
And then I think it was Quantum Eraser, one of the nights that he was hosting the live stream, had brought up right triangles and how you can't measure the curvature of an Earth based off of a right triangle.
Right, because otherwise you'd have a curved adjacent, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that was his main point.
Yep. Okay. So is there anything that you said you were on the fence? Is there anything that still kind of got you thinking about the globe, or maybe a good proof, or what's got you on the fence?
I mean, I feel like I'm probably just like everybody else that's joined this server. Mostly probably started out as globers. I guess that's what you call it, right?
Yeah. Yep. I know I did. For most
Yeah,
people
so
would also feel the same.
I mean, I still think there's some things that kind of make sense for a globe, but then again, hearing you guys talking here, it also makes a lot of sense with it being flat. So yeah, like I said, I'm just still on the fence about the whole ordeal.
Right on. Seems like a good place to be.
And I'm just here to gain knowledge on both sides. I mean, we get the people that come in here and just want to fight about the globe, and they don't have any sense of reason to just calmly talk about it, to where they just get muted or kicked, and then you don't really hear their viewpoints on it, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not
They
sure
just-
why
they
more
just
people
get-
can't.
They just get too worked up about it.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know why more people can't just kind of have a calm demeanor discussing this thing. It seems to get people worked up.
I mean, and then my thing is you can't change what someone else already believes.
Correct.
I mean, somebody else is going to have their own viewpoint, their own opinion. And if you have your own opinion, I'm not going to be able to change your opinion, and vice versa, basically. It's depending on how hard-headed someone is on what they believe.
Right. Yeah, that's why I try to look at it from like a legal perspective. Pretend like you're in a courtroom. Just present your evidence and sit back and let the evidence do the talking.
Exactly.
Well, nice, man. We're glad to have you. I'll give you the verified role so you can see the chat and stuff. Just make sure you familiar with the rules that we have posted.
Yeah, I've read over them twice, a couple times already now, I believe. Well, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
No problem. You can at any time you can if you catch a moderator at a good time, you can ask them for a quick interview, and they can hook you up with a on the fence role or whatever you feel fits best.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
So, Gaindolf, how long have you known that the flat Earth was a thing? How long have you been looking at this subject?
Like I said, I'm one of my friends. I don't know if you guys have seen him in here. Is Snipe Bola.
Yep.
Yeah, he had sent me the server invite, and I think that might have been probably 3 weeks ago now. And I
Prior to
just
that 3 weeks, you didn't know that people believed the Earth was flat, or
well, no, I had known that there was skeptics about it in Flat Earth Society, basically, but I'd never really like digged into it or read much up on about it.
fair enough. I was just curious. Everybody does this at their own pace. All I can tell you is, you don't have to believe what any of us are saying or anything. Just think for yourself, evaluate information, and make your own decisions. Obviously, our goal here is to get more people thinking for themselves. At least it is for me. Be a better world if people thought for themselves instead of paying attention to the TV all the time or whatever.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like how you brought up the point about earlier with, I'm not sure who it was you were talking to, maybe Glat Flobe, about debt with colleges, how they're bringing up $100,000 of debt just to go to college. And I feel like people are steered wrong saying that everybody out of high school should go to college to get an education when there's different roads you can take to be successful in life.
Yep, I agree with that. I mean, it's to each their own, but a lot of the university systems are not there to make anybody's life better, basically.
Yeah.
But, it's a sweeping generalization, but I think everybody knows what I'm talking about, basically. If it was such valuable knowledge, would it cost you 6 figures to get it, 4 years of your life, whatever?
And even sometimes it's longer than that too.
Yeah. If you get the doctorate, you're looking at 8, 10 years, whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, a second ago, you said something about the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Orion.
You care to elaborate on that thought?
Myself?
Yeah, like
well, yeah. What you had basically said, just in a very slight of way, was like, they had been skeptical of it, and you were just referring to them as just another group. But like, I thought I'd point out to you, it's a psyop, a legal operation. It's just a group like flatearthsociety.org is their main website. For the longest time, many years at least, it was at the top of Google search results when you put the words flat earth into the Google search engine. And they'd be at the very top. So most people that were looking into the subject would find them first, naturally, right? And they'd go there and they would say the earth is flat, which is true, at the very beginning. And then after that, they'd say a bunch of nonsense. And we suspect that they would say this to discredit us. So I've never met anyone from the Flat Earth Society. No one here has. And, so my point is it's probably just one or two people behind a website. Who knows who or what's controlling it. But, the point is there are no flat earthers at the Flat Earth Society. And we do not claim that the earth is accelerating upwards. And that's why rocks fall down. But they'll say that because they want to discredit us. What do you think?
Yeah, like what you said. I mean, it's like the first thing you Google search. So, like I said, I haven't searched on it myself, and my one buddy just sent me the invite to this Discord, and when I Google it, that's what I saw. So, I didn't mean it as a generalization towards you guys.
Oh yeah, it was no offense taken. I was just making sure you know. You should play that again, Creation Bear.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah, that's your President Obama in 2011 or something. I don't remember the year. You don't have time for a meeting with the Flat Earth Society.
Apparently, he plugged the Flat Earth Society in like 8 of his speeches. So,
Really?
Yeah, I learned that from Box Ops. So shout out to Box Ops. But yeah, controlled narrative, right? You got to get ahead of it. So that's what they did.
So, Gandalf, you're on the fence. As of this moment, you currently believe that you live on a globe. Is that fair to say? It's okay if you do.
Yeah, I'd say that's fair to say.
Okay. Have you been in here to listen to anybody go through the 3 points, or would you want to do that real quick?
I have heard it before, and yeah, I'll go through it.
As long as you're honest, it won't take too long, and we'll just zip right through them, okay?
Yeah,
Three main
that's good.
claims. Three main claims of the globe, the heliocentric model, is that we're on this ball, right? That's in motion, actually several motions, and exists in the vacuum of space. So that's the three major claims of the globe. So extraordinary claims would require extraordinary evidence. Would you agree?
Yes.
So starting with the first claim, that it's a ball. Do you know when and how, any time in history, that somebody measured Earth's curvature directly?
No.
Good answer. I don't know either. I've been asking people for 7 years and have not got a good answer yet. So if you think the Earth's really a ball at this moment, you have to admit that's just a belief in your mind at this time. You can't verify that, right?
Correct.
Okay. The motion of the Earth. Start with the spin on the axis. We're supposedly, we go around once a day, so we're doing about 1,000 miles an hour later, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, when anybody ever detected the Earth's motion of any kind and how they did it or anything like that?
No.
Good answer. And the third thing is the existence of this spinning ball Earth in the vacuum of space. We have a gas pressure system, obviously, because we're all breathing, right? So, as far as we know scientifically, to even have gas pressure exist, you must have containment. So, of any time anybody's ever demonstrated gas pressure without containment?
No.
It's probably the easiest 3 points I've ever done. Thanks for your honesty. All we established there is you may believe you're on a globe, but that's all it is a belief. You can't prove anything of it, as far as we know. It's nothing against you. It's just, you didn't make the claim. You just got taught it like we all did too.
Mm-hmm.
So, thanks for participating. I'll let other guys chat with you now.
Yeah, anytime.
Somebody give him the 3 points tag if they can. You still there, Orion, or anybody else?
Yeah, I just find it such a curious thing because I will never actually know, except like sort of in the back of my mind a little bit for a while, like what it's like to even feel like to be on the fence, Because like there was like as I was researching flat Earth myself, like there was like this, tiny 5%, 15% thing. I was thinking in my head like, oh, maybe it's a ball, but is that just because I was told it was a ball? I think it's just because I was told a ball is a ball. Like I was never really like on the fence in a certain sense because I was like actively questioning myself all the way through the process. Am I just thinking it might be a ball just because I was told it was a ball? Yeah, I think I might be thinking it might be a ball just because I was told it's a ball, So I was like, it's kind of a funny thing. I was like, in a certain sense, I was never really on the fence. I was just like, for the longest time, I guess the problem was I just didn't know how to prove it so easily that the Earth is flat and stationary. So I didn't talk to people for like the first 2 or 3 years about this thing. No, for like 5 years.
I feel like I was really similar. Like it was a smooth transition. I'd never clung onto the fence or held onto the globe or anything. And I was like you, where it took me some time to be able to actually prove something. So yeah, I'm a lot like you, Orion.
The more I think about it, it turns out that we've always really known that we live on a stationary plane, but we saw reality through the lens of our indoctrination. So once that kind of falls away, you go, of course it's just a vast plane where it's the luminaries that move and we're standing perfectly still. To actually get out of the mindset, to get out of like the illusion, is the hardest part. I think everybody intrinsically knows. This is just my opinion, but I think everybody already knows they live on a stationary plane. They don't know how to see past the illusion. I think the truth is usually pretty simple and pretty obvious.
Well said. Well said. The Glober goggles. You just got to take them off and see reality
Yes.
for what it is.
Is Gaindolf still in here?
Yeah, I'm here.
You mentioned earlier, and I don't mean to put you on point, but I figure we'll have the conversation since it's fairly peaceful in here. But you said there are a few things that you still think work on a globe. And so I kind of wanted to hear more about what you were thinking in regards to that. But maybe to start the conversation, I would say something to this effect, where for things to work on a globe, what I think you're actually saying is the model explains things, but would you agree that we first kind of have to establish that it's a globe first?
I believe that would be reasonable, yeah.
Okay. So can you think of anything that in your mind would what is the most convincing thing you can think of that makes you think you live on a ball?
I mean, I would say, I hate to bring it up because I know you guys talk about it a lot and don't believe the things they post, but with the things that NASA has posted, pictures, yeah, pictures
Okay.
could be altered, but I believe those would be probably the main things.
Right. So in the 3 points that we discussed, right?
Mm-hmm.
We trust that NASA is giving us actual photographs. Now, this is kind of a fun little study on words, right? So, image, picture are both. That's in regards to things that can be basically made. They're fictions, they're falsities, they're man-made images. Does that make sense? Like a picture is like painting a picture, so someone actually does it, right? And then an image would be like a computer generated image. So that's also something that was created by man. A photograph is different. So a photograph actually is, of course, a light transferred image onto a negative, correct? Or a sensor of some kind, depending if it's like a digital camera or whatever. But that's a true representation of what's captured through a lens. So a photograph would be different. Did you know that NASA self-admittedly has no photographs of the Earth from?
If from what you're telling me is true, then no, I did not.
Okay, yeah, and like this is the sort of thing that people are encouraged, right, when they come in here, like go check this out, go see if NASA can admit certain things, and they're actually very good about it. I think there's there's a certain amount of plausible deniability they hold on to, where it's like, well, we never said we took any photographs. We've got all the pictures of and images of satellites and planets that you can ask for, but there are no photographs. So it would probably be a nice little goose chase for you to go see if you can find that, and if you can, please bring it back. But most of us have scoured their servers and websites to see if they're actually giving us honest photography, or if they're just giving us man-made photo images and pictures and whatnot. So, but when we go through the 3 points, we talk about gas pressure without a container, and at the point that we're trying to get to is that if here on Earth we do have gas pressure, then the necessary antecedent, right? If I'm eating a steak, then there had to be a cow involved. If I have gas pressure, then there has to be a container of some kind, of physical barrier to hold the gas. So if that's the case, then the Earth that you live on is a contained dynamic system. And the idea of outer space, the vacuum of outer space, is a complete fairy tale, and no one has been outside of this dynamic system ever. So for NASA to give you all of these pictures and images would just be kind of, more pages of the fairy tale that I think it would be important for you to go out and see if that's true, or if they're just giving you a picture book that you believed for most of your life, like the rest of us did. This was probably the biggest thing for me to get over, is like, is it possible that space, the idea, the outer space, vacuum of space, all the galaxies and all the planets and all the stars and all the things that we were ever shown, is a complete lie? That was the biggest hump for me. But there really is no evidence to show that there's anything beyond the dynamic system we live in. Would I be safe in saying like that's a hard pill to swallow?
I would say yeah, but I mean, how is there any, like, how are we able to prove that wrong? Like, how are we able to prove that space or anything beyond our solar system is non-existent?
Well, see, yeah, I mean, falsification, proving the negative is a lot more difficult than, proving the positive. That's why in law, typically they don't like to go down the trail of proving the negative, right? So we have to just look at what we have at our disposal. If we have gas pressure, and we know without a shadow of a doubt, every instance, every example that we've ever seen of gas pressure requires a solid container, then all evidence, all physical evidence, right? Even in physics, this is a natural law. The Earth would have to be a contained system, and so any idea of a vacuum being adjacent to this system would mean that all of us would be dead. But beyond that, there would be no life here, because there would have to be some sort of gas to support any system whatsoever. What say you?
I'm sorry, I had lost my train of thought on that. Could you repeat what you had said?
Well, just basically, if we have gas pressure and the laws of nature require, the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, right? High goes to cold, high pressure to low pressure. If we know this in our physical reality, and it is like ironclad, it's never violated, gas pressure on Earth, then life would not be possible if there was no physical barrier to cover the Earth. Now, what it looks like, what color it is, all that other stuff would be very hard for us to prove in the affirmative, since I don't know anybody who can actually go up and touch this particular barrier. But we know that we would have to have one. And if we have to have one, that means that all the stories about the vacuum are false, and that it's all fake.
Okay. I just have a question off of that then.
Sure.
What as believing in flat Earth, like, then what does contain, like, is there atmospheric pressure then? I mean, I'm not.
Sorry,
So at
guys.
sea level,
This is a one-on-one, but I just want to clarify for this gentleman. It's not a belief. It's an understanding. It's an observation. It's annoying. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, this particular community is hyper specific, and sometimes if people, and I know it's just part of your vernacular, so we're not going to get too bothered about it. Like
Yeah,
people just say,
I
"So you guys
apologize for that.
believe flat Earth," and that's fine. I know you're not taking shots at anybody. That's cool. But what we realize is that it's very important to know things and not believe them. You know what I mean? So, with your question, let's take this for example. We know that at sea level, we have 14.7 psi of air pressure all over the Earth, right? At that particular elevation, and of course, as you go up, it tends to decrease. But that's not a problem because any contained system can have, and usually does have, depending on, several factors, temperature, and the larger the container, the more dynamic the system, especially if you have, zones of heat and cold, right? So you can have these varying pressures, and they can migrate within the container. So you can have varying pressures at the bottom and at the top, and from the side to the side. Like, it's just kind of how dynamic systems work. So, but as we go up, we lose pressure incrementally. But even at the top of Mount Everest, we still have gas pressure, right? So this system does have varying amounts of pressure, but all of that is a really kind of another death knell to the idea of being adjacent to a vacuum, because you can have, right, it's gas pressure is X, gas pressure gradient is delta X. You still have to have the pressure to have the pressure gradient. You cannot even have a pressure gradient next to a vacuum, because the law of entropy requires, like, it's just the way it works, that gas will immediately rush to the low pressure volume, to expand into. So if we were adjacent to a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, it's not a perfect vacuum, but it's extreme low pressure, right? Then all of the gas on Earth would immediately bolt to trying to fill the volume of what we like to call the vacuum of space. Does that make sense? And I hope that answered your question. He must have bounced.
Yeah, you could have a phone call, but I thought what you said was succinct and right on target.
Hey, thanks, man. Seems like a reasonable dude, wherever he is.
I still see him on my
He's still
screen.
here, just I don't know why he's not speaking.
No worries. We also have Das Arcio, Archio, VC verified. If you want to just say what's up, feel free. There's a whole panel of people here who could help answer some questions or whatever you may have. I think he's the only person.
Hey, how's it going? No, yeah, no, I was listening in. I think I kind of I'm in the same boat as Gaindolf is kind of. So I was just kind of listening in. I don't know enough about any of this stuff to really form any sort of opinion, really. But I will say that I forgot who was mentioning it. I think it was Dave. So we're taught one thing, like in school or whatever, but you got to think, like, what are those, like what they're telling you, like they're saying it's a fact, right? But when you think about it, it's like those facts are based off of, I don't know, it seems to me like almost like educated guesses or like assumptions, and yet they push it as it's like some sort of fact. So it's like, who knows,
Yeah, that does seem to be the case with a lot of these things.
Right.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, you're highlighting really the gist of this whole thing is people representing presuppositions as facts. And
right.
That's what got us into this mess. Go ahead, CB.
So would you say you're on the fence as well, or are you leaning Team Globe?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I would probably say I'm like right in the middle, man. Because it's like it's not something that I didn't start thinking about until quite recently when one of my friends sent me an invite to the server, and I like to think I'm a open-minded individual, you know. So I don't necessarily judge either way. But it's kind of like what Gandalf said. It's like the only evidence really that I would trust would be visual evidence. Well, if I can't see it with my eyes, then I have to see pictures or videos or whatever. But it's like those can be altered or faked or whatever. So it's just like it's there's always that gray area of not knowing, and like to me, I'll never know 100% either way.
The best part is they've given us a model that we can compare reality to. So, like Dave, for example, could maybe talk to you about some tests that you can do over a body of water. Like if you ever go on vacation or you live near a decent sized lake or something, you can test what they're saying is happening in these pictures that you're supposed to believe in, right? They show us curved lakes and oceans and stuff. So we should be able to go out into reality and test these lakes to see if they really are curving. And the best part is you have a model provided from the globe side with all the specific numbers and everything to be able to compare what you see in reality to. So if you're ever up for it, the potential is there to do some tests. That way you don't have to just believe us or believe them.
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely listen to see like what those tests are.
Dave, you want to tell them about one of those tests that you did, or?
I mean, sure. Many, I'd say several hundred people have done things similar. 2015, when I first started investigating this subject, I went out to a lake here in Kentucky, landlocked state, but still, if you believe the globe paradigm, all the water is conforming to the outside. So I had a 10-mile lake. Basically, the stretch that we did a mirror flash across is 8.5 miles. But a buddy of mine went out to the lake. Beside, he was on the other side. We held the mirror like down at the seat, pretty much like a foot above, maybe 2 feet above the water level, and just reflected the sunlight across the lake. I took a picture from the other side. I don't have anything to put in the live stream for it, so it got lost in a laptop. Long story, but anyway, there's hundreds of other observations similar to this. We can even show you one now if you want to see one we call the Black Swan. But it's just a matter of having the. If you really want to know, you'll go out to nature like that. We don't want you to believe anything. Belief is what got us all. We want people to know things. We establish facts and go from there, right? So the ironic part about that story is the guy that went with me still thinks he's on a globe. He thinks that somehow the sunlight was refracted over that lake for like 60. There should have been like 60 some feet of curvature there blocking that mirror. But I was seeing it clear as day right at 30 feet slip. So.
And you said that lake. How long was it? You said
the stretch that we actually measured was like 8.5 miles.
Okay.
So at that distance, it may not be right at 60 feet. It was something like that. I mean, we can supply. There's earth curve calculators online. Most of them are, it's based on 8 inches per mile squared formula. It works up to a quarter of the globe, which we can't see further than that anyway. So all these globers say we're using the wrong formula. That's not right. So, if it's a ball, it's got to be curving. If it's curving, we should be able to measure it.
Right. Okay.
So every time we go out to measure it, it's there. So somebody else can go ahead.
Is that picture that was just put in chat? Is that kind of like what you were talking about? Something like that?
Is it one with 2 oil rigs?
No, it's the Flatman can just put it. Is that like
I'm not looking at.
Because I'm trying to visualize the experiment, like what you were saying.
Somebody that's looking at the text. Talk to him as I'm driving.
Yeah, that would be one example of like a laser test that some people have done, and I'll throw the laser test channel in there so you can poke around there if you want to.
Oh, okay.
But I posted, if you look up just a little bit above that, at 6 minutes past the hour, I posted a well, one of our admins made a it's kind of a meme, but it says the starter pack. So it requires 1 mirror, 1 friend, 2 camera phones, and 1 body of water. This is basically what Dave did.
Yeah.
And then I also dropped the a calculator at 7 minutes past the hour that you can, like, you should use, like, play with it, punch some numbers in, and see, what you get. So you can try the 8 miles at a 5 foot or a 6 foot observer height, and see what that says. You should be able to see. So stuff like that. There's also, Dave referenced the Black Swan, which is something we could get into, and yeah. So there's a bunch of different stuff that people have done. But in terms of you being able to go out and do this yourself, like what Dave did is kind of the most basic, simple thing you could do.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it seems pretty. I'm looking at that website now. Seems pretty interesting. I'll have to mess around with it,
Yeah, you should. You can even like try it out where you are. I mean, where I am, there's lots of trees and stuff, so it's kind of hard to see long distances. But
Right.
if you're somewhere where you can see long distances and you can identify a certain location, you can punch that data into the calculator. Okay, so this is how far I am from this object. Here's my observer height. What does the model say I should be able to see? Where would the curvature be? And that kind of thing. So yeah, it's good those calculators are pretty helpful because you can, like I said, use those to compare to what you see in reality. So yeah.
Sarcio, you said that you think there's probably no way that you could know for sure, right, that the Earth is a ball or a plane. But if you could know, would you want to?
I mean, yeah, and like kind of to clarify on that, it was more of like it's like I guess I'm the type of person that it's like seeing, is like the believing portion, like that whole saying. So it's like there's always in my mind like, okay, sure, I can be 90% sure on something or 95%, but there's always that small percentage of like, okay, well, if I don't see it, like, okay, you can tell me, all this stuff.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. I don't really.
No, I hear you. So, but experience is like way better, right, than pictures.
Right.
I mean, right. So that's the beauty of this, right? Everybody has access to reality because we're locked in it, right? So to be able to test something that is supposed to be a ball at a certain size is a great way for everyone to, with their own experience, their own firsthand knowledge, go ahead and test that. Like, so, I mean, definitely we are always encouraging people to go do your own test, because we've been given dimensions of a ball that are like, they can't escape them, right? If it's a lie, this is the lie they told. And so now they have to stick with it because they've been using this for, 500 years. So it's great. There's nowhere for them to go. They can't say it's bigger. They can't say it's smaller. So we take those dimensions and then we test them. Now, someone's mentioned the black swan a couple times. Do you know what the black swan is?
I do not know.
Okay. So if you don't mind, I'll just go ahead and this is like pictures and stuff, but this is a great example of how you can go ahead and test this yourself. Okay. So the black swan is just one particular photograph. It is black swan. It's a still from a video that is taken off the coast of Santa Barbara, California. Right. So This is a place that anybody can go. And the distances of the oil rigs in this particular photograph these are known, like they're still there. You can go check it out. You can get in a boat and go to them if you want to. They might chase you off a little bit. But so in the live stream voice text, if you have access to it, are you looking in there?
Yeah, I'm looking at that picture. Yeah.
Okay, so Flatman Cam put it up. And it's a logical consistency argument. If P, then Q. If not Q, then not P, right? If the consequent doesn't exist, then the assertion doesn't exist. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it. Yep.
Okay. So if the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every distance to horizon can be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay? So in this photograph, we've got, and you can go watch this video, and I always want people to post the link to the video because I don't have it. But anyways, you can go watch this video. This guy takes this camera. He's on the beach. You can see it. The whole thing's very transparent. It's all real. He takes the camera. He sets it about 10 to 12 inches off the water, like right at the beach, right where the waves are coming up. And he's looking across the ocean towards these oil rigs. And so in this photograph, can you tell me where the horizon is?
It's a little blurry, but it kind of looks like it's further behind the one on the left. Almost.
Right. Yeah, it's where the sky meets the water, right? That's our horizon.
Yeah.
So conservatively, we could say that we'll just say a nice round number is 10 miles, right? So if the horizon is at 10 miles, that's essentially 10 times farther than where it should be, because the geometric horizon dictated by the globe mathematics, by that 3,959 miles, the horizon could be no more than 1.22 miles at 1 foot observer height where this camera is. So either the horizon is not geometric, which it isn't, by the way, it's not solid, right? Because we have other photographs, which I actually like when people post this, of there being a horizon before both of the oil rigs, okay? So that all of a sudden, does that mean that the Earth is this giant inflatable and deflatable yoga ball? Or, does it have to stay the same size all the time? So that means that you can't even use the horizon to measure the Earth, which is just the end of the globe, because that's supposedly how it was done by Al-Biruni about 1,000 years ago. So since we have a horizon in a photograph that's 10 times further than what it should be, if we went by 10 miles, that would make the Earth 246,000 miles in radius, I think. So 246,000 miles in radius is much larger than 3,959. I mean, this from us to it's the supposed distance between us and the moon, essentially. So that completely destroys the globe model right there. It's over. So just something to think about, right? If the horizon's not at 10 miles, or excuse me, if the horizon's not at 1 mile, 1.22 miles at 1 foot observer height, if it's farther than that at any point, right, then the ball's dead, period. The geometry fails. And if the geometry fails, then the entire model fails. So everything is predicated on the Earth being a ball. As soon as the Earth's not a ball, everything else falls apart. But you should go out and find a lake. I don't know where you're at, but if you're near the ocean, make a drive. If you're near a large lake, a big impoundment or something, pick a nice day where the waves aren't too choppy. Go out there and make some observations. Send your buddies on the other side. See what you can do. Miles are better than yards, obviously. So if you've got a long observable distance, go do it, because you can look up on Google right now, does water curve in a lake? Because people sometimes wonder, are lakes too small on the Earth to even curve? But if it's a ball, everything has to curve. And Google will say, yes, even the body of water that's small, like a lake, right, has to curve as well. So as soon as there's an observation beyond that 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, it's over. It's just done for. Anyway, thanks for playing along.
Yeah.
Black Swan.
Black Swan. Black Swan.
We'll quiz you on it in a week, RCO. So good
Yeah,
job.
I'll start taking notes.
I have a question if anyone would be able to answer it. So based off of if people are believing in the globe for like every mile out on the horizon, does anybody know off the top of their head what the drop would be on that?
It's 8 inches per mile squared. So you have to square the mile and then times 8. Okay. So 5 times 5, right? 25 times 8. And then that's your drop. It's exponential. It's not a slope, right? It's a circle. So that's why you have to square the mile.
That's basic geometry, is what that is on a ball. Any ball, any shape would have a certain drop rate that you could figure as long as you knew the radius or the diameter. You could figure that out in basic geometry. Real simple.
Now, some Globers will get all upset and they'll say like that 8 inches per mile is a parabola. Yeah, well, yeah, it is. Okay, so if you know what a parabola is, it's just kind of like this arc, like it's just the hump. If you've seen one. So it's that curvature at the top of the parabola, and it is only accurate to a certain distance. But in this particular instance, it's within 1% for about 1,000 miles. So it's pretty stinking accurate. So at 8 inches per mile square, you're going to be pretty much dead on accurate with whatever distance you're looking. Because I don't know anybody that can see 1,000 miles.
And the reason it's only accurate up to 1,000 miles, I don't know if you're familiar with what happens on a ball. The further you go away, further you keep going in one direction, you start going down the ball. There's a point in time to where it actually becomes vertical, almost actual vertical, because you're on the actual side of the ball. So even 1 foot out, you're going to drop a long ways. If you know what I'm saying? So that's why they say this globe calculator, this curve calculator is only accurate to 1,000 miles. It's because of that scenario. Because say you go the first mile, it only drops 8 inches. Well, you get way out there where you're actually going vertical. You're going over the edge of the ball, and then you go out another mile. You're going to drop all the way to the equator, basically, because you're basically vertically going straight down on a ball. That's why it's not accurate in these longer distances. If that made any sense. Hello?
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I was just asking like what do Globers basically determine the drop for per mile? That was just my question.
Well, like I said, this curve calculator came from a very staunch Glober who designed it, and it's very accurate. It's not something that flat earthers made. So when you ask what do Globers think, they think exactly what that curve calculator tells you, because they're the ones that made it.
Yeah, that was just my question. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Any other questions, does RCO or Gene Dog?
No, not for me. I'm just watching that video that was posted.
Fair enough. Feel free to pipe up anytime you want. Like I said, don't believe anything we're telling you. Just think for yourself.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Orion is getting ready to launch. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right. Fly it in space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. As the spacecraft and the upper stage begin their first lap around Earth, Mission Control in Houston is monitoring the progress of the flight. Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost, but Orion continues to receive and process data. Its computers can handle 480 million instructions per second. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Here's Apollo 12 astronaut Alan Bean being interviewed about the Van Allen radiation belts.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No, now I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
Didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation. Not on our mission, by the way, they hadn't been discovered yet.
So you see, he wasn't even sure what the Van Allen belts were, and when he was told, he basically says that the radiation belts didn't apply to his mission because they hadn't been discovered yet.
Okay. Okay.
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way, they hadn't been discovered yet.
The guy just said, maybe somebody said we just went through the Van Allen radiation belts, but how is that possible if they hadn't been discovered yet?
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way, they hadn't been discovered yet.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Not on our mission, by the way, they hadn't been discovered yet.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Oh, that awkward moment when you work for NASA and you debunk NASA's moon landings. Tisk tisk.
But it was just
I wonder
not
if he got
one
fired.
guy. Sorry, I rumpus somebody. Go ahead.
Probably it wasn't me.
I think I spoke over somebody, but no problem. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was just saying though, like a lot of them would see that and appeal to, well, it was just this one dude, you know, just like they do with Robert Simmons.
That was a good question. I wonder if that guy got fired for doing that video about the belts. Probably not.
Yeah, probably, definitely not, right?
I didn't mean to kill the chat. My bad.
How dare you?
That was rookie that you rumpused, I guess.
No, I was just making a quick comment. I didn't know somebody else was going to talk at the same time, so I felt like I was cutting in on him. Really, that I just didn't have a chance to say anything because I was doing something with the hose. And if I would have pushed the button, I probably would have squirted my phone with water. So.
It was a tie. It was a double rumpus. Y'all rumpused each other. So let's move along.
Sounds good to me. I just didn't mean to kill it.
I asked a Glober yesterday in chat, what map do you use? And his answer was SpaceX.com. Really?
What was his answer really?
Not even kidding. It was two answers. He said SpaceX.com and NASA.gov. Oh man, it's too good. State of the Glober 2022. Let me just sign in to SpaceX.com so I can travel on the interstate. Like, really?
Can't be making fun of SpaceX and CB. They've been doing great things for humanity for years. I just can't think of one right now, but I'm sure they've been doing great.
Well, they might come under some flack for this rocket that might be crashing into the moon here in a couple days. On Friday, apparently. So if it's SpaceX rocket, they're in big trouble.
Wow, that's a bad robot.
In space news, 4 hours ago, Elon Musk says SpaceX can protect the ISS after Russia threat. Don't worry, guys. SpaceX is on the rescue.
Don't worry, Elon Musk to the rescue. What a joke. My goodness. Elon Musk to the rescue.
Yep, nothing to worry about if Elon's on the coast. Sure.
Boy. You just made a believer out of me.
"23 hours ago from the Daily Beast, the new space race to the moon is really about going to Mars." Let's see what that has to say.
Don't you love how they just bypass the moon? Like, well, we've been there, done that. It's so easy. Let's go on to Mars. No
Yeah.
biggie.
I think I have a clip from Trump from back a few years ago. They asked him, or he was asking similar questions like, so why can't we go back to the moon? Why do we have to go to other places first? I'll see if I can find the clip. It's actually kind of funny.
They make going to Mars or the moon, going to space, they make it sound like going to the corner store for a chocolate bar and a bag of chips and a pop. Like,
yeah.
Everyone goes.
Well, someone's really roboting super bad. Anyway.
Probably me. I'll shut up. Go ahead, guys.
No, it wasn't you. Anyway, I was just going to say, now that I've forgotten what I was going to say, let me see if I can remember.
We were talking about like skipping past the moon, going other places.
Right.
Just see if I can jog your memory.
You might need something bigger than that. Might need a baseball bat or something.
Yeah, I'm just looking for this Trump clip. I'll see if I can find it.
I watched a clip with Elon Musk. It was 2 or 3 months ago, and he was kind of dogging on that that rocket that whoever went, was it Bezos or somebody that went up in that other rocket and supposedly went into space for a brief moment and then dropped back down or whatever that was called. He was kind of dogging on that, but he also said something that was really telling. He said something to the effect of that we need to learn how to go into orbit first. It's like indicating that no one has actually ever been into orbit around the Earth. And so basically he was telling that Bezos or whoever sent that rocket up said, you know, you shouldn't be too concerned about going to the moon or going anywhere else. He said, first of all, you should probably master or learn how to orbit the Earth, put something into actual orbit. That would probably be your first step, your first move. And then beyond that is like not really even should be discussed until you can orbit the Earth.
Right.
And that was basically what he was getting at. And it was almost like he was even talking about himself. It's like, we all need to learn that orbit's probably the first thing that needs to be done. If we actually think we're going to be going to space, we probably should learn how to orbit the Earth first. Which basically was telling me it's never been done yet as far as that goes. So let's keep this at one step at a time here, guys. Orbit the Earth first, and then we'll start talking about maybe going to these other places in Narnia.
Well, apparently you can just spray and pray stuff into the sky, right? You don't even need to do any measurements or anything. Just shoot it up there. It'll work.
Well, yeah, I suppose you could do that. Much like an Estes rocket kit that you buy when you're a kid. Yeah, sure, you can stick it on the little wire guiding rod and fire it off, and yeah, what goes up must come down. Yeah, sure, it'll go up and pop a parachute and come down. So yeah, I'd say you're right. Pretty much anybody can do that, and that's what they've been doing. Sending a rocket up really high, and then it comes back down.
Right.
Well, there's another thing that always gets me, that nobody ever seems to even question this part. That I've mentioned this several times, but nobody really says anything, especially a Glober. How far away do you think you could see? How tall are these rockets? Like the SpaceX rocket? How tall is that thing? Like what? 200 feet tall? 100 feet tall? How tall is it? Let's say it's 100 feet tall. Just a guess. Now, you take a 100-foot tall object, and then you start, both of you go up to, say, 100 feet off the ground, whatever, 50 feet off the ground, and then start moving it away from you. And take this 100-foot tall object, rocket, whatever, telephone pole, building, whatever, 100-foot tall. And you start moving away and away and away from it. How long is it before starts reducing in size, and then pretty soon you're looking at this little tiny thing in the distance, little tiny thing, and then pretty soon it disappears. It's the vanishing point. All things that you look at as far as objects like that, like you stick a bus or airplane, like a commercial airliner, in the sky, and it goes over the top, and you see it go over the top of you, and it disappears off into the distance, and then before long you don't see it anymore. It's gone. Disappeared because of its vanishing point. Too small to see at that point. How far is that, generally speaking, for a 100-foot tall object? Is it 100 miles? I would say probably less than, or I can't imagine seeing. I mean, I know how far 100 miles is. I live 30 miles from Salt Lake City. That would be 3 times that far. And if I was standing on the roof of my house, could I see a building, 100-foot tall building, at 100 miles away? I doubt it. I don't know what I guess there's math. There's ways to figure that out, and the size of an object and how far away, and how it reduces in size by a certain amount. There's mathematics that can get you close to a distance where that would actually be the vanishing point. But let's just say it's even 200 miles. I know for sure I couldn't see a 100-foot tall building at 200 miles. I just couldn't. It'd be too far away, it'd be too small. So they send these rockets up, these SpaceX rockets. They go up, you watch them, and they arch over, and you're watching them the whole time. You never see or hear a sonic boom. By this time, they're supposedly going way past the speed of sound. But apparently, they bypass the sonic boom somehow. or maybe they're going too fast. It just leaves the sonic boom behind. I don't know. Could someone please explain that to me? Anyway, and as this rocket just keeps going further and further away, then pretty soon it starts to arch down, and then it goes down and down. And they tell you that it's dropping over the edge of the planet, going into orbit, falling into this perpetual, whatever they call it, where they fall around the Earth in orbit, basically, like the ISS is supposedly doing. But if you're standing at the launch pad in Florida, and the edge of the globe would be like minimum 4,000 miles away. So for it, as it arches over and goes down and starts going down and then it disappears into the horizon, for it to be falling over the globe, it would have to be 4,000 plus miles away. And things disappear at 200 miles. But yet we see the rocket the entire time. As it goes up, arches over, starts to come down, goes down and disappears into the horizon, but never does it leave our eyesight. So how far away is it when it's dropping down and going and then it disappears into the horizon? At that point, how far is it? Seriously. 100? 200? Let's even say 500 miles. That's nowhere near the edge of the globe to be dropping and going into orbit. I mean, that's not even freaking close. I mean, obviously. So what's going on there, guys? I mean, this is common sense. I mean, and nobody picks up on this. Like, it's like, oh, I watched it the entire time. I watched it drop, fall, and go into orbit around the globe. Yeah, I watched a 100-foot tall object at 4,000 plus miles. I still had my eye on it the whole time. Oh yeah, there it was. I seen it. I don't doubt you seen it. But what I doubt was how far away it was. So, can anybody tell me how far away it was as it disappeared into the horizon, supposedly dropping around the edge of the globe? Far away would that be? Still see it? Anybody?
I have no idea. What do you think?
If I can still see it, probably less than 100 miles.
Yeah, right. Closer than what they say. I mean,
closer. I mean,
have you seen one in person?
That's a whole lot different than just closer. You were talking 4,000 miles to 100 miles. It's a pretty huge difference there. Anyway, what were you about to say?
Have you seen any of these launches or anything?
Just on TV, just watched them on screen.
On TV, yeah.
Yeah.
Where they usually are.
Yeah. But I did the image I seen on the TV screen was showing the rocket the whole time. At least it was still showing the smoke and, maybe a little tiny rocket or whatever at the tip of it there as it's dropping into the horizon. But regardless, at 4,000 miles, the smoke, everything would have disappeared. If it was 4,000 miles away, there's just no way you could see anything of that nature that far away. That's just, it's impossible. You can't see that far, especially something that big. Now, if it was something the size of the moon, yeah, you might be able to see it. And if it was up above the atmosphere, where you look straight across the ground, you're seeing through a lot more dense atmosphere with pollution and whatever else is in the air. Obviously, it's full of shit that we're living in a soup of toxic garbage. But when you look straight up, it's only maybe a mile thick or whatever, 2 miles thick, who knows? And then once you get up that high, that all the pollution and shit's pretty much settled, hanging around the earth. But what I'm getting at is still, though, you can't. I just don't understand why people aren't questioning. Well, how can I still see this thing if it's supposedly dropping into orbit around the edge of the end, over the edge of the globe. I mean, no one thinks how far that way. How far is that? How far would that have to be? Oh, geez, it would have to be over 4,000 miles. And I'm watching it the whole time. I mean, ding, 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 red flags. But nobody says anything. Nobody acts like, what's going on here? But I'm telling you, I want to know what's going on. How come we can still see it?
One of them conspiracy theorist kind of guys?
Yes, I am.
You're supposed to say, no, I'm a realist, a conspiracy realist.
No, I'm just about to define to you what kind of conspiracy guy I am.
Yeah.
I'm the kind of guy that takes a conspiracy theory, especially like this one, and throws it in the fucking garbage where it belongs.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm a conspiracy theorist, but yeah, what I do is I gather them up as quick as I can, as many of them, throw them in the trash.
Well, you see, sir, what you were seeing there was a mirage. You didn't calculate for the gravitational refraction or anything. So, what's your problem?
Well, my problem is that I don't think you could come up with enough refraction, enough of anything atmospheric wise or whatever that would allow you to see something falling over the edge of the globe. I
And
mean,
what you're seeing here is a mirage.
Yeah.
The only thing that's refracted is the ballers' minds.
Exactly. So basically, I'm just in awe to when I think about this subject that I've been talking about, that nobody, especially on the globe side, just says, "Wait a minute, how could I possibly see something 100 feet tall at 4,000 miles away?" I mean, wait a minute, does this something I should be thinking about, or should I just be thinking, "Oh no, it's falling over it's just falling over the edge of the globe like they're telling us." There's no reason to question that. It's only 4,000 miles away. It's not like it's trying to see something from here to the moon, or I don't know. I don't get it. Nobody considers the fact that it would have to be over 4,000 miles away, and they're still watching it. Okay, something's wrong here. Something's seriously wrong with that picture. I'm here to tell you. And why aren't you guys giving me answers? The frick is going on here? Like somebody, why can't you just straighten me out here a little bit on this? Where am I going wrong?
You're not accounting for gravitational refraction. I told you.
Oh, fuck.
Just deal with it. Just deal with
it. That's too easy of a save for him. I'm sorry. Refraction.
Yeah. Well, if they're jumping on a bandwagon, they just picked one. Like that would be the closest one around. Like so.
I guess. Fuck. Holy shit.
Appeal to bandwagon fallacy.
There you go. They're appealing to something that I can't see it. I mean, I'm sorry. There must be something wrong with my eyes or something wrong with my mind, because I'm not seeing it. I didn't think I could see that far. I mean, I learned something new today, I guess. I can see a 100-foot tall building 4,000 miles away. Good hell. I got some good friggin' eyes, man.
So apparently Coca-Cola is reviving its space-themed interests after 35 years of partnership with NASA. They're releasing a limited edition Space flavored Coke.
Oh, I thought you were going to say a rocket shaped can or something.
It should have all original ingredients like cocaine, right?
Might need it to get where they say you're going to go.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Load me up, because otherwise I ain't going to be able to get with the program here. Juice me up a little.
If you want a fake space, right in their face, cocaine.
All righty.
They go high, they go high, they go high. Cocaine.
apparently Coca-Cola teamed up with NASA in 1985 and created a special space can for the soda. This was made, this made Coke one of the first soft drinks to travel to space and the first one ever consumed there.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and can you please explain what kind of a container was this Coke in that went to space?
Yeah, well,
was it a pressure?
Was it
a pressurized can? Was it a pressurized can in a vacuum?
I think it was normal can, but
Yeah, well, that's pressurized then, right? When you pop the lid of a Coke, what does it do? Psst, lets the pressure out, right? Yeah? No?
Yep.
Okay, so it's a pressurized can, very thin-walled can. Boy, if you think it could withstand staying together in the vacuum of space, why don't you first try it in the vacuum in your science lab? The little glass domes they put there, and they hook a vacuum pump up to it and boil water at room temperature, and all these various little things, little tricks they do to show us what happens in a vacuum. What do you think would happen to that Coke can in that vacuum?
What do you want them to do? God rock and just drink water?
Well, yeah, I want to know how they're going to get any water, anything to stay. You couldn't even have water stay. Yeah, water would be a good thing because you wouldn't have any water in space. It would instantly expand into vapor. I mean, it would, in a flash, it would want to expand into the available space because there's no more atmospheric pressure holding it in liquid form. That's why water is in liquid form on Earth, because of the 14.7 pounds of barometric pressure on the surface of the water that is pushing down, holding down, which eliminates it from turning to gas. Now you take that pressure off in a vacuum on your science lab, you'll pump the air out and it starts to boil at room temperature at a very low vacuum. It doesn't take the kind of vacuum that they say is up there. It takes a much less vacuum. You just have to reduce the pressure by, I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it's not that much. And water starts to turn to steam. So I think water would be a very difficult thing to possess in a vacuum. You'd never be able to have water. It would instantly want to become steam.
Are you, sorry, I don't want to jump in. Are you finished?
Yeah, I can be done, sure.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to jump in and say, yeah, I love water when it comes to the International Swimming Station and NASA, because the different clips, one guy saying, oh, we use these super absorbent towels because we don't want water going anywhere in here. It could be very dangerous. And then you got other clips with the chick washing her hair and the water's just going everywhere and anywhere and she doesn't care. It's floating around, little balls.
Well,
what the hell? 1 minute it matters, the next it doesn't.
Well, that would have to be.
I mean, she's got to have her hair on point if she's going to be on the space station.
Right.
Come on, man.
That space station would have to be highly pressurized to keep that water in liquid.
Well, they must be at least as they claim in low Earth orbit, because I don't know how they get those balls. You know what I mean? Sometimes they have the ball and they inject the dye in it and stuff in front of the camera. I don't know how the fuck they're doing that shit.
Called the
Because if it was 0G, wouldn't it fucking
called the
kind
vomit
of?
comet.
Yeah, but if it was that 0G shit, wouldn't it be a little more? I guess not. That OK Go video shows how shit floats really well.
Well, water has
Yeah.
it's got surface tension, and it
Yeah,
holds
yeah, it is.
holds itself
Yeah.
together. In a 0G, it would form a ball and would float around because of the surface tension. But that's provided you had pressurized system that held the water from turning to steam first. So the space station must be pressurized very near the pressure that we experience here on Earth. And those walls of even a wall of the vacuum they built here on Earth, what were they, 8-foot thick walls? And when they sucked, they hooked up the vacuum pump to it, started sucking all the air out of it, and it only got down to something like 6 or 7 torr, whatever it is. And that's the pump's still running hard, but they couldn't get it any lower. And you know why? Because the oxygen molecules and gas molecules were coming through the walls, through the 8-foot thick concrete. Yeah.
But we're on Mars, though. We're on Mars, God Rockin', don't you know?
Okay. I mean, there's just some things that are really fishy to me here. I mean, I'm sorry, but call me a skepticist, I guess, or whatever. But this shit ain't adding up. Being able to be in anything, being in a vacuum that's pressurized. I'm sorry, it just doesn't even seem possible. Period.
And God Rockin', you are absolutely right. Things are very fishy out in space. Guess what? NASA just discovered the fish nebula.
Oh my gosh.
It's swimming through a milky substance of nebula stuff. Just kidding. I made it all up.
I was believing you because I've heard some pretty fucking weird shit from NASA.
How would you know if it was made up or if it was real? See, you guys believed it because it sounds just like the rubbish they actually send out.
Do you know how you know, Sonny? Do you know how you really know? The minute they open their fucking mouth, that's how you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Celebrate Truth had a post about something like that. He made something up and he admitted it at the end, and he's like, see, if I didn't tell you I made that up, you'd be thinking it was real.
So anyway, these ideas of a spacesuit, pressurized spacesuit in space. Try that in a vacuum on Earth, just a real low vacuum, and see what happens to that spacesuit. It swells up and pops relatively fast. So I don't know what they're doing to make it work in space, but it's confusing me because they can't even do it on Earth in a small vacuum with it's not even close.
Yep. So once again, I made an announcement earlier. Any of you mouthpieces, astrophysicists, PhDs in astronomy, cosmology, any of those so-called sciences, come in, because you're on all the medias, you're on all the print literature, you're on everywhere in the school books. So why wouldn't you just be able to come out and talk about what you are postulating?
Yeah, explain some of these things I've been talking about to me. Please explain to me how these you can have a pressurized spacesuit in a vacuum to whatever level they say is out there. I mean, can you please show me how that works? How the human body even stays together. It's a pressurized system too.
We interrupt this broadcast to introduce a new member of the panel. Velvet Mattress. Velvet Mattress is here. Hello.
Hello. Yes.
How are you today?
Welcome to the server.
So far, so good. Try
far,
to
so
explain some jokes to some people.
Pardon me?
you're trying
I
to
actually try to explain some jokes to some people, so that's all.
Here or elsewhere?
Elsewhere.
Oh, are they good jokes? Could you tell them to us?
There is sci-fi series made by BBC called Red Dwarf, and in some discussion there come actually guy who call himself a Crichton, which is robot in the series, and I actually make fun of it, and I make fun of the character of Crichton. I stay put in the logistic of the series, so I attack him as he was the character of the Crichton, which is a domestic robot made from cleaning, and I use the jokes which was actually used in the series, and he kind of get insulted. I don't get why, because if he call himself a Crichton, and if I talk with him as he is the Crichton, why he's actually get upset?
Because you're making. Are you making? Let me get this clear. I'm not quite sure because I don't know the series. I'm not familiar with that. But for anybody else, just to make it more clear. So, you're making fun of the sci-fi series? Is that what's going on?
Yes.
Okay.
Precisely.
And so somebody that likes the series or believes in space, they got upset. Is that what you're saying?
I guess, but I hold the same beliefs, so I don't get it.
Oh, you believe that Earth is a spinning ball as well?
Yeah, I do. I never make. I never hide it. I said it when I was accepted in the site, and I don't make big fuss about it. But I actually don't get how somebody who actually understand the universe the same way I do get insulted if I actually use his joke and just expand on it. That's something what I do actually understand.
Okay, I understand now more about the situation. Thanks for clarifying that. So what is your understanding of the universe where we are here?
Do I have to actually vocalize myself? Because I actually don't want to.
Okay, that's fine. How about this? I'll redirect. Is that acceptable?
Completely.
If I just redirect? Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I have no problem with it.
Good. Do you ever experience curvature, rotation, or gas pressure without a container ever in your experience in life?
Me, myself, personally.
Yeah, what do you experience? Like when you go outside, do you experience curvature?
I experience the change of the time if I travel through long distances, so I guess I would say yes. But it's my personal experience, and I understand you don't have to agree on that. So,
well, okay, then no, it's fine. Your answer is fine. What sense is it that you're using to determine this vertical drop in elevation as you're traveling?
I don't sense the vertical drop. I sense the shift in the night and day, because if I travel to the mind point for 12 hours, I actually experience the change between the nightfall and the...
Okay, but that's not curvature, but that's motion, but that's okay. We can go into motion. So in motion, so you see...
He's talking about time zones.
Yeah, kind of.
No, not really. But anyway, we're not talking about time zones. Anyway, so you don't experience motion. So you see the sky, everything in the sky moving around us, but we don't sense any of that. So what sense would you be using to determine that you're in motion?
Okay.
When you experience every single motion, if you're conscious, every tiny little motion of your head, you sense every single motion. You know what direction that is, what angle it is, tiny little movements, every single thing you sense it. So if we're moving at 1,039 at the equator, miles per hour, what is causing you to not sense that motion, which is much stronger than anything you're experiencing here on the surface?
Okay, you actually want the scientific answer from me. I'm not scientist. I'm not scientific person. I'm just a humble blacksmith. But if I have to be forced to answer, I experience shift in the light and dark, and therefore I understand I actually moving on the curved surface. That's just my knowledge.
Okay, but okay. Do you then?
No.
But I would just go into the 3 points with you. These are 3 questions, if you don't mind, and there's no gotcha here. You've been really cordial to begin with, and everything's just going to stay calm. We're just having a conversation, right? So, if I could ask you these 3 points, and now these 3 questions are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes. I'll just go through them briefly. The 3 questions are curvature: when, where, and how was it measured? Number 2 is axial rotation: how, when, and where was it detected to be in motion? And the third one is gas pressure existing next to a vacuum without a container. So now, if you know if you know the answer to one of these and you say that you know, then we will ask you. But if you don't know, it's just honest. You seem really honest. Blacksmith is a very noble trade. I think you probably want to be an honest person. So I'll just ask you the first one. Do you know when, where, and how, any time in history, that Earth's curvature was directly measured?
Round 1. You mean directly? Directly as precise. I think it was never completely precisely measured, but from my knowledge, it was precisely measured in the ancient Greece by the sun, shadows, and equator. This is not a sharp answer. This is shallow answer from my shallow knowledge.
Okay, that's very good, and that's a common answer we get here. But do you realize, well, you may not realize, but this effect of the shadows can be done on both types of surfaces.
Maybe.
So therefore, if it can be done on both surfaces, it proves neither. And secondarily, it's not a measurement at all, because that's not a measurement. You can't presuppose the sun at infinite distance streaming parallel light rays. This is all assumed to start your proof. That's not any kind of proof. We're in 2022, and we have ways of detecting physical surfaces or objects or whatever you want to call it in motion. We can detect motion of things very easily with the high-tech instrumentation that we have available to us now, not 200 BC. So that's not a physical direct measurement. It has to be physical, has to be direct.
Okay.
Yeah. So so you don't know of one other than Eratosthenes? Is that what you're saying?
I'm actually saying absolutely nothing. So,
okay. Okay, yeah, it's fair. So you don't know right at this time. That's fine. That's all we're trying to determine. So go to the second one. So when, where, and how was Earth's axial rotation detected?
Round
2. Do you ask me how we detect the rotation axis of the Earth?
Of Earth, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Look, how to put this as much clear as I want to do this. I'm not here to actually try to disprove your point of view.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
actually please let me finish.
I'm sorry.
I'm actually here to actually enjoy kind of chill debate with people who have maybe different point of view than I, and I actually don't want to start a fight because
listen. No, I don't want to fight, and I do want to stop you just to like clarify. Listen, any of these questioning or anything like that, in spite of anything you might think or perceive about it with my tone of voice or anything like that, is not a gotcha. None of these things are gotcha. We're really just asking honestly, what do you know right now about the question being asked? So now we're on 2. So when, where, and how was this axial rotation detected? If you say no, that's honest. So if you say yes, then we would need to ask exactly how, when, and where this rotation was detected on the surface of Earth, because we're only on the surface.
Yeah, I actually understand you. My point of view is to be completely clear. I came here as somebody who actually have one particular point of view, which is to practice English. That's my point of view. I don't have answer on this question. I'm not theologian.
Okay.
I'm not a scientist, and I actually came to this server by simply browsing through different servers, and I actually find the server as server.
Okay. So so it sounds like you want to learn English, but you also want to know how flat earthers think and what we think about and what kind of things we might know, right? You would like to know that, right?
Yeah.
So
Sometimes, of
okay,
course.
so here's the deal. Like these 3 questions are twofold. If you're open to receiving new information, you'll look at it honestly and say, if you don't know that, you really don't know. And you're being honest with us, and that is very much appreciated here. So listen, this is not a gotcha. Like, we're not trying to one-up anybody here. We're not trying to press you. And so this is the best way to get to know where we're coming from, these 3 points. And once we get done, then you can continue to ask any of the questions about the 3 points or anything else that's on the top of your head that you want to ask a flat earther. Okay, so let me finish then. So that I suppose you were saying that you were honest. You said on number 2 rotation, you don't know, and congratulations, nobody else here anywhere in this panel has ever been able to answer yes to those questions. The last question is this one. They tell us we're in a gas pressure system. We know we have gas pressure because we can measure it, 14.7 psi at sea level. That's supposed to be existing next to a vacuum of 10 to the 17 torr, negative 10 to the 17 torr out in the vacuum of space with no barrier. Do you know what the cause of gas pressure is?
No.
Okay, so how gas pressure is caused is it's measured in cubic centimeters squared or pounds per square inch, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's a pressure measurement of a square inches of a container. You can't even measure gas pressure without a barrier, a container. There's no such thing as gas pressure without a container. So the third question is, do you know of any time that someone has been able to produce gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, look, to be absolutely honest, I think you actually have to ask this question to physicists or nuclear physicists or somebody who actually understands this problem.
It's very simple. It's the gas laws. So it's the first and second laws of thermodynamics. You have entropy, right, which will always occur. So gas pressure high will always go to low. It will always fill the available volume. Like
Yeah,
so high pressure. It always goes
I think
that's it.
You was always very polite, but I think you're talking about closed system versus open system. But as I said, I'm not schooled in this point of view, so I don't will even touch that.
Okay, no problem. I guarantee you, if you stick around here long enough, VM, you're going to find more information about the globe and what they're saying about it than anywhere else is right here. This is the repository. So yes, here, so the answer is no. No one has ever been able to show a demonstration violating the second law of thermodynamics. That would be gas pressure without a container. So we're asking the Globers to give us this demonstration of gas pressure to show it can exist. No one can do it because it would violate natural law of thermodynamics. So congratulations. I just want to finish up, congratulations on, working with me and just having a regular conversation here. You finished the whole thing. You were honest, and nobody has been able to answer those 3 questions. And now I'm going to just ask a mod, if someone's here, can give him the 3-point participant role. And then you can continue to ask this panel any other questions you want, okay? And I'm going to kind of yield the floor because I talk a lot. And I want to welcome you to the server. Absolutely, it's good talking with you, and I hope you enjoy your time here. And take it easy, and we'll be talking again later.
Yeah, I actually do because look, as I said, my primary point of view is actually to learn how to speak in English with people. I may disagree, but I actually don't want to engage in fight. I actually want to engage in talking. And this is one of the few servers when I actually think I actually do that, which is actually kind of enjoyable. I would, as a theist and maybe the absolute asshole I am, I would never thought I find this common ground on the flat Earth server, which I actually utterly enjoy. My point of views, I don't impose them on anybody. That's
very
only
good. Very
things I think, and I actually want to speak with people who has completely different points of view than are mine, and I want to speak with them freely without some over talking, hate speech, and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And
sure. No
I
problem.
didn't find it.
I understand, VM. And you know what? I wanted to break in just for a second. We have other voice channels here, Chill Chat, where it's not on the live stream. And we can talk about anything there. There's a biblical channel we can go to. There's all these different things. There's a cinema.
I understand. What I'm actually trying to say, I didn't find a calmer server than this is, and that's what I actually understand, and I actually enjoy, because this platform, when I actually can talk with people, even with people who know my points of view, even if I am not able to support them from the pocket, and you just don't go and gang up on me and hate me because I'm somebody different. And that's something I didn't experience in any other server. And even if this is maybe the heated channel, it's still more cooler channel than the other channels on the other servers. So I actually enjoy this platform because I think this is like, we can talk with each other.
Very
without
good.
hate.
Very good. That's
So
what we want.
I-
That's what we want to do. We want to talk with people just like you, VM. And like I said, I hope you enjoy your time here. There's a lot to learn here. So ask these people in the panel right now. I'm sure they're dying to speak with you. And I wanted to ask you one more thing. What country are you from? Just so I have a ballpark. I can't place it exactly.
Czech Republic.
Czech Republic. Okay, very good. I know where that is on maps when I was learning. But the other thing I wanted to say, we're not the Flat Earth Society, right?
Yes.
And do you know what the Flat Earth Society portrays?
Maybe kinda. I'm trying to
Like
learn.
a flat disk in space traveling upward at 9.8 meters per second squared. Is that kind of the idea when you think of flat Earth? Do you have an image in your mind of what flat Earth is?
Maybe, kinda.
Like, what does the image look like? Is it like an object? Is it in space still?
Yeah, I actually don't know.
Don't know. Okay, no, very good. I want to clear that up because none of us believe any of that. Earth is still and has foundations, and it's not moving at all. And everything rotates above us like a clock in the same geographical locations for 5, 6, 7, 8, 10,000 years. Who knows how long?
Yeah,
So
maybe I have a completely different idea, but I don't mind to learn about your idea. So
very good, very good. And you know what? I am going to.
I actually understand that the minorities can be grossly misunderstood about the global media, and that's kind of one of the points where I'm here, because you give me your ideas.
Yes.
I want to hear it from you.
Yeah, you're going to learn more and more, and it's going to be great. And I look forward to. I'd be glad to help you with your English anytime. You could DM me if you have a question like that. But I'm going to back off a little bit here so the rest of the panel can have a chance as well. And it's nice meeting you. And like I said, I look forward to speaking to you again. But I have to take a break.
Yeah, welcome, VM. You're doing very good at English. Is my mic working right now?
Thank you.
Yeah, Dave, you're coming through. I was actually going to comment on the English as well. I had a question for you, VM. Like,
yeah, David, your English is coming along pretty well too.
Thanks, man. Go ahead, CB.
Yeah, I was just going to ask VM, like, how good do you think your English is, like on a scale of 1 to 10?
Oh, I know I understand almost everything I heard, but I'm very bad to voicing my ideas. So
I think it sounds good to me.
yeah, maybe. But sometimes I get stuck on word, on idea that I'm actually not capable of voicing. So that's my shortcoming.
So just to follow up real quick, and I'll let somebody else chime in, because my mic will probably suck here in a second. But the 3 points that Sonny went through with you, that was basically, it's kind of like we establish that it's okay you think you live on a globe. We welcome people that think that, because we all used to think that too. But it just established that it's basically a belief in your mind. You don't have any actual real world proof for any of the globe claims. Is that correct?
I don't think so, but because I'm the minority right here, I have no right to rock the boat. So I'm
it's
here
okay.
to. Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
it's okay. We're just having a conversation. Now, go ahead and say what you're going to say.
What I have to say, I actually think the Earth is globe. I actually think we rotate around the sun, and I actually think we live in the galaxy much vast than we actually can comprehend. But that's just my point of view, and you may have a completely different point of view. And when I actually make the interview to actually enter the server, I make a valve to not fuck with these ideas. So if you ask me directly, I answer you directly, but I would not make this in the just vast debate, because this is my personal view, but I'm here because I enjoy the company. I enjoy the company, and therefore I would not dispute your point of view, because you have your point of view and you are completely entitled to have your point of view, and who am I to actually fuck with it?
Well, that's fair enough. I mean, all of us here, I mean, I ain't going to say all of us, but most of us used to believe exactly what you believe. I used to believe it. I was on a ball zipping around through infinite space and all that stuff. So, and the main point I was trying to make real quick is we've established, I don't know whether you agree with it or not, you think you're on a globe right now in space, but that's basically a belief in your mind. You don't have any concrete evidence to prove that to yourself, do you? Do you experience anything that the globe claims? Do you experience any motion? Do you see your?
Yeah, look, I think I do so, but it's, as I said, my belief. And
Okay.
because we
Well, you just said it's a
we
belief. That's
handling
fine.
we actually handling this thing as a belief system. I'm the
Just
one who is the odd one out, and therefore I don't want to rock the boat. So
well, that's
I'm
okay, man.
here to actually try to understand your point of view, to understand what are you actually understanding things. If I pick and choose to actually thought this thing with you, I would do this with you on personal level, not in the level of the server, because this server has pretty strict and pretty easily understandable rules, which I actually want to not break. Therefore,
Okay, that's
I won't do this in the open
don't worry.
forum. I
Yeah, don't
can do
worry
it
about rocking the
with
boat, man.
no. I meant I'm actually completely capable do it with you to, I don't know, maybe through the DMs, but I won't do it in the open forum because this is server which is set on very simple rules, which is very simple to follow. And when I join in, I actually swear to not rock the boat and to not do some things. I actually swear not to troll. I swear not to make bullshit arguments. I swear not to do ill-informed things. And because I'm not a geologist, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a physicist, I cannot do anything of those things because I'm not a scientist. That's
Okay,
simple as
fair
that.
enough. I understand where
That
you're coming from, man. Just real quick, and I'll let somebody else engage with you. But just when you're thinking about right now, you believe you're on a globe, right? And you learned that, I assume, like when you were young, like in the elementary school or grade school, or they had a globe in the classroom, right?
Yes, I said it a few minutes before. I'm atheist. I'm somebody who thinks the Earth is a sphere. I think
Right.
we are spinning in a universe, and
Right, but
I
I'm
think
talking about when they first taught you it was a globe. My main question is, they taught you it was a globe. They told you it was a globe, but did they actually prove anything to you, or they just?
I think my traveling experience tells me the Earth is a globe. That's my experience. I'm
Yeah,
not
but
enforcing on
we
you.
went over this earlier though, and you couldn't tell me what experience that was. And the 3 points, you did not provide any actual proof of any of those 3 claims. And by the way, what Earth is not a scientific question. So you don't need to be a scientist. It's geometry. That's all it is. If you can do 5th grade geometry, you can go out and debunk the globe tomorrow. Go to the coastline, look 5 miles down the beach, zoom into the shoreline. There should be 16 feet of drop in 5 miles. That hasn't been found.
Again,
I've done this myself. I've debunked the globe time and time again, just myself, hundreds and hundreds of times. I live right on the coast where water is all over the place.
Again, please.
So no, what I'm
I
saying
said this
hold
is
on, listen,
my
no,
personal.
I'm going to stop you. Hold on, I'm not quite done. What I'm trying to tell you is simply this: you could go out yourself, take the dimensions that they gave us, that all of us learned, with this radius dimension is exact number. You can go out and check on the surface and see if the required drop. That's what we did. And in the Black Swan, for instance, the horizon is well beyond 10 miles. You can see everything up into then, and the islands behind 30 miles. That would make, the at 10 miles, that would make Earth's radius 264,000 miles. We debunked the globe dimensions. Do you want to see the evidence of that? And then let me finish further. Wait. I think really slowly sometimes. So I know it sounds like there's a pause there, but hold on. If the Earth really is flat and we did debunk the radius dimension, would you want to know about that?
Yes, I think the math on your end is wrong.
We're not using our end. The math is not our. No, the math is not from our end. It's from the globe side. We didn't make the math.
Let me finish. Let me finish. I'm not here to rock the boat.
I know.
Your boat.
You're not.
And
it's fine.
You can think I'm wrong.
No.
Maybe
I'm going to stop you right now. Hold on. Stop for a second. Stop talking. This what we do here is not about what we think or what we believe or what we perceive or how we feel about it. We went and measured Earth's surface ourselves, and it doesn't match the globe predictions at all. That's what happened. That's what happened in real life. That's what happened. So let me ask you. Let me ask. Stop talking.
Right,
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Okay.
How confident are you that you are on a spinning globe? In a percentage-wise, give me a number percentage-wise. How confident are you?
More than 100%, but that's
more
my
than
point of view.
100%. You want to think about second thought on that? Take another second or two. Rethink that for a second.
Sonny, he thinks that when you go...
I don't need any help. Stop. So just a percentage.
Look, I already give you.
Okay, 100%. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's. Hold on. No, I'm not done. I was asking a question. I'm giving you the whole thing. So yeah, 100%. So how many? Because you provided zero actual information or proof of anything of the three claims I asked you. No curvature measurement was provided. No detection of axial rotation was provided. And you don't have gas pressure without a container anywhere and ever. And so therefore, all you think you know about the globe are only beliefs. That's it. That's it. You only have a belief about it. So how many other things in life? I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. So how many other things in life are you 100% sure of with zero proof?
Very many, but if I may,
what did you say?
If I may, actually,
what's your answer to that question? How many other things in life do you go around 100% sure of that you have zero proof? Could you please answer that?
Very many. So
you go around believing things with zero proof all the time?
I actually don't need the proof to my belief.
Okay,
that's
my case. You don't need proof.
That's actually
I rest my case. I'm done, so anyone else can have fun.
Yeah, but actually, I told you this before, and I actually told you this before you actually asked me. I have no proof to present to you people to my point of view. I said this is just my point of view. And I never attack anybody else's point of the view. I said, this is just me and what I think. And that was absolutely all. So
yeah, that's
I actually never attack.
Yeah, we know
that. But everything I told you is not a point of view. Everything that came out of my mouth is not a point of view. This is not the point of view, or what do you feel about the color orange, server? We're talking about really is, not what we believe. That's just religious rhetoric that is coming out of your mouth. If you If you have zero proof, but you believe it 100%, that's religious zealotry. By definition, that's what it is. And I'm being nice about it.
Okay.
It really is. You're the most religious person here in this whole panel.
But I actually never disagree with you. So
Okay,
what
good.
is your
Okay,
problem?
good. Then we're okay then. Yeah, it's all good, man. But this is not a point of view. This measurement is not a point of view. We did it over and over. It's repeatable, verifiable, falsifiable.
And I actually never disagree with you. So I said
That's
my
okay.
point of view. I said my statement. I said I do this for myself. So I never actually challenge anybody.
Okay, that's
Anybody in
good.
this
So
room.
you only have a point of view for your cosmology. What we have is actual verifiable proof beyond a shadow of a doubt. So you can have fun with your belief system, but it's a fairy tale like Santa Claus. It's just the adult version of a fairy tale. That's all it is.
Yeah, but
You can have fun with that,
do you
but I don't
actually
know how
do you
long you're going to last around here because we don't really like religious zealotry that much. It kind of bugs a lot of people.
yeah,
Here.
do
Just
do you
saying.
actually do
So if
yeah,
you want to learn more
you
information, that's fine. And if you're going to talk over me, then you will get muted. But you can learn a lot of information here still. And there's a lot of Globers that still come around and talk with us. Because like you said, it is a good place to learn about Earth. And it is a good place to have a
okay,
discussion.
actually, do you actually want to talk with me or do you actually want to fight with me? Because this is
I'm not
the
fighting.
most important point.
I'm not fighting, but you're just being really religious when you're talking about the globe with zero proof.
I
Yeah,
said
Sonny,
this is
I think,
my view. I
yeah, we
didn't
get that,
fight your
though.
point of
But
view.
yeah, yeah, we get
I
that.
actually
Yeah.
said I'm here because I think this room is kind of mellow and I like to talk in English. That was all I did. And I actually stated my point of view and I didn't impose those things on anybody. I didn't say you have to understand.
Neither did
You
I.
agree with
Yeah.
me
Neither
or
did
you
I.
understand me. I
I'm not
said
pushing
I'm
anything.
here to practice my language skills.
That's good.
I'm
The
here
last
just
thing
to
we would want
talk
to
with
do
people,
is try to convince you.
and
Wait a
we
second.
can
No one's trying to convince you here, but you just keep talking over me. So no one's trying to convince you here of anything. So just, I want to be clear about that. And go ahead, Dandelion, you were trying to say something.
I was just going to say, I mean, VM, yeah, we're not. We want you to feel free to express your globe beliefs. You keep acting like you're reluctant, like you're going to offend us. We've heard it all. Believe me, we've heard all the globe believers' recitation of their dogma. Like, if you would like to recite your globe believer dogma for us, that's perfectly fine. Don't feel like you're going to offend us or rock the boat. We've heard it all. You can't shock us. I mean, actually, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to take that back because when you went through the 3 points with Sunny and said you recognized that you had no proof of curvature, no proof of rotation, no proof of gas pressure without a container, you have no idea any backup for these claims. You just assume someone smarter than you has figured it out. And yet at the same time, you're 100% sure. I think I've heard of 100% sure before, but it's really rare. Like the most like recalcitrant glober people who are, really into it. Like a guy the other week who was going to put a rocket up in, he thought he was going to see curvature with this little project. He even said 99. I think Bob User said 99. Serious glober. I mean, like 100% sure of something. That's why Sonny got a little frustrated. I don't blame him. Like he went through all that with you. And even though you acknowledge you have no objective proof, you're still at 100%. You don't see the disconnect there?
Yeah, I actually see. I have
Cool.
actually have no problem with that. The problem is, I never said you have to agree with me. Because I kind of
We
like you.
don't. Yes, we aren't
Yeah,
asking. We know you're
yeah,
here to convert.
like,
You're
look,
never going to convert us, VM, just because, like what Sonny just told you, it's an objective
no,
fact and measurement that
no,
we
look,
have evidence for. So we are 100% sure there's no globe, but we actually have facts, evidence, logic to back it up, which, you'd think you'd be interested in, asking us about it.
look, if you let me finish my thought, I give you my thought, and my thought is, I'm not here to convince you about my point. No.
This is getting
That's
old.
a completely foolish point of view. I'm on the flat earth server, so I actually understand how you think. And this is not dismissing. This is, I'm actually looking for different thinking people, and I actually want to talk with them. But it would be completely dishonest if I hide my origin. So I give you my origin. I give you that, and you can make the conscious decision or of keeping me here or kicking me out. I do not want to be kicked out, and therefore, if I stand my statements, I give them as somebody who's thinking only for itself. So my thoughts is my thoughts. My understanding is my understanding. I don't invalue your understanding, your points of view. But if you actually want to speak with somebody who is on the other side of the barrier,
Excuse me. What understanding could you possibly have without any proof?
Velvet, where are you from, if I may ask?
Hold on, I was waiting for an answer. Dude, you just butt in right when someone's supposed to be answering? Who was that?
Excuse me, I didn't think you was going to answer the question. My bad.
Yeah, you didn't think. Well, just wait before you jump, all right?
yeah, okay. I actually answer you. I'm somebody who is from the different camp, but I'm still willing talking to you. Listen
I
to your
asked you a
arguments.
question. I asked you a question.
Actually,
No, you're not answering the question. I asked you a question. What understanding do you have of anything with zero proof?
the problem is you do the same thing.
You're not answering. Could you please answer the question? What understanding could you possibly have with zero proof?
Where is the zero proof, actually?
You said you had zero proof.
I said,
Yeah,
I'm here.
you actually demonstrated that you have zero proof.
Yeah, why are you actually acting
I'm not acting.
agnostically?
I'm just being casual. I'm just sitting here in my kitchen, looking out my window.
Yeah, but you're still attacking me. I'm
not
here.
attacking you. I asked you what understanding could you possibly have, or anyone have, with zero proof.
Daddy, chill.
Then
There
don't
is
direct-
actually no ground if you have zero proof. So
No understanding without proof. Thank you.
that's not precisely what I said, but okay.
Yeah, that is just an objective fact. That's just reality. So yeah, Scraw wanted to know where you were from. If you'd like to answer that, you may.
What country do you come from?
Czech Republic, he said earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Look, I'm here to talk, and I have to express this again, to talk with people who have different ideas that are opposed to my own. So I'm here to actually speak with people in the kindest possible manner with people who have different ideas than there are my own. I don't impose my ideas.
You said that already, and we don't have ideas here. We've actually went out and checked the Earth itself, and it's not curving anywhere.
I think this debate is a little bit deeper, but okay. Okay. Okay, maybe the plot is maybe the Earth is flat. Okay.
No, not maybe. Listen, not maybe the Earth is flat. It empirically, objectively, measurably is absolutely flat.
Away from
It
this 100%.
isn't,
Are you
but
going
this is
down there,
me saying.
VM? Are you going to officially reduce your percentage from 100 then, if you said maybe?
I actually give him the benefit of the doubt, and he dismisses it. So,
VM, are you willing to have your mind changed at all? You always be at 100%.
oh, I actually changed my mind so many times you actually can't know. So.
Fair enough.
Okay, look, VM. So this is going to turn into like a learning or a teaching kind of moment for all of us. So, are you looking at the live stream voice text?
No.
Okay, hashtag live stream voice text directly above the live stream here. You need to click on that because we're posting links and memes and diagrams and all kinds of stuff. And so there may be some information there that you want to check out. Since it seems like you might want to actually find the proof that we're talking about instead of just talking around it. So we want to be able to.
Yeah,
get
look,
to the
guys.
point.
Okay, guys.
Wait a second, I wasn't done. Hold on. We want to get to the point where we can show you the information we're talking about. So please go to the live stream voice text. Let me know that you're there. I can tag you there.
Okay.
Okay, you see there? Directly above your name, there's a black swan, and someone here is going to go over the black swan with you. Let us know when you're in the live stream and you see the 2 oil rigs.
You mean live stream voice chat?
Live stream voice text. Live stream voice text.
Okay.
Hashtag live stream voice text. Oh, that says locker room. What? Hold on a second.
Okay, there is.
You see the 2 oil rigs in the live stream voice text? Let us know when you make it to the live stream voice text.
There is level. It's level curved, and there is a very small picture of some Mediterranean countryside, I guess. And
No, at 49 minutes after the hour, you'll see a flat Earth Buddha posted black swan, and it's some text on a white background, and then it's a still of 2 oil rigs out in the ocean. It says bye-bye ball on it. You don't see that yet. Okay, hold on.
yeah, I actually see something below that. So, yeah, you have the oil rigs and.
Okay, good. Now, if you could, if you want to click on that, it'll get larger so you can read the text. And then someone here is going to go over the black swan here with you. Okay, I appreciate you hanging in there, and like I said, I'm going to yield for a little bit, but we'll get back to this. But continue on with the black swan, you guys.
Who's doing the black swan?
Whoever wants to take it. The image, the meme is in there, and let me see. I'll post another image, but like I said, I'm gonna go for a little. Gots to go.
Somebody else want to do it?
Yeah, look, this is actually not a proof of anything, but
well,
yeah, maybe.
No one's even. You haven't even looked at it yet. How are you making a judgment? You haven't seen it yet.
I actually look on it. But
Okay, no one else is going to step up. Okay, I'm just going to do it. Okay, real quickly here. So this is a logical argument. Modus tollens. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth with a sphere of a radius of 3,959 P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That would be Q, or the geometric horizon. That comes from.
I actually already told you I'm
let me
not a
just go through this.
philosopher.
Let me just go through this
Don't
first.
go on philosophy with me.
I'm not even done with the logical argument. So if you understand that part about if this globe, then P, we'll just go through it. See if you agree with the logical argument. That would be the geometric horizon. If not Q, horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, which it is in the image. Therefore, not P. So Earth is not sphere. So on the image, do you see, where do you see the horizon on this image? Do you see where it is? Is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the oil rigs? And to help you a little bit, there's a darkened image at 52 minutes after the hour. That's just a still of the original video, which you can access yourself, look through the whole video. But the still at 52 is just darkened a little bit. You see where that? Do you see what the horizon is?
Okay.
Okay, so is the horizon before the oil rigs?
Can we actually change the subject?
No. Is the horizon in the image at 52 minutes before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after? Simple.
Look.
Where is it?
A flat earther server.
Where is
I do not want.
Please tell me where you see the horizon.
I do not want.
So you can't be honest and just tell me where the horizon is in the image? Is that what you're saying?
No. What I am actually saying.
Then just tell me where it is.
We are on server. Which
tell me where the horizon
has some very simple rules.
I'm asking you.
And I'm actually not willing.
I want you to answer me, please, sir.
Yeah.
Where is the horizon in this image?
You find the only atheist on the server, and you find want to find him.
Anybody.
I'm not here.
You're the one yelling.
I'm not here.
Why are you raising your voice?
Actually.
I don't understand. You're raising your voice at me and telling me I'm yelling or fighting. Do I sound like I'm fighting here? Sir, I'll unmute you only for you to answer this question. Simply, in the image at 52 minutes after the hour that I posted, where is the horizon before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the oil rigs? That's all. I want you to answer that question only. I don't want more dialogue. Just want to answer that question.
Okay. I said to you, I'm not astrologist.
Okay, you won't. You won't answer then? Are you telling me you're not answering? Where is the horizon in the image at 52 minutes after the hour that I posted? Is the horizon before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the oil rigs? Okay, answer.
Why are you actually muting me?
It's okay, VM. You don't need any special knowledge to be able to answer that. He was just, I think, just trying to facilitate the conversation. But yeah, you don't need any special knowledge to answer where the horizon is. So just tell us where you see it. It's, that's all.
Yeah, I actually said I don't know. He know that. Why he muting me?
Then you're not
actually
looking at the picture. You're not looking. They're not even looking at the picture. If you're saying that.
Yeah, I'm not.
You're not.
I don't care.
You're not looking at it. Oh, okay. So you're being dishonest. So great. Okay.
I'm actually not dishonest.
Listen,
I don't know.
I DM'd it to you also, and I guess you're not looking at that either. So why are we talking?
Okay, guys, if I may
Let me just
ask, what is dishonest on the answer? I don't know.
Do you not?
Where
Maybe
is
it's the term horizon. Is that what you're having a problem with? You don't know what the horizon is? The place where the sky appears to meet the water.
if somebody is sending me pictures,
The
I'm
sky, where
looking
the
on
sky
them,
meets the ocean.
and I actually say, I don't know.
Okay.
Where is
Okay.
the
Okay. Where does
dishonesty?
the sky meet the
And
ocean in the
again,
image
and
that I showed?
again, I
Okay.
would
Where is
like.
where is the horizon? It's where the sky meets the sea. In the image I posted at 52 minutes after, is the horizon before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after?
And again, if I say something, I say something as myself. I never impose myself over
No
anybody
one's
else.
imposing anything.
Do
No
you
one's
do you
imposing.
understand this?
I do, and no
I
one's imposing
said
here. Why would you think you're? I'm just asking you to please answer the question, and you can't seem to answer it. That
no,
child could answer the
no.
question. Where is the horizon? A kindergartner
the
could answer this
problem.
question.
No,
So
the problem is
yes, a
the
kindergartner
problem
could.
is
Yes,
you
yes.
want me.
No, I don't want to. No, and nothing to do with I think or what I think you think or what I think you want. Like no. I'm
No,
asking you
but
simply where in the
why you
Let-
probing me and questioning me as
let,
your
Okay, you know what?
let me just
what
slide in, guys, here for one
Someone
real
else
quick.
mediate this. I'm gonna
Just let me
Hi,
slide in
TV.
as the globe. Sorry, that was my Bluetooth. As the globe lawyer, right? So my client here has sat down at your guys' friendly flat earther bar. Okay, if he doesn't want another drink, we don't have to force him to buy another drink. You know what I mean? So just wanted to kind of throw that out there.
Yeah, he's not interested in hearing the evidence. He's already made that obvious. So we can just go on. I mean, if there's anybody else that has a question or comment, or we can just talk about something else, that's fine.
Can I just say something real quick? I think it would have helped that gentleman if you guys would have told him where that 1.225 comes from. I think it would have helped him because he would understand.
I did. I said it came
Okay.
from the it says the Earth curve calculators. Like,
Right.
do you understand that part, VM?
But I do feel like
Yeah, he does. He's not interested. He's not interested in the topic. That's fine.
he's
So
not
we've got
interested.
Ziggy. Yeah, we've got Ziggy Stardust. We've got some other people in
Yeah,
here. Sleepy Joe. If anybody else has a question about the flat Earth,
Anyway, I think I rest my
Yeah.
case, but because I'm going to back off. Really, honestly, but I just want to say I presented Exhibit A, and anybody could tell where the sky gets, where it's light and where it gets dark, where the ocean is. And basically, what you told me is that you don't understand dark and light in a picture or an image. You can't tell between where the line is of the horizon in that image. It's just odd because I could bring anybody in there, they would know what I'm talking about. Where is the horizon? And I don't think it's an English language barrier. So I don't understand why you would not be able to answer that question, because I don't care one way or the other. Honestly, I get the feeling you think like I'm invested in your answer. I could care less. Bro, if you could believe whatever you want to believe, and I use that word with emphasis, I don't believe the earth is flat. I know it is absolutely beyond any shadow of a doubt. So you're not in the belief server here. These people here
this is actually your right to believe, and I
don't
actually
believe.
support that.
Why do you keep using the word believe? Did I say believe? I said
think,
no. I said no
you
for a
know,
fact.
I have no problem with that. So
Yeah, well, don't start. Like it's okay. We don't care. Just know that you're a believer. That we know that too. We don't believe or think or just have a point of view about what Earth is. We measured it ourselves and falsified the radius claim that was given to us that we learned our whole lives. We were all globe earthers.
Yeah, the problem
Yeah.
is the problem. Let me finish. The
Why
problem
is it
is
a problem?
I
Where's
actually
the problem?
give you that I give you that in abundance. I have no problem with your point of the view. Can
It's
you
not a point
give
of
me?
view. Why do you keep doing that? Stop.
I'm doing that because
It's not a
I
point of
just
view.
stated who I
Sonny,
am.
you're not going to get through to
I'm
him.
still
Yeah, it's fine.
stating
You
my
aren't
point
interested
of
in seeing the
view,
evidence. We get it. You don't have to
and
keep repeating that.
That
I
might be
give
the English
you
barrier.
I give you the most benefit of the doubt as I'm incapable of. And I'm not saying you are not right. I actually think you could be right.
Okay, very good then. And like it's like like I'm not here to cause contention, but if I can break somebody out of the matrix, that's what we're all here for. Like I don't do this every day, like just because like I'm having a fun time. I mean, there is a lot of fun here, and I have the best time in my life and laugh really hard. But it's also a serious topic because where you live, it means like who you are. And I want to tell you that you're very much more special than you've ever been told by anybody since you've been alive. You don't know how special you are and how unique you are. We've been told a lie from the very beginning of who we are, and what we live on is a big part of that. If they can tell you you're limited to a ball that's spinning in space, making you an infinite little beyond small micro nothing, you're nothing, you're just spinning, randomly, everything's chaotic, you mean nothing. That's bullshit. So I just want to tell you that. Yeah, and that's the difference. And look, we went out and measured, you could do this yourself, so that's very simple stuff. Like, so I just want to like finish off with the black swan because I don't want to leave with any contention here. So
Oh, Indio gave you another picture there, Sonny. Did you see that one for him to look at 2 minutes after the hour to see if he can find that horizon? You see that, VM? 2 minutes after the hour.
Yeah. Do you see that?
Yeah, I actually don't fight you about that. So.
No, I'm not this is not a fight. It's not really, honestly, it's not a contest here. It really isn't.
Yeah. Do you understand my basic standpoint of view, which is the antagonist? So if I said I'm not fight with you on this point, it actually means I actually support this point of view.
Okay, that's what I like. It's not that like I said, it's not that I care, but for you to be able to look on your own and say, wow, there is something to that, then that's really saying something about you. So bravo to you and welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay, finally.
So, from what point of view can we see a globe? Where we gotta go? Since you think it's our point of view, it's everyone's point of view.
Yes,
only view you've ever seen.
The point of view can differ as much as it can, but
Okay, so have you
if
ever had
go
a point of view where you saw the Earth as a globe?
That's my point of view. I never hide it.
I'm not asking you a question. Have you ever had a point of view where you've seen the Earth as a globe? You know the answer is no, and you don't want to answer.
No, I already
You've seen the Earth as a
said
globe. You've been to space.
what do you actually want from the sensor.
VM, how did you get your point of view? How did you get your point of view?
That's a good question.
From my knowledge and education and personal experience. That's my point of view. I don't, and again, I don't impose my point of view on you. So it's my point of view.
Okay.
You
I'm
are
interested.
completely
Okay,
entitled to have different point of view.
Of course, I'm interested in your point of view. So, what personal experience makes you think the Earth is a globe?
Do I actually have to answer that?
Yes, please. I'm interested, please.
factual evidence.
I'm not asking for evidence. I'm asking you said your personal experience. What personal experience?
And personal experience is factual evidence. And
What
you can
is-
take it or leave it. I don't force you to do either way.
Okay, no, of course. What is the factual evidence?
The fossils, the time zones, actually traveling around the globe, experiencing the different time zones, stuff like that.
That's just
And
you.
I actually understand you don't have to understand that, and you don't have to agree on that. That's my experience,
That's
my
just you.
point of view, and I never force that upon you.
It's not factual evidence, though. That's just you making up a story about your experience.
Well, it sounds like he's interpreting my point of view as opinion, as instead of what you're asking him, observation.
I'm
Personal, individual
already
experience.
and ever said it's my personal point of view. Therefore, you are right. Yeah, I'm doing this precisely
I have a question.
for myself and for my point of view. I never imposed this
I have a question for you.
experience on you.
I have a question
To
for
be
you,
clear.
and it's just about time zones. How do time zones prove the shape of an Earth?
The time zones actually say us how the light travels around the globe Earth. I know this is maybe a problematic thing for you because you think the Earth is flat, so you have different models.
You're gonna need a radius
I'm
measurement for
going-
that, bud.
No. Aren't you assuming first that the sun is 93 million miles away? Don't you have
Yeah,
to
I
do
do.
that before you claim that? Okay, so how did you determine that?
Through the space travel, through the space program, and stuff like that. As I said,
Did someone go to the sun? Did they go at night so they wouldn't get burned
yeah.
up?
Look. I don't want to be the divisive one. I state my points of the view, and after that, I said I don't want to be the divisive one. And
I'm not being divisive.
everybody after that just
I
go
promise.
after me.
I promise I'm
And
not being
I
divisive.
don't want to do
promise
this
I'm not
in
being
this room.
divisive.
So
I promise I'm
if
not
you
being
want
divisive.
actually to talk about this, you have to understand one basic thing.
I just wonder. Do you know how the size of the sun was determined?
Mm-hmm.
If I told you it was angels and occult numerology, what would you say?
That's complete bullshit.
It's not.
It is.
Wait. Okay, so
Why?
if that's VM, if that's BS, how do you think the size of the sun was determined?
I wanted to hear where that was going.
By scientific measurements.
How did they do that?
By calculation.
Scientific measurement.
By watching the size of Venus, by watching Venus and calculating as it transited the sun. And how did sorry, I have my daughter is laughing. Hold on. How did he calculate the size of Venus? Who told him the size of Venus in order to do that in the 18th century? I'm sorry, 17th century. Angels that he was communicating with told him that.
Actually, no, but
actually, yes.
Actually, no, because
yes. How do you think he got the size of Venus?
If you're talking about 18th century science, you're talking about alchemy, not chemistry, and that's a big problem.
Well, wait a minute.
But
if the axioms of modern science are based on 17th century occultism, then we're just going to throw them out outright. We don't even have to listen to them.
Hold on, I'm still stuck on the scientific measurement. What's the difference between a scientific measurement and a measurement?
Well, there's no such thing as a scientific measurement.
Look, guys, if you actually want to talk about it,
We're
I
trying,
can.
but you just keep saying, guys, if you actually want to
Okay.
talk about it.
What do what? You know what? I simply ask you, what do you want to do? Do you want to have a Bible study or scientific study? If
No,
you
we just
want
wanted to
to,
hear your factual evidence for the globe.
if you actually
I just
want
wanted
a
to hear your
Bible
factual
study,
evidence for the globe.
I can give you Bible scholar. If
No,
you
no,
want
no.
the
You said you had
scientific,
factual evidence for the globe. That's all we
Can we
wanted.
try 1v1?
you don't understand why Earth is actually a globe.
He's just taking a lot of time to not answer any questions anybody's asking him. So it's just getting kind of tedious.
Do you actually don't want to understand how Earth is actually globe?
Well,
or
yeah.
measurements?
I already know more about it than you do objectively. We've just shown you more than you ever known about it in this last hour. So
Nope, you don't. But did you actually get the thing? I actually don't want to fight.
Nobody's.
And
Dude, we don't
I'm
care.
actually so
We
heavily
don't care how
trying
you
to
feel.
not to
It's not
fight
a globe.
with
Measurably
you.
not a globe. You don't have a globe. You don't have spinning, and you don't have gas pressure without a container. You're in a fairy tale land, only in your mind. You have no proof, and it's just like wow. And now you're denying that, even though you have zero proof, which you admitted. It sounds delusional, detached from reality, bro. Sorry.
I already give
We're
you
not
that
here-
from my own free will.
We're not
I
talking-
said
we're not talking about feelings.
I actually said to you. I actually said to you, I don't want to have a fight.
Blah blah.
Yeah, we heard that many times, dude. All we want is the
We got
factual
that.
evidence for the globe.
Yeah. You don't have to keep saying that.
You don't want.
No, okay.
You don't want to have a fight because he's unarmed. It's pretty simple.
True.
Okay, Dandelion. Where I actually fucked up because I never said I want to fight with you. I never said I want to cause any harm. And
Nobody's
I said,
causing any harm, and nobody's trying to fight with you, and nobody said anything about fighting except you about 12 dozen times.
And I actually said that's fine. Just move on.
That's fine. That
And
only you're doing it, and you're accusing us of doing it. Shut the.
Yeah, why we?
All right, y'all.
Okay,
Keep it respectful, everybody. Keep it respectful.
Bring it
How about
down.
he
on
just give us his
Everybody,
best
everybody,
globe
tone it
proof?
down. Keep it respectful.
How about he just give us his best globe evidence?
Yeah, I'll cool off.
Good idea, Indio. Did you hear Indio, VM? Indio would like your best globe evidence. Could you give that to us, please?
Because you seem to be under the impression that like the people here aren't aware of what the model is, but we are, which is why we don't believe it. We don't believe it because we have more data than you. You believe
Only
like a
evidence
ninth grade
for a
fairy tale,
globe Earth.
whereas we know the actual details.
Yeah,
Because the devil
why am
is in the
I the
details.
only one muted? Okay.
How are you talking? Ben?
Okay. Can I actually? Can I?
So we're all
actually
going to be
finish?
quiet while you give. We're going to have the floor for a minute. We're all going to be quiet while you give your best globe evidence. We're going to sit here with bated breath.
Yeah. I actually don't care about it because I never came in the server to actually debate the globe model.
Well,
I'm
we're
came
not-
on the server to actually talk with people, and I
About?
just stated my point of view. I never imposed this point of view on you guys.
Okay. First of all, you don't
Do you-
actually
do
have
you
a point of view.
understand the
You have
difference?
an imagination. Okay, you don't have a point of view, which is why I said, from what point of view can you observe the Earth as a globe? You don't actually have a point of view, unless you mean it like in the slang sense of point of view. But you've never
I'm
viewed the
on
Earth as
the-
a globe. Why are
do
you here if you don't want to talk about flat Earth or the globe? Why are you here then? Maybe you can tell us that.
I actually want
You just
to
looking to
talk
make
about
friends?
it,
Is
but
that it?
you think I'm here to actually attack you, which is the completely false.
Okay, I'll tell you what we think. Not what What we think? We think that we observe the Earth is flat and motionless, and there's no evidence to the contrary.
Yeah, I actually understand that. I
Okay,
actually want to. No,
well, hold on, dude. So listen, our initial impression of reality. If you go out, you say you're a baby born tomorrow. You walk out your door. You look at the world. It's flat and motionless. You don't see any curvature. You don't see anything like that. You don't feel yourself moving. But along comes this person that you don't know, and they say, "Well, actually, beyond what you can see and beyond what you can feel, it's actually a spinning ball in a big vacuum of outer space." And you go, "Okay, what's your evidence of that?" And they're like, "Well, I got a couple sticks."
Yeah, look, I try to make you to understand.
I'm trying to tell you what we think. You said you wanted to know. I'm telling you what we think. We think the globe is ridiculous nonsense.
Yeah, and the funny point is,
definitely.
The funny point is, I'm here to actually listen to your arguments and to speak with you. I'm not here to dismiss you, to make fun of you, and to actually insult you. I'm here to be as somebody who is actually trying to understand you as honest interlocutor. And
awesome, dude. Awesome. So, do you have any questions then? I'm trying to nail you down.
Yeah,
with
I have so
What's
many.
your questions?
I have so many fucking questions that you cannot even start to unpick. But what you have to understand is, I'm not here to think about myself as somebody who's above you and just make fun of you. That's not
that's
my
awesome.
point of view. I'm here as somebody who actually want to understand you. And the
Hey,
problem
got it. What's your
is,
first question? Let's move on then. Let's start telling us what you're here for. And
Hold
just
on a
do
second.
it.
If you want to understand us, you have to understand the evidence. Because if you don't understand the evidence, you're never going to understand us. Because this isn't a social club. Okay? This isn't like a group of people. We had some common thing. We just all jumped together. It's not like that.
yeah, maybe this is the first.
Listen, we're empiricists. We base our why we're here is based upon objective reality. And if you don't know the evidence, you're never going to understand what our viewpoint is. Okay, because you can't understand our position. Because part of understanding someone's position, you have to understand their position. Okay, you have to empathize.
Yeah, and maybe.
So you have to know what we know, right? And to know what we know, you actually have to hear the information.
Yeah,
okay?
and
part
maybe,
of hearing that information is to hear the other side, right? So you got to know the counter argument, right? So if you're being honest about your actual purpose being here, you're doing a shit job of executing it. If you have questions, just ask them instead of beating around the bush and fucking jerking us off.
Mm-hmm. Can I actually finish?
Ask your question, dude. We don't want to talk about you no more. We don't want to talk about feelings. We don't want to talk about your purpose. We don't want to talk about existential freaking social clubs. We just, if you have questions,
point of view,
and ask a direct question. Stop telling us why you're here. We don't care why you're here. People, listen,
don't give us any more
We've been here for 4 fucking years, dude. There's thousands of people that have come through this server. You're not that special.
Can I just say that this is a lot more?
Can
I say this is a lot more enjoyable to listen to if you just imagine it's Drace trolling us. I know it's not, but just imagine that. It's a lot more enjoyable.
Okay.
So VM, hold on before you go on. Your next thing out of your mouth is either going to be one of the many questions you said you had for us, or your best proof of the globe. So we are here. We have a live stream we're putting out, so we wanted to have some content. And so we don't want to hear any more preamble. Just let's get to the meat of the conversation here. So your question or your globe proof?
Okay. You know what? I never actually attacked you, Dandelion. I never attacked UI. I asked some questions, and the question was no answer. So,
Ask it again then. I guess I must have missed it. Can you tell
What
us
was
what the
the question?
question was?
yeah, I'm actually not sure where I get muted because I didn't say something as divisive as
Okay, what's the
hey, or
question?
could
Just
be
move on from
divisive.
that. What's the question?
Okay.
You said you
What's the
had numerous questions earlier. You had so many questions. Could you just start with just one? One question, please?
What do you actually care of?
What do
Been
we
asking-
care about? Is that the question? What do we care about?
What do you actually care of human beings actually doing or not?
Oh my God.
Well, the only
We're not doing social
you
surveys,
notice a break.
okay? Yeah, Danny, like, what's your social security number, and what color are your drawers, and like your nail polish, like.
Oh shit. Oh,
This is kind of personal
I already know the
and
color of your drawers.
inappropriate. So
You're not wearing
I'll
any.
tell you
No,
later.
just kidding.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Indio, but not VM.
How
It's
about you
crazy.
tell
It's
us?
got a bunch of DMs saying, forward it to me. I'm just kidding.
How about this guy explain to us how Selenium eclipse work on in the heliocentric model?
He's more concerned about us and what we ate for
No.
and the facts.
He doesn't even have no. Sonny already went through 3 points with him. He has nothing. He even admits he has nothing. He has no proof of the globe. He's not even close to being at that level. He can't even tell us where the horizon is. So yeah, he's very basic.
Yeah, I actually
Why don't you just admit
never
you want
care
to talk about
that,
flat earthers and not flat Earth? You want to try to do your pop psychology probe on us as if like we're some weird fucking science experiment zoo.
Yeah, I actually never do that. So
Well, you're
what?
already doing it.
No, I never do that.
Yeah, too late, dude. Why do you care about us, dude? You don't know us.
If you were not doing it, at least ask the questions which you said you claim that you have for us.
You won't ask a question about the topic. You won't fucking answer questions about your beliefs. You won't answer anything. You just want to ask us personal questions about us. How we feel about humanity. Jesus Christ, dude.
One coherent question.
What the fuck does any of that got to do with flat Earth? How Dandelion feels about humanity have to do with flat Earth? How she views the flat Earth? How she processes? This is an objective, empirical survey. It has nothing to do with our feelings about
different
things.
question.
How about the question that you said?
How about this? He just wants to listen, so how about we just mute him because he just wants to listen anyway.
Yeah, that was where I was going next. Yep.
No, don't do that. This is the funniest thing Drace has ever done.
I was getting ready to say, as a flat earther, I would have already been.
I think this is an amazing clip. It's an amazing clip. This is what they do. This is what they have. Like, the Earth is not flat, but they're in here doing this.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Perfect, man. Just perfect. Yeah, so thanks. You don't know how valuable you are, like I said before, VM, to the flat Earth.
I just want to say to that guy that thank you for wasting my work break.
No,
I was trying to listen to something interesting here, and he wasn't able even to formulate one damn question. in regards to the topic.
Never have to listen to it again. So there you go.
Yeah.
Epic.
He was drunk, definitely.
Who has a disclaimer every 3 minutes? I was not here to make an argument or rock the boat. Like the same thing you say. Who talks like that? I don't care. His English was perfect to me.
Yeah,
I understood every concept he was said, every word. Like there's no problem with his English at all.
Well, he had to go through all the trouble to.
Speaks better
He
than
had to,
most people in here.
he had to go through all the trouble to join the Discord. Either create a new profile because he's never been on Discord. He had to go through all that trouble just to speak on the server, the platform. And it's like he all he wanted to do was talk about opinions and beliefs. Like you even called him out on it.
Mm-hmm.
And he wouldn't let that go. He's like, no. It's like the only evidence for a globe Earth is Universal Studios. Like you literally have to have a monitor to see a spherical Earth.
Hollywood.
You literally have to have whether it's a black and white one, you got to have a monitor. It's the only way you'll see it. The same place, as Superman, Spider-Man, Batman. It's the same place. That's where you see it from. It's like all these wars and rumors of wars going on right now. That people know that their government, no matter where you live on the earth, that they're lying to you. So why is it so hard to believe that they would lie about the very world you're in? Like that should be the number one concern.
Anyway, is there any other new people in here? Just asking.
Was somebody really mad that I posted a popcorn fart?
In India.
They just had some food, so what we done, take them to town. Food and there they are.
So much for getting away from that conversation. I couldn't get away. Anyway, oh man. I'm laughing about it now. Yeah, zero proof.
I think there's a very good opportunity in the future for all of us or whoever wants to go into business for just like the counseling that these people are going to need.
Yes, exactly. And who else better to facilitate that than the people that have been through it themselves?
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. That's what we are.
They'd be the most trustworthy, but at the same time, you're going right back to where it came from. If you see what I mean by that. But it requires trust and honesty.
If they quit their jobs because they can't handle it, I'm just going to take their job. You guys can counsel them. I'm going to take the job.
Yeah,
It's just
exactly.
the same thing that they're
Yeah,
doing.
it's not going to take. It's never going to
Then you
take precedence against your like regular daily lives that we all have to take care of, but nonetheless, I don't know. We're kind of this ragtag group of people that may not normally have associated with each other, but nonetheless, from the wide, varied backgrounds that we come from, is truly amazing because we have this exponential growth in knowledge for every new member, every new one that comes in, more and more and more. There's like dozens and dozens, right, Indio? Are you there still, Indio? Anyway, I guess not. Anyway, yep. That was like Christmas Day just then.
We got
I
Bob
thought you had a lot
Scottson
of
with no
patience with
rolls.
me, man.
Bob Scottson with no rolls.
Well, I tried to be patient, even though, look, I haven't had coffee in like 5 days. I had my first cup, and it was really, really strong. And I was sitting on the edge of my seat, and I had to mute myself. I go like, "You're getting excited. Like, slow down. Just relax." I had to talk myself down,
I
But
wouldn't
it's okay.
stress it too much. Having
Yeah, it's all
coffee
right.
in the morning is
Yeah.
the same thing as the globe Earth. It's just a myth.
Yeah, it was probably too much for me anyway. The new person, you guys go ahead.
Well, he's got no rolls. Somebody will have to do that.
Oh, wait a minute. Who is it?
Bob Scottson.
Bob Scottson. He's server muted. I'll unmute him. Bob Scottson, are you there?
Good.
Do you know why you were muted?
Go down here with them.
Hello?
Increase in them crazy.
I can't.
talk right now.
Pardon? Oh.
I can't talk right now.
Okay,
That
then.
could be why he was muted.
I'm gonna leave you
Sorry.
while, like we found you. So very good. Anyway, carrying on.
It's been a while since that last guy, since I heard somebody 100% sure of something, but they have no proof. They can't see that logical inconsistency. I'm not much sure we can do for them. I don't know.
He agreed with our point of view. Like he could understand why we think it, but then he's 100% sure. That's not the case. We get that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to be accurate, he actually said initially he said over 100%.
Yeah.
Well, I think where he went wrong was somebody had asked him, at what point of view have you seen personally the Earth as a sphere? And he took that point of view as an opinion, not like science or observation, experiment, anything.
Yeah, it's just so two-faced to say, "Oh, I believe it is 100%," but like that was just really weird. Like,
he didn't understand the question was about observation, his own personal, individual observation of the Earth.
And
he took it as point of view opinion. Sorry.
Yeah, and see, we went over his proof in the 3 points. He had plenty of chance to like bring forth his proof for the globe. And like Indio asked him later on near the end there, like, what is his first proof? He couldn't even answer the question, as well as not being able to answer where the horizon is, even on the dark contrasted still image that I made from the original video. With the timestamp on it.
He was in total ignorance of the whole black swan. He didn't even understand where it was amazing. It was amazing.
One of those guys who doesn't even know what the horizon is.
Yeah, that was the first one. I never heard of that before, that someone couldn't answer where the horizon is in that image.
That happened today in the debate lobby.
That's wild.
You didn't even ask him if this picture is true and everything. all you said was, "Where's the horizon in the image?" And he couldn't answer it. So yeah, that's crazy.
I'm willing to bet a lot of them refuse to answer that question because that automatically
Yeah,
proves our point.
I think that exposed him right there. That exposes him because there's no one that's going to say they can't see the horizon.
Like there was one person the other night, like they refused to say the word flat. Period.
Yeah. It's
I
very
was like,
odd.
yeah, I was like, your table. How would you define the top of your table? He
The one
goes,
guy said my table's bumpy.
yeah. And I was like, dude, you can't say flat. You cannot. That word doesn't exist in your vocabulary. No, it's a trick question, man. They're gonna.
I think it. You know what I'm starting to think? Because that's so elementary. His knowledge of anything, or that he was letting on to anyway, is so elementary. It's just ridiculous how, if that was true and somebody only had that intelligence as an adult, I would say you were stunted. I don't know, somehow something happened. But you have about a third grade intelligence, but you're an adult. Because a third grader could tell where the horizon is, they know what it is, and they could tell you where it is. So
Well, that's the thing.
I think that was deliberately being deceptive right there, was being very deceptive. That because no one would say that, and I do not believe that that was an English barrier. I don't.
You can say that, but like a third grader hasn't had 12 years of manipulation or more on a globe. You know, like you could be like, "Where's the horizon?" Oh, it's right there. You know, like they're going to quickly point to it because they're trained to identify simple things. You give somebody who's gone through the entire education process and you show them something that completely is contrary to everything they've ever known, and it literally puts them right back into kindergarten.
Yeah.
They're like,
Yep.
they're
So
stunned.
So we here we are continuing on the flat plane that we all exist on since the beginning of time as we know it. We continue on dissecting and examining the psychotic globe delusion, step by step process.
But it destroys them. They're like, wait,
yeah,
now I have to go
completely.
through school all over again.
Completely destroyed. Well, I want to share it with them, whoever's listening. Your knowledge that you think you have, book learning, your degrees, that's not you. Your knowledge, you're not your knowledge. So if you come here and lose it, it's not the end of the world. You're going to be okay.
You learned how to regurgitate. That's all you learned how to do.
Yeah, and we're going to be here to help you in getting better at realizing that you're actually living in this reality, not somewhere that cannot exist in reality.
And we love
Here's a
Don't even
crazy
regurgitate
scenario.
the right pseudoscience half the time.
Well, this is kind of I don't mean to be racist at all with this scenario, but it's like, it's as if like an African village, or like the blackest black African village, decides to like adopt a batch of like albino white babies, right? And they raise these babies to totally think that the parents are black, and they even put propaganda into their studies saying that it's totally normal for albino white babies to be born by two black people. And then like some evidence comes out when they're older, and some of them find out and they see that this is like the adoption papers are there, like the whole thing was like totally exposed and all the evidence is right there, and the parents are just still saying no, you totally are babies, it's not true. And there's some of them that are just like, nope, those are my parents, that's what I learned, that's what it is, I don't care about your proof, I don't care about the evidence of the adoption papers or any of that. That's how bad it is. Couldn't be more obvious is the point.
How dare you?
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't even know how I came up with this thought, but I go back to what I've read about the Roman Empire and how Gaius Julius Caesar would send a spokesperson out on top of the courthouse stairs. It's more like a courtyard instead of a courthouse. They just called it that, and he would read the people the daily news, like from a scroll, right from a scroll. He would just read and I like. That's the same thing as Fox News and CNN, just on a grander scale. Like, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
These talking heads are going out there. They're reading the daily news like the Roman Empire did to the people, and the people take it as truth because it's coming from people on television.
Well, it's coming from people that are supposed to be trusted with that.
Yeah. I guess you would have to emphasize that. Yeah, but you get my point, right?
Wasn't that in the Tom Hanks movie recently, The Newsman or something? Like you're going through the town and reading the news?
Hey, Miggy!
Away.
What's up, guys?
What's up? What's up? How's it going? Good to see you.
Yeah, pretty good, man. Just hanging out, seeing what you guys are up to in here.
You should listen to the last about hour and a half.
Drace came in and trolled us. It was hilarious.
Amazing.
Did you say Drace?
If you imagine Drace, if you just go back and listen to it and imagine it's Drace trolling us, and it's hilarious.
Oh, it sounds like Drace. Yeah. Hey, yeah, man. Like earlier this morning when I logged in here, I saw Witsit and he put a video out. So I think it had Kai and him were on that track. It was a really good song. I don't know if you guys have heard it yet. Pretty good.
Yeah, we could play it in here.
I would say let's do it.
And let's see.
Go ahead. Yeah, I haven't heard it.
I have your volume up to 200%, but you sound good anyway, Miggy. I'm gonna send you a message.
Yeah, Miggy, you sound low actually.
Before I forget, I'll send.
Yeah, I have you on 200 as well.
I got him rocking in the Goldilocks zone, guys. He sounds great.
Yeah, I didn't wanna. Are you guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. It's just we have you up to 200%, and you're fine there.
Sonny, I just feel like you need a revamp on how to use this stuff. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
I'm gonna send you a DM real quick. Or I already said that. That last guy would repeat like a robot. That was so weird. I'm not here to rock the boat or hurt anybody or push my opinions or point of view on anybody. Very strange.
You know, the second they say that, that's exactly what they're about to do.
We had a guy professing to say that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, but with zero proof, admittedly, and went through the 3 points, had no proof. You know, and said, "I'm not here. I don't have any proof. I'm not here to argue." But he would say that every 5 minutes. He would say
everything
that
he said he came here not to do is exactly what he came and did.
Yeah, so very interesting.
Guys, he's not here to learn about flat Earth. He's just here to not argue.
Okay, let's see. Hold on. I'm a little slow, but I'm still with it. So let me find that song.
Looks like Cyber Blitz put it up on the voice text.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, hold on. Shoot. Right there. Cool. All right, one moment. Wow, freaking sirens over here.
Focus, Sonny.
I got it. I got this. Here we go. Enjoy.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
You don't see the curvature of the earth. That stuff is flat.
Need to burst your bubble, evil gonna crumble, yeah? Sit down, be humble, got the ball, you better fumble. You'll get mad, cause at this fight I'm Bob's your uncle.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic techniques that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Vibes at the president, Jaren got the evidence. It was slaying Jesuits and Zach Sharkham is evident. That the earth electric and it's resonant. Your residence is evidence and I hope to settle in like some sediment. If we so wrong, why they lying to discredit it? That's not too intelligent. That's a guy, not an in court, but we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience sedatives.
Blockbusters taking over. Bye bye, moon man and rover. NASA so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Blockbusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is.
Inner World Productions.
Hey, what do you think about that cut?
Nice.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
That's badass.
That was fucking great.
Pseudoscience sedatives. That was a great line.
I agree. I caught that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're gonna play the shit out of that one for sure.
He did really good on the track, but you know, Kai with the vocals, like wow, man, like
yes,
she always comes through with like superior vocals, man. Like I don't know.
You can tell she's trained up for sure.
Yeah, she knows what she's doing.
I want to hear the one where it says, "We want your soul."
You want your soul?
Okay, I'll play it. I'll play it. You guys talk amongst yourself for a couple minutes.
Haven't had conversations with people thinking that the Earth is a globe in a while. I've been in here, and there was maybe a guy when I went to the chill chat, and he was pretty much just a light baller. You know, he kind of didn't know, but he was taught, and it really didn't matter. So he kind of just really wishy washy. But you haven't had those really staunch globers anymore. Like, I guess those guys are just like they're in their own world, huh? Those do they still have a server?
Gem Pandas.
Jim he's still doing stuff.
Yeah, you know what, Miggy? A lot of them have come back here because it's a better place to have a discussion.
There's another server too called Earth Awakenings where a lot of the more staunch Globers hang out sometimes.
Yeah, this I don't know. There's a potpourri of different people that come in there. Everybody's got their own style and whatnot, but sometimes I'm listening to the conversations in here, and I just sometimes wish that if people on the team, not a globe, would just kind of not be so what you call it? What's the word I'm looking for here? I don't want to say aggressive, but maybe kind of sit back and let them tangle themselves up, because some people, I came in the morning and I don't know what the guy's name was, but he was really just like waylaying on the guy ET. You know, guys know who ET is. And
yes.
He's a space cadet, you know, like he talks about space and whatnot. He says he thinks the Earth is flat, but that space is real. You know, that guy? He's been doing it for years. So, you know, he was in here and the guy was just like laying into him, not letting him speak. And I was like, what? Like, you got to let him talk, man. Like, the thing is, when they start talking, they like everybody can hear the nonsense, you know. You just gotta let them hear what they say, and you know they'll get tangled up themselves. You don't really have to do anything; they do the work for you.
How long do you give them?
Well, when you like, I guess if somebody was to come in here, like guys, if you are on the live stream right now, and if you want to come in and have a conversation about the Earth being a globe, I'll let you guys. I'll show you how I do it.
Well, you do it really well. But like, if somebody was being as belligerent as that guy was earlier, like, how long do you give him?
Was he belligerent? I don't know if he was.
Well, he wasn't. He wasn't like. I don't think he was willingly belligerent. He was being belligerent without knowing it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's when you talk about one of those types that come in here and say, "I just want to ask a question. That's all I want to do is just ask." Like, and they're not asking questions; they're on the defense because they're They'll want their
So
bomb
it
release to slow down.
varies. It
Go ahead.
varies on how long you would give them, like how inappropriate.
Case by
Because
case.
I've been on a lot of flat Earth clear back at Google Hangouts like a long time ago, and like I never understood why Rumpus got so much time, man. I would get kicked out as a flat earther. I would get kicked out by flat earthers, and they would give Rumpus time, and I'm just like, man, it
Yeah,
was so infuriating.
So
Frustrating.
Miggy, so check it out. This last guy was like, he said he had so many questions, you know?
Yeah.
So then we kept asking, we started asking him, okay, could you just give us one question? He could not answer the question of he couldn't ask one single question. He wouldn't do
So
it.
you gave him the floor to ask a question, and he didn't ask the question.
And listen to this. When we went through the Black Swan, we even had darkened picture, more highly contrasted pictures or images, stills of the video for the Black Swan. And he could not answer where the horizon was. Is it before, between, or after? He wouldn't answer. Wouldn't answer. He couldn't. He said, I don't know where the horizon is.
Yeah, that's oh, what's that guy's famous? What's his name? The guy that doesn't know where the horizon is either.
Mm-hmm.
Famous guy.
I can't think of
every globe earther.
No, he's
They don't know where their horizon is.
he's a quote unquote real scientist, supposedly.
I guess what
He's an authoritative figure that they all look up. The ballers look. Well, some of the ballers look up to.
You know, do you know that water gas guy came back here and I caught him? I said, water gas? And he said, yes. He's a full-on flat earther now, though. Like, literally, that was so weird.
Is he?
Oh, globe earthers think there's some sort of a parent, like, well, I can't even say a parent because that's the actual definition, but they think there's a physical horizon, like a.
No, they think it's the one that they measure.
Yeah, they think
must be the invisible one.
Well, they think boats go. They
Tell
think
me.
boats disappear over the curve, therefore they think there's a physical horizon.
Yeah, but not.
It's physical.
But not
like
if
they can't even use a parent.
It depends on the
They
situation.
can't even use a parent. They think it's physical. The boats go over it.
It depends on the situation the Glober's in. They'll pick whatever story matches whatever situation.
Right, whatever the context.
The situations never link up or line up. That's actually what happened ever.
I can't play devil's advocate. I was trying a little there, subtly, but trying.
Yeah, you get some people from both sides, but like the ones who really are the young guys that come in here, the young ladies that come in here, they want to do their fast talking, try to get as many words as they can in, try to confound the people that are, that are not going to hit them that hard with their quote unquote facts, and they think they can, by how many words they can say, they're going to be able to win an argument. It's not about that. It's wisdom. It's about understanding if the information that you received is real or not. And that's
being able to trust your own discernment.
So they're really confused when you start talking to them about like verifying. They're like, they don't understand. Well, what do you mean? What does the word verify mean to you? Like, well, what the hell do you think verifying means? Like, go and verify something. Check it out. Is that possible?
What's sad
that the
is
Earth
even
is a globe, or is it possible that the Earth is flat? Like, what? When I ask you if it's a globe and you give me all this information, I mean, aren't you going to go check out to see if it's true or not? Or are you just going to take that guy's word for it because he said it was? Well,
yeah, but what's sad is even the people that conform to the majority, they just go with what the majority says. Even the people that do that, they're willingly doing that based on the world they believe they're in. See, that's what's tricky about this lie. Like, so the lie it also manifests a reality into the lie. Like, the lie lives out, manifests itself in reality, even though it's based on a lie. The manifestation is in reality. So you don't even get the world we're in without this lie. That's what's crazy. Like, why would people ask, why does it matter? It's like, that should be the only thing that matters. is your willingness to either conform with the majority or your ability to discern the real world you're in and look at it appropriately.
I mean,
and use that as
there might be some
judgment.
questions that the people that are coming to the server that want to ask the questions, or they feel they might get jumped on, or they won't be able to ask any questions. But the idea is to understand the nature of reality in which you are in right now. And if you think that the Earth is a globe and that space is a reality, and that you feel like coming in here is going to be like, well, this is going to be a knockdown, for me, then you really don't understand anything that has been told to you. Because if you did, then you would have said, wait a minute, this guy just finished telling me that my skull had finished telling me that the Earth is a globe. And so does this book shows like these balls out in space and whatnot. But how do I know they're exactly what they say they are? How can I check that out? Now, if I'm just going to take a story out of a book or by word of mouth and then just say, okay, I believe you, then you have a lot of things that are not going to go well with you when it comes to like wisdom, because that's not wise to believe that, right? You're just going to be believing whatever
Well said.
everybody else tells you without checking it out. So
I agree
guess
with that.
it's something for people that that come in here and want to ask questions. They're like, but I just want to know how you know the Earth is flat. Well, hang on a second, buckaroo. You didn't even check to see if the Earth is a globe yet. And you want to come in here and ask a question if the Earth is flat? You don't even know where you're living on, first of all. Because if you did, you wouldn't even have any second thoughts. You'd be like, oh, yeah, it's a globe for sure. And if you did know that it's a globe, then you'd have evidence. And then that evidence would manifest itself in here, and then everybody would dissipate because your evidence would be a trump card, right? That wonderful evidence
Trump
that
card. Yeah.
everybody that thinks that they have, that are thinking that the Earth is a globe, and you listening to me out in the live stream, you guys that are out there thinking the Earth is a globe need to come in here and say,
Space
hey,
Force.
I got some evidence. It's right here, black and white. Here, let me point it out to you. But alas, that never happens because all we have is people with, ideas, and these
And
ideas
they don't
never
understand.
manifest as reality. So, go ahead.
They don't understand. They don't understand that like people here have put in so much time to research all of the information surrounding both ideas, for the simple fact that like if a PhD even tries to debate them, they can keep up or defeat it.
It's sad too because when you get down
You don't
to
need
it,
a degree. You don't need a degree to have an education.
well, there's certain degrees that people can have in life, but when it comes to this specific genre, right, there is nothing in the way of real empirical evidence that people can actually say, okay, we got this to look at and we can verify this information, because there is nothing that well, what about pictures from space? Well, the ISS, they got NASA live feeds, what are you telling me, that's fake too? Well, if you have to ask the question, then you have to think about it, right? Like, you're asking a question, what about this and what about that? Well, if it was real, you wouldn't ask the question. You'd be like, oh yeah, it's real for sure. I got it. I know for sure. You don't know.
See, I look at it.
Myself.
This might be too hardcore. I don't know. You guys let me know, but I look at it like anybody teaching that the Earth is a globe, right? They're my enemy, but they're not. I'm not gonna go slitting throats or pulling triggers. Like, not that kind of enemy. They're just my enemy, right? So I want to know what they're saying, what they're doing. Like, I want to bear witness to it. I look at it that way, and I use my judgment for my life according to that. You know what I'm saying? So it's so much deeper than, like, if somebody can convince you that you're in a world that you don't live in, think of the power that person already has, let alone all the other lies.
Yeah, it's like part of the Matrix where Morpheus tells Neo, you're living in a dream world, Neo. And I think a lot of times people that feel they understand reality by the information they've received thus far, then they haven't really looked into it. They're living a fantasy reality. They're
If
not
they're
really living
purposely
life.
trying to deceive
So,
you in the world
well,
you're in,
I
that's a
tell you what.
hardcore enemy.
I tell
They
you
do
what,
not
man.
have your best interest at heart.
I tell you what, though, man.
That's
Like
like
That's true.
you
hardcore.
have
There's opponents that are not
yeah,
enemies.
yeah. You have those who are the teachers, and those are the students, right? And a lot of
Right.
times people are not the perpetrators. You know, they're the ones that are receiving the information. So those are the victims. Those
Yeah,
you know
so
you
you
get
want to be careful
you
who
get
your
yeah
shepherd is.
you got those guys who are actually perpetrating the information and purposefully
They
actually
know the
those are
truth.
yeah they know that those because think about it like this: those who are educating, those who are teaching the young ones, and those who are teaching those in college and so forth, they know, because there's no way that they can get around the information that they can't verify it themselves. So
Mhm.
at this point, when you're at that level, you're not dealing with the victims anymore. You don't want to talk to those guys. You know, they need to
I
go
got you.
and think about the truth. They can't just come in
Right.
here and say, "Yeah, it's a globe," or that a guy who was in here maybe giving you guys you know, maybe talking to him and seeing if he knows anything. He's just that guy just like a victim. He's like somebody who's just somebody who knows secondhand information about somebody that told him about the globe, or he read it somewhere, or he saw a space movie sometime. But the guys who are actually teaching this, those are the people that you actually go in on. I mean, you break them down, right? Because those are the ones you actually
Well,
want to talk to. Like these other
but
guys,
I
that's
would say
okay.
that
You can have a
I would say
conversation with
that
them, but
read it. I read it somewhere that it's flat, but I also observe it and experience it
well,
that way.
I mean, here's
So
the
it's like,
yeah.
isn't
You got
that
you got you got
that's
something called
collaboration?
empirical evidence, right? And you got, I mean, people that want to verify information, they're going to be able to do so
Yes.
by way
Yeah.
of measurement. So if it's possible that somebody can go measure something to be globe, then of course it's a globe. But if you can't measure it, then why would you then claim that it is if there's no evidence of the fact? And if you're just going to
Well,
be
like the thing about light is it's tricky, but light as we know it, Aries, I think it was Aries' failure because he sent out to prove it was the Earth moving and not the stars. But he found out that he had to fill the telescope with water and have it, well, I guess with it filled with water, he didn't need the tilt. So understanding light as we know it, Aries' failure is another
I
actual
Yeah,
scientific
James, I think it's
experiment.
even deeper than that though. It's deeper than that Aries failure. Because if you say, okay, if let's entertain this thought, right? If the earth was a
It
globe,
is, you're right. It's
if
not
the earth
even science,
yeah,
right?
it's
Right.
not even science. Because
There's no
there's no way
wiggling.
to verify it. So here's let me get into it. So if you were on Earth and it was a globe and it was actually moving, right? If that's what was happening, and then the stars were, moving because the Earth was moving, or then you'd have the other side that is flat and it's not moving, but the stars are, then you would have, how would you be able to detect on Earth? You wouldn't be able to. You'd have to get outside of the Earth and then
Yeah,
look around,
there's
and
no
then
wiggling. There's
so
no
so
wiggling
it doesn't
variable.
matter. It doesn't matter what test you do here on Earth. There's no way that you're going to be able to say one way or the other here on Earth. You're going to have to leave
At the
Earth.
very least, you could not claim science.
No,
You could
there's no way you
not
can
claim
verify. I mean, there is.
Right.
So for
Right.
somebody
I
to say
got
that
you.
somebody to say that the Earth is moving or not because of lasers or because of a motion detector, some kind of gizmo gadget or whatever, it's not going to do one bit of sense that for us to entertain that, because then you're going to say, well, you're here on Earth. It doesn't matter how good of a device you have, you're on Earth. And if the thing is the thing that's moving, and how are you going to tell? You're not going to be able to. No device or
I
anything.
think I think we can, just because I agree with what you're saying. That's crazy. You are absolutely right.
Right.
But what is crazy is if you've ever watched the sunset or the sunrise and set, right? Like literally you're outside, it's a barbecue. You literally are watching it all day. You're not moving anywhere. That light above you and the heat wave that comes with it, that's what's moving.
Well, that's what we can see doing, right? We can
There's
see
like
doing
if
that,
nobody
but
told you otherwise,
right.
you would
So and like even if
just off of your reality.
even if somebody who was delusional would say, "Yeah, no, it's the Earth that's moving," then you would say, "Okay, you have two scenarios. How are you going to know who's right and who's wrong?" The only thing that we know is what we see, right? And what we see
Right.
is the sun moving across the sky from east to west. Now, if somebody
But
tells me, "Well, no, it's the,"
that also tells me that I do not have the ability to discern if I'm moving or not. That's what
well,
that's saying. It's like,
that's
yes,
but
I
actually
have
what
the
that's saying.
ability when I'm not, when everything's not moving and I'm not moving, that tells me those are moving. Like if
Yeah,
It just
James.
tells you
if
you're at a
Yes,
frame of reference. It
so
doesn't
right.
yeah,
tell you if you're moving or not.
yeah, I hear what you're saying, right? But that's an admission to the fact that in the world we live in, you're saying you do not know what it's like to be motionless.
Another thing to consider, absolutely, if I could real quick, is the
That's
vestibular
hard for me
system.
to admit. I know when I'm motionless.
Hold on, dude.
That's all I wanted to say was
Someone
the
was speaking.
me or
Go ahead,
James?
dude. No, you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, real quick, the vestibular system is, I'll say programmed. It's built a certain way deliberately so that we're able to feel the finest of motions so that we can survive here. See, we're built to survive in this world. And we have countless things on our bodies that allow us to notice our world, at least as far as we can see, way better than a lot of things that man creates.
Yeah, that's true. You have the vestibular system, which the slightest movement. There's motion sickness is a thing, right? Everybody
Right.
knows that. So, I mean, you got a lot of indicators that tell us. And I guess my point, what James was saying, and like it doesn't matter what any of the argument. The argument's trash. It's garbage right out of the gate. There's nothing that you can do with that argument one way or the other. Now, that's not to say the vestibular system is not a good indicator. I'm not saying that. But if you were to like get to the nuts and bolts of it, you're going to be arguing tomato and tomato. One guy's going to say, well, it is moving, but you can't feel it. The other guy's going to say, no, it's not moving because we don't feel motion. So when you're getting down to it, you're going to be like, well, how can we both of us verify it? Well, let's get out of this reference frame and look back at it and see it move. And so at that point, nobody's going to win, right? So it's a dead argument. So the idea that people actually want to entertain it and go further into it, it's great. Of course, there's indicators we can say the vestibular system is on the side of like that it's not moving, and then you got this what is it in the phone, the sensor that actually
Yeah, I think he was just trying to
I know
add
what
to
you're
the
talking about.
right.
circumstantial. He was just
The
trying to
motion
add
sensor.
some circumstantial evidence.
Yeah, so you got a
Like,
bunch of people on the one side saying
more and
well,
more circumstantial evidence for
we
one
got the
thing.
ring laser gyroscope. We got all kinds of stuff, right? That they say they can use. And then on the other side, there's like the motionless side, where if it was moving, you'd have all this other information that tells you that it would be moving because we would feel it. But at the same time, like it's like I said, it's a dead argument because if you start
It is.
going one way or the other, then you're gonna really get. And I talk with the flat Earth and the globe Earth because you have to realize that these certain arguments that we get entangled ourselves up into, they're non-essential to the idea. So what I mean
True.
by that is like if we entertain such things, then we're gonna beat ourselves, like
I
a
think
guy
the
beating his head
ball
over
Earth.
a brick
I
wall.
think
Like
the
it's not
ball
gonna
Earth
do
is what
anything.
brought that.
Well,
So
I
the ball
understand,
Earth,
but see that
It's all
the ball Earth
encompassing.
brought that because
the
before
conversation
it was I'm motionless.
the conversation should always be bringing it back to like rock solid hard evidence, right? So when we get into such
To the
conversations,
reality.
we're entertaining a moot point. And the thing is, when we that's one, right? You got that whole idea, and then you got the there's a couple of them that are kind of tossed back and forward that they like to actually bring up, and some flat earthers, we'll call them flat earthers, but they entertain the idea that we could use a model or a Gleason's map or an overall, azimuthal equidistant map or something that gives them an idea of what we think the Earth is. But that's also
Before we advance on that,
reality.
I want to add this real quick about the motion. I challenge anybody to get into a hot air balloon for a day. Just go out there and when they do the hot air balloon little tours, go get in a hot air balloon. Like if we were on a spinning ball, you'd know. You'd know.
I should take that challenge up because my mother jumped out of a perfectly good working airplane. Just jumped right out.
So we always try to advance the argument, right? We always try to make it to where we take away the non-essential and we get to the what really counts when we're talking about this. So when I first started doing the 3 points and I was showing you guys about it, I wanted to make sure that we were getting rid of the fat, cutting away the things that don't really matter. There's arguments about, reference frames and things. We can't get to a different reference frame and nobody can to verify. So this is the thing. Like no one's
So
ever
you
going to
got
be
to
able
deal with the one that's in reality, in my opinion.
So we deal with the things that we can verify. And when we
Yeah.
do, and when we do that, we start bringing up things that if it's not possible, right? If it's not possible, then it's not able to be verified. And then it's like, that's a knockdown argument win for anybody. So if you give them something that they cannot verify, then you already won that argument. It's like, they have nothing to say. So when you entertain things like little Jim Panda arguments or, these non-essential things that they bring up, it's like,
Yeah, but
Dude,
they're
they go
claiming
into
something we don't.
hypothetical rabbit holes.
They're,
Sorry,
they're
they
claiming
do.
something
It's
we
like
don't
the
see or
go ahead.
feel, and I'm claiming something we do see and feel. See,
You're
that's
saying,
that's where they're claiming something we do not see or feel, and I'm claiming something we do see and feel.
No, I would say
Still and motionless. We
I agree,
feel those
James.
things,
Go ahead.
right? Those are the things we feel in our reality. They're claiming we're doing something we don't see or feel.
Right. Yes. And the thing is, they go into rabbit
Well, they
holes
have the claim,
with
I
whatever.
don't.
We let them go down rabbit holes. I think that's the point.
That's the point. Yeah. And usually like that, I don't know what conversation was happening with that one guy, but if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile every time. So you have to really construct the conversation in such a way that you're going to make sure that the key points are hit. And the key points are, do you have any demonstrable evidence that the earth is what you claim it is? Because the burden of proof, my friend, rests upon your shoulders. And you're coming in here with guns loaded thinking that you know what you're talking about. When I ask you for evidence, you come up nil. And this is the problem. Because of that, you will never be able to satisfy the question, is the earth a globe? And so you're always going to come up, with your pockets empty, being like, well, I thought I had something, but you don't. No globe earther ever to come into this Discord has ever proven that the earth is a globe. Not one time, not with any evidence, not with anything they have to say.
Even
And
the
the reason
so-called
with
miles an hour of the wind that the weather report gives, those are based off of still and motionless.
Listen, everything
Just
that they have
zero.
to offer has no evidence for the earth being a globe. Zero. Not planes, not boats, not cars, not trains, not anything that they have to offer. And like I always, like when I'm in here, I always offer up the challenge because I'm really, really tired of them trying to come in here and say that they know what's going on when none of them. What it is like a wake-up call. I want them to wake up from their dream. It's like they're dreaming this whole reality that they think is a globe. And what it's doing now when they come in here and they talk to somebody in here and they say things like, well, the winds or the reference frame, or what about like the moon and the, like, they don't really realize that they're in that dream state. So what we do is we wake them up with hard facts, right? And so we just let them tangle themselves up when they come in here. And then they start to realize, oops, I am incorrect, like this, and it's just
Well, it's
like
almost like a life built on lies, the same as an empire. When the empire's foundation is built off lies, the truth will bring it down. Some point. So that's what I see happening.
Yeah, that is a law of
All
nature.
across-
I agree.
That's what I see happening all across the world ever since Flat Earth. Everything's been going downhill since Flat Earth. Like everything's been in destruction.
Yeah, they cling to things such as these images, like what's it, like Pontchartrain. I don't know if they're still bringing that thing up, or where they say that it's curvature, whatever, boats going over the curvature or what have you. I mean these ridiculous claims that they've come in here with, and they it just seem to it's foolishness, really. And I really want. Sometimes I'm thinking, man, I want to provoke somebody to actually get into the conversation, because what happens is they're holding on to something that is not real, and they want to just go into their happy place and just say, "Oh no, it's a globe. It's a globe." It's not a globe. If it was a freaking globe, then there would be so much evidence, and none of us would be here. And that's the
Even
thing.
most people's happy place is an uncomfortable comfort zone. Shout
Well,
out to
I
K
can't.
Rhino.
We can't divine and say what they know, but what we can say
Yeah,
is that
most people.
they do not have any evidence for the Earth being a globe. Now, if there's a brave soul out there that would like to have a conversation, I'm pretty sure any one of you guys could show them the way. And that's the thing, like with this information that we have, that it's not a globe. It's easy to come and and have that conversation. I mean, but the guys, like, I know when they come in here, they're so hyped up. They've heard it on the internet somewhere. They maybe listening to the live stream, and they want to come in here and they want to talk about it. But I don't ever think, like, really, like, I offer them the opportunity to ask any questions that they'd like. Please do. Is there something on your mind that you think that the Earth is a globe for some reason? And yeah, just come up in here and step on up and ask your question. That's the only way you're gonna know, right? It's if you ask. So, is there anybody in here that thinks the Earth is a globe, or at least thought of it was a globe? Listening to these fine people in here have conversations with those who believe it is. Oh man, no, I've been doing this for a while, guys. You guys know me. I'm just I don't know, man. Sometimes I get in the mode where I want people to come in here and have that conversation. That's all, dude. Like, I don't got a dog in the fight. I really don't. If you think it's a globe and you want to believe that it is with all your heart, and go ahead, man. Have your globe. Think it's spinning, and you got little spacemen bouncing up and down on the moon and Mars and whatnot. But the reality is, when you actually start to wake up and realize and verify, you're not going to find any information out there that it is. It's not going to happen. Anyway, I'm just eating up some airtime, guys.
No
In
problem,
fact,
man.
you'll
Thank you.
find quite the contrary. If
You're
you
completely
start
right.
listening.
Fill the air with truth, and you're fine.
Yeah, I wanna. You know what I bring to the table, man. Every time that I come in here, I always lay out the offer. Always ask anybody who's in here or who's listening to the live stream, if you guys think that the Earth is a globe and you got some solid evidence, and you just know it is, and you come on in here and we'll have a conversation. And I guarantee you, you won't walk out of here without at least thinking about that if it is or not. I'll give you that. I'm not going to say that you'll be converted or convinced. I will say you will think about it, because you came in here thinking that you are surely knowing that it is a globe. And most of the times, when they come in here, they'll be like, well, I know it's a globe 99.99%. I always get that too, man. Like,
Yeah.
lately, when I have conversations in here, I'll hear people say that. I know it's 99.9% sure that it's a globe.
Yeah, like,
I'm
even
like,
though
"Oh,
we don't
well."
know the entire shape of the Earth, it's a binary conversation, right? It's either globe or flat. Like, let's talk about that.
Yeah.
What does it measure? Well, flat so far. Let's talk about how and why, maybe.
And over the times that we've been doing this, they're like, okay, so is it a globe? Yeah, it's a globe. Is it a blue marble? For sure. Oh, why do they call it an oblate spheroid? It's chubbier in the middle. Oh, yeah, of course, it's chubbier in the middle. You just changed your mind. You said it was an actual sphere. Well, I meant a sphere as in an oblate spheroid, like a pear shape. Okay.
I love that argument right there too.
Yeah, they start they start changing their modes and they get into all this like they backpedal and they they don't know what to say. We're like, oh yeah, is for sure. It's whatever that guy said. Like,
Yep,
This
give
is
them the double speak.
yeah, for sure.
We've had several recently. We're using the wrong dimension, and when pressed upon it, either couldn't provide anything on what the actual one was at all, or provided the same exact dimensions we use, except in kilometers. and I caught it.
So if you look in the chat right now, I've posted a screenshot of all of the official measurements from NASA.
Absolutely. But
and so if you think it's a globe, here's your measurements.
Yeah, but see, Gizmo, the thing about like with that, they're gonna come and tell you, where did you get? How do I know you didn't copy that? You made those numbers. See, they always
Because I have
these
the link
guys-
at the top of the picture.
Yeah, I know. I mean, like, trust me, like I've had my go arounds with some of these guys. They'll come up with the weirdest things too, man. Like, oh, that's not right. That's incorrect. Well, those numbers aren't, and they'll tell you stuff like that, and they're convincing themselves that because if they agree with the information you gave them, somehow you did a magic spell that you did something to it, and you made it so that like it's gonna prove them wrong or something. But it's just what they provide. That's what the information is. Like you're not doing anything. You're just saying, look, I'm just getting it from the website. Like that's what it is. You don't have to believe me, but if you go to the website, you'll see that all this information is right there. So and then
right there.
Yeah, you get into this this whole idea of like how that information's wrong, and not every sources can be trusted, and you know what I'm saying. Like you get it, they nitpick. They don't want to admit, and that's what it boils down to, man. They don't want to admit.
You know about the Omni Earth curvature calculator, correct?
I don't know.
It's the same calculator everybody uses. I found it through the Omni curvature Earth calculator.
Mm-hmm.
It's It's like an Omni calculator. It has every type of calculation there is. So I just posted a screenshot. I doubled down on it. So basically, I shrunk the page to fit under one heading, so that way you would know that it came from the same website.
They use the Pythagorean theorem, right? Like looks like the formula. Okay, so if they're saying that they're using triangles, they're already dead in the water right there. With even that. You know why? How can you get a right triangle on a curved surface? Anybody?
You can't.
You can't. That's it. You can't. That's the answer to that. You can't. How are you going to make a triangle on a curved surface? You can't.
Then that's the whole thing.
The bone jet.
The word right in the right triangle means 90 degrees or 180 degrees. It's that's all it is. It's not a question. It's not like, oh, we can debate that. That's just how it is.
That's how it is. Yeah, it's how it is.
Yeah.
So when you illuminate that fact, and you're just like, okay, you can see the triangle that's on that image right there, Pythagorean theorem, right? You see that triangle? How are you gonna get a triangle on a curved surface, like as such as the Earth you claim it to be? Pray tell, like you're not gonna be able to. So right there, you're arguing. I don't even have to look at the rest of it, like because you're using Pythagorean theorem. So you got anything else? Because that ain't gonna work.
I don't even think they turned the sky into a spherical celestial. I think
yeah,
it has to be a grid.
But they see here's the yeah, I know they want to say it's above Gizmo, like, but God, yeah, I know, but they're still doing it over a curved surface, man, and that gets me too.
Yeah.
Because like,
no, I got another image for that. Hold on, find it.
It's just a grid going, starting way out in front of you, coming towards you, and going away.
Hold on, I got a picture for it. Where'd it go?
I've also heard that people think that the sky, the quote unquote firmament, is like a lattice pattern, and it's kind of a grid too. Whatever, I don't know. Speculation.
Well, no, you can see the circles, but they're based on a grid. They're calculated, triangulated, so you get squares, They're
Square
based
circle.
on a grid. Those circles are. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't get me wrong. I can
Another
see how
picture.
they're, but really it's a grid with circles.
Yeah, there's something to be said about bees making perfect hexagons all the time, every time, right? That's like, really? Just, it's the one shape? What's random about that?
Yeah, exactly. Golden ratio, man. Like, yeah, but there's
Only got the seven stars. Or seven of them.
you got a lot of absurdities when it comes to the arguments that they bring. Like, and I'm like, because I know Gizmo, you've been through a lot of them, and you're bringing up these images because I know it takes you have to walk some of these intellects, down the path, and it seems like some of them are just clinging to this idea, like they'll hold on to a specific idea because they think they're right, and when you already tell them things like, okay, well, how does this apply to something that you're already claiming is a different shape than the thing that you're trying to apply the information to? That's not going to work ever. It has to be either what you say it is for the formula to work or not, because it's not going to, you know what I'm saying? Like that.
It has to be.
Because we're not working,
You know,
we're working with this formula that when you apply it, it's going to have to be what you say it is, or if it doesn't, it's not going to work out. You'll be off in space somewhere.
the old
According to
measurement for circle is like 3.14. At one point it was 3, and then it was 3.14 for a circle. And then someone who came up with the formula for pi? I don't remember.
I don't know.
But that
apparently it's not
defined
complete.
the circle.
It's not complete.
It's infinite, right?
All right. So, does anybody believe the Earth is a globe in here? You guys want to ask any questions?
Oh, did you see my
Or
picture, Mickey?
At least try. Which one?
The last one that I posted.
Scientific method. Little baby, huh? Little baby steps to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I know.
You should actually the font. You should actually use crayons.
I didn't make it. Somebody else did.
Oh.
I stole it off of a web search. I should go back and create my own. Then.
All right,
This is another one of my favorites.
Are you in here, guys? Got any questions? Come on now. Don't be shy. I know you think the Earth is a globe. You want to bring your evidence, so-called evidence. You want to walk down the path of truth, or do you want to continue to believe that your fantasy spinning globe ball, water ball out in space, flying around, going up certain miles per hour?
You can't be typing in the chat that it's a globe and not come in here. He's inviting you.
I am inviting you.
I have this way that I've been trying to approach people. Like whenever they come in and they kind of go into just complete disbelief of what we're trying to explain to them. I take them back to basic geometry. Like I say, do you know what a sphere is? Do you know what the area or the perimeter of a sphere is? Do you know what a diameter is? Do you know what a radius is? Like I need to know how much of geometry do they really understand in order for me to continue having a super intelligent conversation, because they're just going to sit there and parrot whatever they've been taught. But if you can logically break them down back into basic math and show them the formulas that they're getting wrong, they're like, "Oh yeah, I do remember that." Cool.
Yeah, but intellects like to
Just tell them that the
hang on,
bowling
Richard
ball
James.
rolls
Hang on 1
across the
second.
flat surface.
Intellects like to tout their lofty wisdom. They want to. Well, you don't know college level math. It's really a pissing contest at that
Maybe
point.
so.
You can pee the
But I
farthest.
think a diameter and a radius are fundamental to understanding a globe.
True, but what you're getting here is gobbledygook from these guys, because they're just gonna spill out a whole bunch of nonsense that you're gonna be like, dude, what? And then they're gonna be like, yeah, of course you didn't understand what I said, because they want to sound intelligent because it sounds like
I know they do.
if they bring their what they've learned on here, and then they're gonna show up the flat earthers, or so to speak.
But
This
if they don't
is
know
the
that
mind
ice
behind
is
these guys.
cold, or that the top of an oven when it's turned on is hot, if they don't know that in basics, why would I want to have like a super intelligent conversation, like F equals MA or something?
Well, there's some people who want to come in and they want to learn, but they're either here for nefarious reasons also, or they don't understand it very well. And then you got people who come in here who have intellect and they want to use, acting like they're not knowing about something as ammo in the conversation to just waste time on their ignorance of something.
I mean, like, waste their time. Get them into basic geometry for like 2 minutes. Just spend 2 minutes with them. And if they don't want to do it, then throw them out the window. Mute them.
Yep, but you
Like,
have to keep it simple too.
You guys been on an escalator? They even have in some places moving sidewalks. Like you're not even going upstairs, just a moving. Like you can stand totally still, right? Just stand there in front of it for an hour. People are gonna be like, "What's that guy doing?" And then you can take one step, and all of a sudden you're moving, but you're only moving based off from where you was at. So that's the reality. You're motionless and still. You can't tell me that before I got onto that, I was moving already.
You can tell that you're moving even in a plane.
You can make that claim, but you have no evidence for the claim.
Even
you
in a
can't say
bus.
that my evidence of me not being still and motionless is not evidence.
Right.
You can't tell me
You
that.
can tell when you're moving even in a bus because you can move easier toward the back than the front. And so this notion that we can't tell that we're moving is kind of absurd.
Yeah. But it's all based off of a stationary point of reference to begin with. That's my point. That's the reality. If somebody's saying, no, you're actually moving because you're on the earth and it's moving, that's their claim, and they need to prove it. My claim is, no, I'm on the earth, therefore I am not moving.
Well, also according to the Bible, the earth is on pillars on top of a watery deep, which means that it's fixed fast. And
we
I
don't
hate
even
to
have
bring
to
it
go
into the
there.
realm of, the Bible or whatever, but the only person who saw it and who's qualified to say anything is this dude God, who was the only person who was there. So I'd file that away over the heliocentric claims any day of the week. If the earth is fixed and fast on pillars, it's not going to move. No power is going to make it get up and start wobbling in space. That's absurd.
Except for the earthquake.
I mean, but that's like saying that I'm staying still right now, which I am, and breathing. Is my chest moving up and down? Yes. So by that definition, yes, I'm moving like an earthquake, but I'm not moving in space from one point to another. I'm moving in place. If anything, so an earthquake would just be the earth moving in place, but not translating from A to B in space. That's different.
I get drunk enough, the room spins. Does that
Even
count?
the earthquake is based off what was already motionless. The earthquake, the Richter scale. That's based
the
off
only
of
way that you move
motionless.
is if you're going
Not
from A to B in
There's
some sort of
nothing
background.
moving the needles. It's only based. The earthquake, the Richter scale is only based off a stationary thing to begin with.
Well, the thing is, I mean, we need to go from A to B in some sort of background, in some sort of
Nobody
substance,
can
be
tell
it
me
the air
otherwise
or
without proving it.
But that's the only way that you can prove movement is if you're going from A to B
It's
in
based
some sort
off
of
of
background
kilo.
substance.
Hey, we don't have any
you're not
Globers in
moving
here.
anywhere.
Anybody that anybody new that wants to have a conversation about the Earth being a globe? Because
You walk.
why not, right?
Let me just emphasize real quick. You walk with the escalator, you're moving faster. You walk against it, you're hardly moving at all.
So I take
Based off of before you even got on it.
Not a single person. Everybody in here is a flat Earth. Okay.
We got two VC verified, Welshie and Lord. Actually, Lord doesn't have any roles.
Hey, Lord's in here. Okay.
No roles on Lord, but They
All right,
are
do
on
you
the
guys,
chat.
Welshie or Lord, do you guys think the Earth is a globe? What's your opinions on that? What brings you to this server? You guys can open up your mics. Oh, do they have permission to do that? I don't know. Maybe not.
I unmuted Lord, and well, she should be able to speak if they want to.
Erratic Dunn. Erratic Dunn doesn't have a flat Earth label. He seems sincere though.
It's a great place to have the conversation. I mean, if you guys were curious enough to walk into this server, then you can ask a question or two.
You
Can't
actually
hurt.
get on the air live. You are on the air live right now. Join us.
You are on the air with Glat Flow.
Come on, this is your chance, y'all. But
Coming
you
up
have
next,
proof.
we got
That would be the
Miggy in the house. Haven't seen him for a coon's age. Welcome back, Migs.
What's going on, man? Yeah, no, I'm just I'm in and out. I really the conversation to me, it's like, okay, I mean, once I hear somebody that's an educator or something like that, I perk up. I'm like, oh, this is gonna be interesting. So
But Andy level up.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to take them down a couple pegs because they're touting their knowledge like they think they know what's going on. And metal large kind of people we're dealing with here. It's these intellects that are on the circuit of like with the conversation, the debate forums and all that kind of stuff.
Well, it's pretty easy to point out the logical flaws without getting too crazy. I mean, they will try to go after your credentials and say, "Oh, you're not smart enough," or "There's something psychologically wrong with you," to question the narrative, but the narrative's not consistent enough to follow. It would be one thing if the narrative about this ball rocketing through space was consistent, but it says one thing and then, goes back and says another out the other side of its mouth. It says we're moving, but we don't feel this movement. And stuff like that. It's just absurd.
Well, would you like to talk? Well,
some of them are a bit probably
Shy.
taken back by the challenge. They're like, oh, best not talk right now.
They're probably looking up on Wikipedia for their answer.
Yeah. All right. What does it say on Wikipedia? Well, Earth's a globe. All right, guys. Good night.
Well,
So
I think
I gotta go back to my point one more time, guys, with the escalator, right? Because if you're on something that's moving and you're not moving, then you're moving with it, like the escalator. But once you start moving in the direction it's going, then you're moving faster. And if you come back against it, you're taking more steps to travel less ground. So if the Earth is moving and we're moving with it, wouldn't it work? Isn't the principle the same?
the principle would be the same. The
You should tell the difference.
power
The
of your
principle's the
movement would be greater. To move to the front of the bus or the escalator, you find that, one little step that hardly took you a foot now takes you 2 or 3 feet. And it's like, woo, it feels like I'm moving a little faster than normal.
Yeah, let's see what I'm getting at, but you tell the difference, right? So if the ground when you're standing still, that I'm claiming is motionless, if I'm moving with the Earth and I start walking with it, it should be different than when I walk against it, just like the damn escalator or moving sidewalk.
Well, that's why they say you can't tell if you're moving by velocity alone. You have to use acceleration. And acceleration is just saying that you can tell a difference in how you were moving from one moment to the next if the rate of movement changes. But I don't even know if that follows. Like with your escalator example, you accelerated from being still while moving to now moving while moving. And that's why you notice it. But if you were moving all along at the same rate, you wouldn't notice it based off of what they say with acceleration being felt, not movement itself. But I don't even know if that's correct. I don't even know if what they're saying about that is necessarily true.
Yeah, it's just like I said, James. You're what you're doing is that horse has flies all over it.
It's facts, though. It's facts.
Hold on, James. Hold on.
It's
that
all
horse,
based off
yeah,
motionless.
James, 1 second, brother. That horse got flies on it, brother, and you're beating it with like a stick, and it's dead, bro. Like that argument.
So I think
That
you're
argument.
overlooking it.
Listen, no, I'm not. Like what I'm doing is examining this argument that has been going on for at least 3 years that I know of. 3 years. Always come back at the end of the argument, and many people have already talked about this and at length. I know Meadow has for sure, but at the end of that argument doesn't lie any truth. The only thing we're gonna get to is, well, okay, if you think it's a globe spinning and I think it's flat, you can't ever get to a reference frame where you can be able to see the thing moving or not. Like that's not even something that we can. It's not a debatable argument. It's moot for sure. It is moot. And to indulge it any further is to only engage
No, it's
into
facts.
I don't know what
Let
you're
me ask
thinking
you this,
facts are,
James.
man, but like I mean, you like I said, I got no dog in the fight, but I'm saying if you want to go ahead and believe that, then go ahead. Like that's
Let me ask you this, James. Let me ask you this, James. If you were born on the escalator or the moving sidewalk and you never got off the moving sidewalk, how would you know what the rest of the world is like?
for sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm
If you were
saying.
born on the escalator, you could
Keeping
tell the
us
difference
on the
between moving with the
escalator.
escalator or moving
That's
against
what
it.
I'm
You could tell.
saying. They're keeping us on the escalator.
Well, you could tell because you would tell a difference between going with the escalator or against it. So you'd have to move with it or
Yeah,
against it to tell if
that's
you're
what I'm
moving.
saying. You would be able to tell. That's my point about facts of reality. The reason why you're motionless, you walk 20 miles, you're on the equator, you might walk 20 miles west,
You
walk
can't
it back
reason.
the same way.
Yeah, I
It's the
understand.
same
You never get
time.
off the
You
escalator.
can't listen. You
Yes.
can't reason. You can't reason with them in that sense. If you think that there's some way that you're gonna be able to sway the
Yeah, there
argument
would be
in
a
your favor,
difference.
no, you're not gonna sway them because they're always gonna go back to that. You can't feel the motion because it's too big. So their argument always
that's
goes back. So yours is
Too
gonna be what
big.
it is.
no,
Yeah.
that their
You've
argument
always
is
been on the
based off of
escalator.
motionless. Their
You've always been
argument,
on the escalator. You've
the
never gotten
facts
off the
about it,
escalator.
the facts about it is their argument of motionless, like is based off of motionless, like zero,
It feels motionless because you've never been off of it.
which
Right.
is
That's the only
motionless.
motion you've ever known.
Yeah,
That's
they're
their argument.
claiming motionless, but you're not motionless. Like that's
It's
a
an
contradiction.
inversion of the argument. It's
They
saying
need
it
to
feels
they need
motionless
to
even though
prove
you're
it
moving.
because I can prove
It's
that
an
they're
inversion.
wrong
Yeah, it's
You
inversion.
with
you were
reality.
born on the escalator and you never got off.
With reality, I
No,
can
you
But
prove
the
can't.
they're
thing
wrong.
is, you can tell
Can't
when
change.
you're moving on the escalator with the movement or against the movement. So even that
Unless
isn't
you
satisfactory because the moment we move against that escalator, we would be expected to feel it at least somewhat, like moving from the front or to the back.
unless you were born on the escalator and you've never known different.
Yeah.
But I get
you're
what you're
getting on
saying
and
that you
off
never
it.
know different,
You're
sure,
getting
but you
on
can
and off
tell
it
when
all the
you're
time.
going
So it's
forward
like,
versus backward against the motion. You can still tell that in a bus, in a plane, in whatever, you can still tell.
like when you're in motion, based off of
You're
motion.
not you're not grasping it.
Yeah,
Imagine the
That's
entire
the
world like
reality.
imagine a 10,000 mile wide escalator and you never get off of it ever. And you're told that you have
What are you
to
talking about,
you,
dude?
this is their argument.
All
This is their
bit of
argument,
motion
James.
is based from motionless.
But
You're
Gizmo,
claiming
even
that
if
you
you're
can get
on,
off the escalator.
How do you say like
You're
motion?
claiming you can get off
All
the
motion
escalator,
is
dude.
based from
but
motionless.
Gizmo, you don't even need to get off the escalator. You can just move with the escalator or
Very
against the
definition.
escalator and tell that you're moving.
But you were born on the escalator, you don't know any different.
But you can still tell when you're moving with it or against it.
Yeah,
you can't argue that because you've never been born on an escalator and never gotten off.
Yeah,
we can't argue this because people aren't born on escalators. So if we're talking about a hypothetical like this, we have to just talk about how consistent our thinking is.
That's what he's trying to say. That's what
That's
Miggy's
their
trying
point.
to say.
That's their point.
Yeah,
Like
but
they,
he's
they
not making
in that loop.
He's not making any positive claims, and we are.
And then you're gonna send them in the cog disc, or you're gonna ban them, and then
So
they're
we're
not gonna
basing
learn
motion
anything.
off of motionless.
That's right, Gizmo. See, this is why when we get into these discussions, and I always told you, it's trash. It's trash because when you think that you have, and I know James, you're
I don't even beat it.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna defeat them
You're
this time.
overlooking it.
Never
It's coming up.
gonna
You
happen.
watch.
It's never gonna happen, James, dude. I'm telling you, you're talking about staunch globe earthers here, and we're even talking about the ones who just are that have head knowledge. They don't really know like the intellects do. Like these guys that are just running around saying the Earth is a globe, they're gonna fight you tooth and nail on that point, and you're gonna be blue in the face telling them your point. And I'm gonna be here to tell you, I told you so. They didn't give it up, did they, James? You're gonna be like, I tried with that guy, but he didn't do it. But maybe the next guy will, and it just never will happen because they will
Never
take you
does.
to this
The very
hypothetical.
definition of motion is opposite of motionless.
Okay,
So you
James.
don't even get motion without
Go ahead
motionless.
and fight the good fight, man. Like if you think you're
Like
gonna be able to, if you're gonna be
that's
able
the
to
reality.
strong arm them into
Right.
like actually
Somebody
believing that.
earlier about maybe we should think about taking up psychiatry.
I mean,
trying to
basically, it
strong arm
reduces
them
down to
because the
argument
saying
people
before you
that
try to
we
support it.
can't tell
I'm
that we're
starting to
moving.
agree with him.
But it basically breaks down to basically saying we can't tell that we're moving, but somehow we know that we're moving. Well, then how can you know that you're moving if you can't tell that you're moving? You're undermining your own premise by saying
my
that these
point.
sort of indicators to show that we're moving aren't there, yet we're still going to declare that we're moving. That doesn't make sense.
Hey, you guys.
Thank you.
Hey,
Well
at the end
said.
of the day,
You're on my
man,
side on
he's
that.
gonna go about it the way he's gonna go about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I mean, it
motion
makes no
is
sense.
the
I mean,
opposite. By definition, motion is opposed to motionless.
I know what Miggy was trying to say. It is like talking around in circles, man. You guys are still talking in circles about.
well, Mickey is
No,
right that we can't convince them
it's
ultimately, but
coming.
we
You
can point
watch.
out the illogic.
It'll
We
be
can
a
point
new
out how
flat earth
illogical it is to
argument.
say
You
that
watch.
everything is relative. We can't tell if we're moving or not, but we're still going to declare that we're moving as if we know that we're moving somehow. That we can still just point out that illogic and that absurdity and cognitive dissonance.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying like ignore it completely because there's a third person out there listening to this.
Yeah, for sure. But like the thing is, like at some point, the argument
Don't
is
get
gonna
sucked
wind.
into it.
Yeah, it's gonna wind up you trying to. It's a slugfest. You know, that's you said your point. They said their point. At that point, if you don't feel satisfied, it's really you trying to win the argument. It's not anymore saying that I want to speak about truth. It's you trying to puff up your pride and see if you can't win this argument by strong arming them into believing what you are saying. You understand? Like, so when you actually tell them what you said, of course you can't, because the escalator, you said your point. At that point, when they say, I don't believe that's true, then you're going to have to accept it. Okay, fine. You don't believe what I just finished telling you. It's the truth, but, you have to let it go. Because if you don't,
This
you're
is
just gonna...
this is a little deep, but let me give you this analogy. You planted the seed, you covered the seed with dirt. Don't put a cinder block on top of it.
That's a good idea. You can do that too, right? But there's many ways. I mean, like, what other argument? Like, see, they bring up horizons. Oh, that's a good one, isn't it? You like horizons? Which horizon? How many horizons? How far to the horizon? Like, where is the horizon? Like, come on, man. Like I mean, there you can only see one horizon. That's all there ever was, and these guys are claiming multiple. What's that Metal Arc? What's that guy's name? West, that famous guy that everybody believes. Mick West. That's his name. Yeah, I was trying to think of his name earlier, but that's that guy. Now he's saying that the horizon is actually above where you think it is, and it's not where you see it is, but it's farther up. Now, if that doesn't get people all screwed up in the head, I don't know what does. But I mean, this guy has got them all twisted up. Looking at horizons that aren't even there. And so,
well, they'll show something miraging above
I would
something
ask
else.
people to
but,
look up the definition of horizon after he said that, please.
well,
It's
I mean,
apparent.
it's
just
demanded
apparent
by
like
their
a
theory
rainbow.
that the horizon is lifting up. That's what's demanded by their
Like
theory.
a
But do we
rainbow.
actually see that?
It's
No.
apparent.
I mean, do we see two horizons? I mean, to know what they're saying is true, we need to see two horizons, the original and the duplicated one above the other one. But that's not what we see, so we can't quite know that on that level. We're assuming it has to be the case for the model, for the sake of this globe model. But unless we're actually seeing that, that's going to be kind of theoretical.
They had no idea the technology would get to where it is now when they built their empire off this lie. So no wonder
And just
it's
because
crushed by their own power.
Well, and just because you're saying the horizon lifts up above the other one or refracts or whatever, that doesn't necessarily mean it will be in front of the other one and block your view to the second horizon. You'd expect at least without making additional assumptions, one horizon on top of the other one that you can visibly see. But it's kind of like they're making a bunch of leaps in logic that are really not authorized and not necessary. And so at that point, we're just getting into a big mess.
Yeah, who was it? I want to say it was Brenda that said that there's 4 horizons, and then we got some other guy named Frost that I don't know if he pops in here or not. He said there's multiple, and he actually there was, I don't know if it was the the oil rigs. What was the name of it? Is it the Black Swan? He's drawing lines on the image. Like he drew like multiple lines of how many horizons he sees. I'm like, wow. I mean, we've gotten to this level where you're just making shit up, because that's all you can do.
Horizon.
I mean, he's like, there's multiple. Dude, like,
so sad. All I do is pray for them.
to be that confused, to be that confused, and then perpetrate the lie, and then say that it is a globe. Like it's wild, man. We're like, this is the kind of people we're dealing with, man. Like,
well, the horizon, by their definition, is saying as far as we can see. They assume that we can only see as far as we can see because there's a hump of Earth or curve in the way for the terrestrial horizon or whatever. And I guess for the celestial horizon, that's as far as we can see in the star field before it's just, too much space or darkness to see beyond. I don't know. But they're working with the definition of horizon where it's as far as you can see, either because there's something in the way or something else is going on. Now, with over a flat plane, you reach a horizon because of compressed viewing angle, not because of a horizon or a hump of Earth curve in the way, blocking what's beyond. So we just have different explorations to why we only see so far to this or that horizon.
Yeah, I've heard some people claim like an ant on a beach ball would see it flat. No, I'm pretty sure an ant knows when it's walking on a basketball court or climbing up a beach ball. Pretty sure.
I don't know. Let's ask him.
You can tell the difference.
Well, your horizon is brought in pretty close if you're in the fog. You can't see that far past a certain distance because the fog's in the way. It doesn't mean that there's something in the way like a hump of Earth curve. It's the same with a regular light over a flat plane. After a while, the visual angles are too compressed for you to make out what's beyond, even though there's no obstruction in the way. That's all.
Somebody was raised by Tarzan Universal Studios, right? Raised by just off the Earth. No other man got in his influence. He's never going to think the Earth is a sphere.
You have to go to a Jesuit educational institution.
Not once would he ever think the Earth was a sphere.
And it gets deep. You think that how can people be so evil or so, willfully blind to miss what's in front of their face? But the globe comes with a lot of baggage. We can get rid of this pesky Bible if we get rid of this, cosmology that appears to be flat, that appears to be detailed in its pages. We can make people easier to control. We can hide a bunch of bases in Antarctica. I mean, it comes with a lot of
deceiving one individual.
And so now they're going to fight for this lie, with every fiber of their being, tooth and nail. And now they're putting forth an alternative cosmology, an alternative order for how everything comes about with this magical gravity force that pulls everything into a ball. Now we can just totally throw out, scripture or what else and just have science be king. And so they're fighting for the crux of their power, their system, and their thought prism, basically.
He's pouring his spirit out, and the birth pains are going to increase. dramatically.
It's so incredible that we were able to break the back of scientism, simply by pointing out that there is no freaking curvature. This scientism, where now we're trying to find all the answers in the wrong places with science, which really can't even give us all these answers about why we're here or doing all this other stuff. All God needed to do to break the back of that rotting edifice was to say, hey, there's no curvature over here. Take a look over here. Open your eyes. It's incredible.
This was his plan. That's all I'm saying. And if it's not, in the meantime, it's at least keeping it in the back of your mind. That'd be worth it.
Mm-hmm. Glory to God. Glory to God. Mm.
Yeah, no. Wow. Some of those videos out there, I wish I had the lenses to go out there and just see it for myself, or at least be there while they're observing it, so I can look through their lens and manipulate the zoom so that way I can see all of this stuff for myself. Because those videos and those images are beautiful. They're absolutely stunning. Who'd have thought that we would be able to see land from 270 miles away, or get elevated 128,000 feet up in the air and still see no curve? Putting a camera 1.5 feet above the ground and looking out, seeing 31 miles still, with the horizon above the stilt of the oil rig.
All right, I'm gonna dip out of here, guys. Ladies, gentlemen, it's been lovely. I'll catch you guys later.
Take care, Mickey. Take care. Hey, did y'all see that the flats out in Utah? They said that it's not safe for people to go and visit anymore. Look, I took a screenshot. Bonneville Salt Flats in Utah. Not safe for public anymore. They didn't specifically say why, they just said it wasn't safe. I'm not sure how that would be the case. Other than, look how flat that land is. You don't have to go to water to see flat. You can go to flatlands too. Salt flats. Here's another picture of a Utah salt flat. Someone got married there. I thought it was beautiful. It does look beautiful.
I hear when it rains like an inch there, at nighttime you can see the stars on the ground.
Interesting.
Never been there, so don't know if it's true, but that's what I hear.
All the way out there. It'd be pretty. Let's see. Oh, here's the salt flats in Bolivia. How flat that is, everybody. Beautiful.
Not flat enough for the Globers.
True. That's true. The Glovers just want to talk about flattening the curve, and
where are you posting
that
this? Is it live stream text?
Yeah.
Where are you posting these?
Live stream voice text.
Live stream. All right. Thank you. Sorry.
Flatten the curve, everybody. Finally flattened the curve. They said 15 days. Been going on, what, how long now? I think this
What I
Discord
was
said
saying
like
about seeing the
6
stars on
years.
the ground. Like you see the cloud reflections, perfect. It's like
Oh,
that.
it's gorgeous.
You see the stars right on the ground. But it has to have like an inch of rain, I guess.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I like that. It kind of looks like those exit signs. You know what I'm talking about? And they have that little red light that flows through them, and you just see like what the little ripples they have in it. Put that one there. That's pretty cool. Throwing that red table out there breaks up all the color. That's
Yeah, to me, it's like proof that if the ships were going over a curve, then the Earth would be a cylinder where the horizon could remain flat, but there's a curve. It wouldn't be a sphere.
Only flat when you're facing that direction, though.
Yeah,
Because it'd be
but
a
I would
cylinder.
agree that, in reality, things disappear the further they get. Like a fly, it barely has to move very far in front of you for it. You can't see it.
Or actually, come to think of it, what I mean is it would appear as a flat horizon, a
It's just
horizontal horizon, if you're facing one direction or exactly the opposite direction. But if you're facing,
depth of
like
perception in the medium of air, like a fish in water. That's our eyesight in air. We can see further in air because of the eyes we have, but they're still limited to the medium we're in. Like a fly don't have to go the distances of a car before, even if it was flat, before you can no longer see it. It's so small to begin with. It don't have, even if you placed it on a table where, way far away, you wouldn't be able to see it. Like, and that would happen before a car. That would happen way before the sun. It just goes over a flat plane, right? And in the medium it's in, it can only light up and heat up a certain amount of area.
somehow they think that being 93 million light years away, it does the same thing. But heat is always local. The more distance you put between it, the more it dissipates.
The sun, moon, and stars are on their circuit. I'll just leave it at that.
Other people have their own philosophy on that, even though they know that we live on a flat plane. And I respect that because the fact that they cannot physically, scientifically test the moon and the sun, that they refuse to believe any alternative. They just leave it as it's there in the sky. I'll respect that.
Yeah, I would agree with you there, but that's not what they believe. They actually believe, even though it's not science, that it is science. And that's what makes them believe it. Like science says that it's a sphere. Science don't say anything.
I'm saying that there's people here that are flat earthers that aren't going to sit there and say that they're on a circuit. They just say that they observe it in the sky. And whatever encompasses after that, they're not going to go into great detail because they can't physically go up there and test it.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Just like measuring the earth, You can measure
So
the
then,
Earth, but you can't measure the sun. Anything on the sun. Can't measure
it's
anything
almost
on the
like
moon
great
because you
point
can't
because
physically get there.
it's almost like they're saying we're in a simulation. And I've always argued against people that say we're in a simulation because even if we are in a simulation, that's still our reality. That would be our reality. Like, how could you, like, if you're in a
I'm not
simulation,
making that
that
argument
is your
for.
reality.
I'm not making that argument for another flat earther. I'm saying what they're wanting to observe is scientific reality, and because they can't
But it's
physically
not.
measure the sun, they can't physically get out there and touch the sun, physically measure the moon, physically touch the moon. They can't definitively give definition for the sun and the moon other than it's in the sky and it does what it does every. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
there's no way you would see the same
We
stars
believe that it's on
on
a
one
circuit
side of the
because we believe
sun
in
as you
God.
would the other.
We believe in God, so we believe that it's on a circuit. We believe in this massive clock that was put there for a specific reason, and only God knows why. Get it? And he saw that it was good.
Believe that we observe. You gotta make sure not to say believe in front of that. We observe the sun moving in that state. So it's our base axiom of truth. Until you have evidence to the contrary, the sun is moving on a circuit.
Oh, the sun is moving, and it's moving on a circuit, but we can't measure. We don't know its origin. We don't know why it runs on that circuit. Is what I'm trying to say. There's a lot of things that we don't know why. That's what everybody's going to lead back to. And I'm just trying to keep it simple as far as it's there in the sky. We're not here to talk about we're not here to go into great detail over the sun and the moon. We're here to talk about Earth on the level.
Well, we're not here to speculate.
Right. I have my beliefs.
Not.
I have my beliefs because I believe in God because I know God. I've had my experiences with God, and so I believe what the scripture tells me about a lot of things. That's my belief. I'm not going to sit here and push that on anybody. I was just making a reference of how I know what I believe to be known is different than what somebody knows. They're not going to just believe to know. They're going to know.
It seems to me like the point you may have been at least illustrating there for a moment, which is a very valid and important point to make, is that the unknown, I suppose, scares and bothers some people, and the unknown doesn't scare and bother other people, like us, take for instance. So while we may feel comfortable in our own skin, pointing at the sun and the stars and the moon and saying, I don't know what those are, but this story we've been told about them, I don't think that's true,
Right.
But not knowing what it is and recognizing that and openly acknowledging that, that's terrifying for some people.
Right.
But to hell with them, whatever.
But I mean, we all, like I can only imagine what it's like to just refuse to let go of what you thought you knew.
Just honestly ask yourself, just for the entertainment, if World War III broke out and you're in a survival situation, all your experience from that day forward will be with the Earth. Right?
Electricity went out, yeah. All your experience with the Earth. And you probably won't raise your kids to believe that we're on a spinning ball. If you meet somebody.
Right. That's my whole point. Thank you.
Like you're gonna grow up wanting to learn how to farm. Your kid's gonna be like, Dad, are we on a spinning ball or a flat plane? You're like, I don't care, son. We need to grow some fruit and vegetables. And they're gonna believe whatever they want to believe at that.
Well, they'll have
They'll
experience.
see what they observe. Yeah, they'll see what they observe. They're like, well, I observe it flat, so I'm gonna say it's flat.
It's almost like the tares and the wheat are being separated right now, and they're doing it through social media. They're finding out that they're counting the numbers.
Oh, dude, it's amazing. The whole plan for them backfired. They thought they could keep us in the dark, and it just brought us closer together.
Right, but it's sad how many people are deceived. All you can do is pray for them.
It's true,
That's
but
it.
every day somebody wakes up, and those that are awake, they never go back to sleep.
But they'll be lost,
So,
man.
what? Because they're awake?
They'll be lost.
I'm awake. I'm not lost. I know exactly where I stand. Right here in Texas. That's where I stand.
I mean, the burning fire. The burning fire. Lost.
I'm not going to condemn them. That's God's judgment.
Nope. But that's his plan, obviously.
It's his judgment. I'm not going to
So
make
what's
the
the
judgment
radius
for
of
him.
the curvature?
3959. That's the average radius, by the way. There's actually two radiuses on an oblate spheroid. I just thought y'all should know that. Here, I'll post it. I don't want anybody to get confused. Here we go. Good old space.
A little chubbier at the equator, a little chubbier.
A little chubbier, yeah. At the Earth equator, it's 3963, and at the polar radius, it's 3950.
And how would you
Which is a
calculate?
difference of 13 miles, y'all. Can you believe that? 13 miles difference.
How do you calculate the mass of an oblate spheroid? I know, right? It would have been better if it was a perfect sphere.
I can show you their numbers.
that was a joke. Oops.
Oh, hold on now. It's a little chubbier.
There is a
below the
mathematical
equator.
equation.
Yeah,
It's a little
13
chubbier.
miles
below the-
chubbier at the equator. 13 miles chubbier. That's a lot of
Yeah, it's a little chubbier.
a lot of land.
A lot of excess.
Just because they call it an oblate spheroid does not mean that there is not a mathematical formula for it. What I am going to say right now
Earth's been eating too much. It's a little chubby below the equator.
You got to dissociate yourself from the idea of an oblate spheroid. Oblate spheroids are real, but the Earth is not an oblate spheroid.
Within space,
Yeah,
where is
you play
below
you
the
play
equator?
American you play American football with one of those.
That one, oh, is that the oblate spheroid or is that the? That's the other one, isn't it?
So a cue ball is not an oblate sphere? Like, oh man.
When you're in
cue
so-called
ball.
space, where is below the equator? I don't get that. Why would they even use such terminology?
It's negligible.
The Earth is a little chubbier below the equator, but when you're in space, what's above and what's below?
You gotta find Polaris.
Isn't it? Like, what the fuck?
Well, that's what I mean. I think oblate spheroid means like a cue ball. You know, it's not quite perfectly a sphere. It's negligible. You know, yeah, something like that.
Contradictions in terms. That's what they use.
You don't go a cue ball. It's perfectly. I mean, it's so perfect.
Tiene cara vieja.
¿Qué vieja soy?
¿Qué le pasó? Le pica.
So it wobbles
So
because it's oblate.
I know. So I know.
Eso, viste que sí sabe. Pon el pasito y sigue haciendo.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
But
I remember I forgot the brother's name. He introduced the sextant, but I just wanted to introduce the other instrument I know we don't talk much about, but this is another instrument. You guys could do your research. I already done mine. I'm still trying to look. I don't know. You guys can do some more research. I don't know. But go ahead and check this out. Check this tool out.
Theodolite.
Yeah. You guys check it out and tell me what you guys think.
Sounds like the same thing as a sextant.
Right. Hey, now you guys are catching on.
So what does that mean? Oh, you're
Just got
talking
another,
about for measuring.
I'm just saying we have another tool in the toolbox. You feel me? Not
Right. Whenever this is the same thing that they use for leveling roads and
right.
connecting cities and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Now you're putting it together. Connect the dots, brother. Connect the dots.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I've already known this. This is how they get cities to meet together.
Right. I know. Yeah. Right. I know you guys know. I just want to bring it to more people's more attention.
You're only going to find a range only so far. You know what I mean? Just because of change of elevation and things.
Right.
But it is a good device, especially like if you were on a salt flat. It'd be an awesome device to take out there and try and do that.
Right, man. Quickest to point path to point A to point B. Is a straight line. So
That's true. Over the curve. Oh no! Wait, it's a learning curve. That's what it is. It's a learning curve on the straight line.
Follow the yellow
There you
brick
go.
road.
Trying to take
Over
my
it.
Star
Can't
Wars
go
away.
under it.
Follow the white
You
rabbit.
just gotta go through it. Who remembers that song?
Oh,
You guys
no.
remember that? And then you guys had to pitter patter. You guys had to you gotta do this. You can't go under it. You can't go over it. You must go through it. And then you go, yeah, anyway.
No, we did Red Rover, dude.
Oh man. That's a fun game.
Red Rover, send John right over. We clothesline my heck out while we're all standing in a straight line.
Right, they got like an aggressive game that's like where they slap each other's back and they go.
Next is dodgeball.
I love
Wall
dodgeball.
ball spinner.
That was a game. That was that game, man.
Wall ball spinner. You ever played wall ball?
Man, yeah.
Wall ball is pretty cool.
Wall ball. I was playing wall ball.
No, not like
not with the tennis ball, bro.
Nah, yeah, it was a blue rubber ball.
Right, but back when you didn't have
you just threw it at the wall, the brick wall of the school.
Right, but back when you didn't have a blue ball, because
and
the
then
blue
it
ball was
bounced off.
soft.
And if you caught it, you could throw it at the wall again. But if you went to catch it and you missed it, then you got to run to the wall as base. But if somebody grabs it, they can throw it at you.
Yep.
That's what I call wall ball.
So, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, man. But we played it with a tennis ball, though. We played it with
tennis ball there. That's cool.
Oh,
it's a little softer
with the blue racket ball.
That blue rubber ball was a stinger, dude, compared to the tennis ball.
Nah, the tennis ball was hard.
Nah, not like that rubber ball, dude.
Rubber ball.
If you wearing shorts, you best believe that you're gonna get stuck.
Bruise, dude.
If you got shorts on,
it's gonna leave a bruise on you.
Yeah, no.
I'll tell
If
you
you
what.
got shorts on and short sleeves on, like know that if it touches skin, it's gonna have a little sting. But if you have
Skin on the
a
wall.
tennis ball coming at you, man, you're gonna have a bruise in the end, bro. I was
Stand on
having
the wall
bruises.
for me real quick, and
Right.
then turn your back towards me, and then tell me which one
Right.
hurts more.
Heck nah, bro. I've got hit in the nuts so hard, man.
I got to
I
admit,
hated it when Chris
man.
did that too, bro, because it made me so mad because they would do it purposely.
Yeah, but I got to admit, sometimes I hit the wall so fast to touch base, so I'm safe, that I would have rather have got hit by the ball.
Nah, they
So
would
you
hit
got to
the
be,
ground. They
you got
would
to
hit
be
the
careful
ground
on
first.
how you run at the wall there.
Nah, they would hit the ground first, so it would bounce when you have your hands up on the wall. It just bounce right up after it hits the wall and dink you right in the gonads, bro.
Oh shit! Nah, you got to be careful running at the wall for base too, because you didn't want to hit the wall too hard. You might as well just get hit by the ball.
That or eat dirt, eat gravel. You had to pay attention to the gravel too. Be slipping. You had to wear the right shoes. Man, I don't put on my Nikes. Get that grip. You got that new grip on them. Yep. Got them Adidas. Them new Adidas. Yeah, man. Oh, man.
And that's crazy, dude. The only thing in
Especially playing
motion is you
kickball.
and the
Oh,
ball.
man.
And the other players, everything else is motionless,
My
and
games were
all that is
kickball,
being done through it.
dodgeball, and wall ball.
Hey, did y'all see
Foursquare.
my globe killer? I found this
Foursquare.
globe killer online.
You guys play Foursquare? Globe Killer. Yeah, I don't like that.
Hold on, I'll send it. Y'all can keep talking, but well, let me explain this real quick. So on a globe, when the sun or when the Earth eclipses the sun in front of the moon, right? To where like the Earth is supposed to be causing the shadow on the moon, right? On this whole globe logic. How is it that everybody in the world that can see the moon sees the same phase as the moon? You know what I mean? Like it's the same phase everywhere you go. You'd think you would see a different portion of light on the moon if this was a ball. If it was reflecting sunlight versus the fact that it creates its own light, it's moonlight, and so we have phases and not partial eclipses. Y'all see my picture in live chat? Did I lose everybody?
No, I just started writing down something.
But y'all, so listen to this. Listen to what this says. It says everything up at the moon from any spot on the globe. Let's remove the word globe. Everyone looking up at the moon from any spot on Earth sees the same moon in more or less the same phase. So what? And then it says, so why might photos of the moon taken on a single night, but from different parts of the Earth, look different? Maybe they're showing it from different angles, but it's the same phase. It gets your waxing, your waning, your half, your crescents. It's the same phase everywhere on Earth, but they're going to call it a globe.
You mean to the people that can see it, right?
To anybody who can see it, it's the
Yeah.
same phase.
Um.
If the moon reflects
What's up,
the
Bob?
sunlight, then there
Hey.
should be less of an eclipse at different places on Earth.
Yeah. But I think like if you put a painting on your ceiling and you moved it across the ceiling, right? You might see the same kind of change in orientation. Or if you walked, like across the room and while you were looking up, you might see, some change in the orientation of the painting. But I don't know what's going on with the light. I have no idea. Yeah.
I mean, like, look at this. Look at this picture. It's the same moon taken from 3 different locations.
Um, Different locations at different times as well. Yeah. So that
Where's the
would be like,
location and what are they based off of? Did
yeah.
you post it?
It's like three people in that same room, right? At three different locations, looking up at the same painting. Would they see the same thing?
No, they wouldn't. Nor would they see it in the same trajectory.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Something I noticed.
I don't
Hidden
know.
in
That's
plain
just
sight.
Especially the bigger the room you made it, like a big old Las Vegas casino, just one room wide open.
yeah. And
Massive room.
everyone can see the ceiling.
They would all see it different. But it wouldn't be because the floor is curved.
or because the painting is a ball that's spinning.
Right. It'll be on a triangulation grid system with circles moving through the grid.
I mean,
Whoever's talking, you're real low and breaking up.
I thought he was hot micing.
Is it just me? Was he breaking up to you?
Yeah, it was low, but I think it was just hot micing. Or maybe
I didn't want him to finish his whole sentence without somebody saying something.
his connection probably. Visible? On yeah, yeah.
Probably hot micing, so that's why I muted. I just something that I noticed, like, we can go out and check it for ourselves if we want. We just gotta find people at different locations in different parts of the world. We can all go outside and on a night where the moon is up in the sky, all look at it and maybe take a picture of it or something and post it all at the same time.
Now, you guys seen the moon on the horizon? How big it is? Have you guys ever seen that? That's way big, way bigger on the horizon.
Yeah, that is
Both of
true.
them. Both of them
I
are.
mean, when it's overhead, it's small.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is I never even thought about that before.
Yeah.
But it'll be like super huge on the side.
Yeah. And when it's above you and you're driving, right, you look at it. All right, there it is. And then you drive up some kind of hill or mountain, right? And then you look at it again. It looks bigger now. It's like, what? Whoa, I just looked at it like 10 minutes
You
ago.
will get like if you're in a huge city with a bunch of city lights, it
Yeah.
will deter the stars and the moon, like light wise, because you got all this light that you're surrounded by.
Yeah.
But if you drive in rural areas or like you said on top of a mountain, you'll see a lot clearer, that's for sure. You'll see more stars too. The dimmer ones, like city lights get rid of because of the light.
The sun does the same thing. I saw a sunset on the horizon this other day, and the sun looked ridiculously big. Like I had to pull over, you know what I mean, and look at it. Like, okay, yeah, it is definitely way bigger than it is. Yeah, I don't know if you guys seen that, but I've seen that. I've seen it here, and we don't have sunsets. Good, sunsets
Yeah, it
here are
isn't
over the
until
mountain. Yeah, so
it isn't until like nowadays, and only some flashlights, not all of them, will when it's noon where you're at, they'll light the ground more than you. You'll be able to tell you turn your flashlight on even in the day. But most flashlights you can't even fucking tell. Like light overrides light. So if you're in a like Dallas, Texas, you know what I'm saying, New York City, even at nighttime, you're not going to see the dim stars because of all the lights above you, that are man-made, skyscrapers and shit. All the lighting of that city is dimming out the dim stars.
Hey, how you doing, Precept? Nobody wants to talk.
yeah.
I mean, we can continue talking. I'm just checking in with everybody, seeing if anybody wants to talk. Any Glovers or any people who are new to the server. Even if you're flat earth or new to the server, we'd love to talk to you. Have y'all ever seen the eclipse that happens at solar eclipse, where the moon is smaller than the sun, and then when it passes directly in front of it, it pops up and grows bigger?
What, remind me again, the solar eclipse is when the moon takes away the sun's light?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll never see the moon in the daytime.
Right. Well, I mean, you will, but
you might see it
not
in the
during
morning,
an
and
eclipse.
that's about it. Yeah, it's not
You'll
going to
never
happen.
see a new moon. You'll never see a new moon.
Well, you'll never see a moon. You'll only
You'll
see
never see a new moon.
You'll never see. You'll only see something through your. You'll never see the moon that entire day.
Right, which is a new moon.
No, just any moon, any phase.
Dude,
You'll never
I've
see the
seen.
fucking moon, man.
I've
There's
seen
I
crescent
think
moon. I've seen crescent moons during the
crescent
day.
moons. There are crescent moons, but in the morning, and it's like if the area you're at is beyond noon, 1, 2 o'clock or more. But it's not like research eclipses, man. Like time and day and everything.
I can't see the moon during the day.
And you're only going off what they're giving you, but even
You just
what
told
they
me I
give
can't see
you
the
is
moon during the day.
see the faulty.
No,
Did you just tell me
during
that
an eclipse, during a solar eclipse, I think is
during a solar eclipse,
yeah.
which is
So,
called a new moon,
but why do we
solar
say?
eclipses only
You'll
happen
never
during
see
new
the
moons.
moon the entire day of that
Well,
eclipse.
Solar eclipses only happen during new moons,
yeah. Could it be the moon?
so you
Is it
can't
the
see a
moon?
new moon.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
what
but
is
is
it?
it the
What if
moon?
it's something else?
Is it? Yeah,
You ever
that's what I
thought of
mean.
that?
What if it's not
It's
the
a new
moon?
moon
How do you know that though? If you've never seen the moon go in front of it,
because that's the lunar phase.
but you never actually seen the moon go in front of it.
Right.
It's the lunar phase. You can have a new moon and
Right.
not have a solar eclipse.
But the whole day you don't even see the flipping moon, man. Look at your eclipse days. Show
So
me
is
where
You're
the
not listening to
moon
me.
show me
You're not listening to me.
okay.
new moon? So new moon phase, yeah. So
You can have a new moon and not have a solar eclipse. You will never see a new moon.
yeah.
You'll
Yeah.
never
That's
see
weird.
any moon in a solar
You'll never
eclipse.
see any moon?
Any moon. The entire
Any
day.
moon when?
What do you mean during
Like
the eclipse?
you'll
You mean
only
during the
you'll
full
only be
day?
able to put on like solar glasses or goggles and see something dark go in front of the sun. But you'll never
Okay,
see the
I
moon
understand that.
the entire
Can
day
you
of
see
that
a
eclipse day.
moon at night? Can you see a moon at night?
Yes.
Yes, at night.
Can you see a moon during the daytime?
But a
Yes.
moon at night isn't solar now, is it?
I'm not talking about solar eclipse right now, dude. You're missing the point.
That's
You can't
exactly.
see a new moon. A new moon only occurs during a solar eclipse only has a new. It doesn't have any other moon. It doesn't have a crescent
What's your
moon. It doesn't
source?
have a. It
Where
doesn't
did
have a
you
full
learn that?
moon.
Where did you
Where
learn
did I
that?
learn that?
Source. Yeah, where'd you learn that? What's your source? Like, where did you learn it? Like, you've learned it already. You shouldn't have to hit Google right now while I'm talking because you've already learned it. Where did you
I
learn it
want
from?
you. You know, just because NASA posts garbage doesn't mean that they're telling lies
So it
all the
was
time.
NASA?
I'll show you NASA. I'll show you other articles.
And can you show me who within the division of NASA, who it is that predicts solar
And
eclipses?
I'm not gonna argue statistics over that. I'm just telling you, you can never see a new moon, and during a solar eclipse, there's all solar eclipses
You'll never
only
see
occur
the
during a
moon
new
that
moon.
entire day.
New moon. New moon. Do you know what a new moon is?
A new
You
moon
know
is
what a new moon is?
supposedly a full spherical moon in your religion, right? Am I
I
wrong?
don't have a religion.
Like you see the full moon?
You're thinking I'm debating you on that. Not.
But you'll never see that on a day of an eclipse. You won't even see any moon.
Do you know what a new moon is?
You'll never see the moon.
Do you know what a new moon is?
I think you guys are saying the same thing. I think you guys are a bit.
He doesn't
Oh,
understand
he's
what a new
saying a
moon is.
new moon is a full moon.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
A new moon is the
Okay.
opposite of a full moon.
Oh, so it's the first
On the
phase.
day of the eclipse, I think we're all agreeing that
It's the new
Yes.
month.
Right?
But he was just sitting there trying
So
to
they
argue with
totally
me and saying
changed
that
the lunar calendar. Is that what you're saying?
I'm pretty sure you guys are saying the same thing, but you guys sort it out.
Like, no, tell me if I'm wrong. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But isn't the lunar calendar based off of a new moon being a full moon?
no.
The new moon, the lunar calendar, the lunar biblical calendar.
No.
Oh, okay. So the Sabbath day is what? The quarter moon?
Here's your phases of the moon. Posted it in chat.
Posted it in. What? Right. That's what is that? You're calling that the moon? I never seen the moon look like that. Is that rainbow colored?
What?
Scroll.
What are you looking at, dude?
Am I looking at the right
Live stream?
you posted in okay, maybe I'm on the wrong one.
Now, my uncle's a
That's not the
fisherman.
lunar biblical calendar. Right? That should be
That's
that should
always
be
been the
vice versa.
moon. It's always been the moon. It's always been the lunar cycle. It's always been the lunar cycle, dude.
Since day
Always,
one,
always,
right?
always, always. Show me in the
Well,
Bible where it says otherwise.
let me click on that. Well, you could be right. I'm trying to zoom in. I tapped on it, made it a little bigger, but it's still. I can't read what the fuck is under it. Okay, the new moon is non-existent.
You can't see it ever.
That's the new moon. Is when you
That's
can't
what the
see it.
new moon is.
It's when it's not producing light. You're seeing the other side.
Here's that's what they say on the globe model. Here's a digital version of the phase,
Man, I
but
feel
it's
like
probably
it's
more
vice
accurate because
versa.
you can see it.
I feel like it's vice versa on the biblical calendar.
New
Am I
moon is
really?
not a full moon.
Yeah, I
Full
feel
moon
like
is the
it's
middle.
vice versa on the biblical calendar.
Full moon is in the middle. The new moon is the beginning.
And then you got the waning crescent, first quarter.
Waning crescent's the last quarter.
Actually,
Yeah.
the full moon, which is what I thought was the new moon. So I will stand corrected.
What? You thought the new moon was the full?
Yeah. Well,
Damn, dude.
That's okay. I just wanted you to
First
understand
off,
the difference.
like,
It's all good. It's all good. All good.
I read the book of Enoch and the Course of the Heavenly Luminaries. And it does seem like I was wrong on how I interpret it based off what I'm looking at here. But that book was taken out for a specific reason.
Now that you
Before
know
you read
what the
that book, it
phases are.
actually tells you that it doesn't hold responsibility of any like of any interpretations. Like it's
So at least
it,
I can understand it, though. I was just
like
backwards.
it tells you when, because I've purchased the book as well, and it tells you from the very beginning when you purchase it that it's not to be taken like.
Full moon is the Sabbath. That's what I don't get. That's why I thought it was the full moon, so you could see it. Like what? I don't know. The new moon is the Sabbath in the biblical.
It was said to just
Tell
read
me if
it
I'm wrong.
under your your it was your choice to read to read it or not. You know what I mean? Like you're not supposed to take anything specifically specific in that book when you read it. Like you weren't
Yeah, you
supposed
were.
to take it literal. That's what it was telling you.
Well, the book of Enoch was actually in it before they did the 66 canons. And if you read the book of Enoch in the course of the heavenly luminaries,
I have, and I've
you'll see
listened to
why they
it.
took it out.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. It tells you in the beginning of the book that it doesn't hold responsibility of the person that is reading the book. That the person that
Well,
is reading the book is supposed to take.
without the book of Enoch in the Bible without the book of Enoch references Enoch and what a godly man he was and how important he was. So why would they take his book out? That baffles me. Even without his book in it, the Bible references Enoch, the godly man he was. He was taken out special.
No, there
Nobody
were
seen
just
his
things that
name.
were put in there that were not supposed to be in the Bible. That's the reason there was lies. That was letters that were mixed up. That's the reason why it was considered unholy. That's the reason why there's the Holy Bible and the Book of Enoch is different.
66 or something there. The book of Jasher and the book of Enoch should, both of them should be in the Bible, because the Bible backs up what they say, even without them in there. So what?
Well, the same church, the Catholic Church, the Vatican, that gave us the Bible, is the same church. The 66 books of the Bible is the same church that gave us the globe Earth. So there you go.
No, I don't think so. I think the real church is still on the rock foundation, a rock of truth, the real one. It's just it's being the saints are being overwhelmed by the one. They're being overtaken.
Oh yeah, of course. But I'm talking about this. The fake church being the reason why the books, are 66 is because, and the reason why only those books is because of a narrative that they want to tell, right? And that narrative might not make sense when you look at the globe Earth model's narrative. So it's like, all right, how do we get these guys to work together? Well, aliens, right? Right. You see, people used to think, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's straw manning the Bible and then pointing to the globe as the real, or the actual thing. You know what I mean? Like,
But you sound like you've studied the Bible. Is the new moon in the lunar biblical calendar? Is the new moon the Sabbath, where you don't see it? I thought
I
it was
don't
the
know.
full
Yeah, I
moon.
don't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't pay attention to that kind of stuff because, when it comes to this Bible, or what
Well, the
is the
Sabbath
Bible?
is one of the Ten Commandments. My bad. I got
Yeah,
you all wrong. My
yeah.
bad.
I wouldn't. If when it comes to the Bible, it's usually not about the books. It's about what the books are pointing to, which is
Well, there's a lot of things you can read in the Bible and never understand, and years later, perfectly understand with the help of others
yeah, like flat
that
Earth.
believe it. Yeah,
Like
like
flat
flat
Earth.
Earth.
Yeah. Yes.
That's my whole point. It's like they have everything backwards.
Yeah. And then what the Bible points to, or all these scriptures point to, is is a man. Is that came from heaven. That's the actual word. I mean, if you want to go that way, right? That's the word of God, right? It's a man. It's not a book. It's
Yeah, but people say some
came
people
from
will say
heaven.
there's gods, but having gods plural is a contradiction in terms. God is the definition of God is
God.
almighty.
Yeah.
Is
Or
almighty. There's nobody
ruler.
beyond it. So you can't
Well,
have plural gods
right.
because the
A king.
definition of God, whether it's Christian or whatever, the very definition of a God is non-plural. He is the one and only, the master of all.
I think God means ruler or ultimate authority. So a king can be, and then there's the we descend from the gods, like the pharaohs, right? Or even today, like the throne. This Queen Elizabeth. They say they sit on David's throne. There's your gods again. Then there's
Yeah.
the worshiping, of people. Those can be considered gods. Money can be a god, and then there are the Roman gods, and then there are actual spirits, or aliens, if you want to
All the
call it.
gods are planetary. They're
Yeah,
in the spirit in the globe Earth. They're planetary. Mars, Jupiter, all of those are ancient god names.
the wandering stars.
because they was wandering. They didn't come out in the course of all the other ones. They was wandering.
Always wonder,
There's
yeah.
7 of them. So there's your 7 heads, and your 10 horns will be kingdoms, empires on earth, and
And
they
then there's
will
one
rule.
nation.
They will rule the globe. They'll all be in cahoots with the globe, and all nations will sip from the wine of their fornication. As they can see the abundance they can make. They built this whole empire off of a false world. If people could see that, all other things would fall into perspective.
You know, the Earth used to be flat, right? You know that in the past. Well, everyone knew it was flat. They didn't fix
Before
it.
U.S., before China could communicate with Russia, before all these nations could communicate on an instant basis, they all believed it was flat. Like,
Yeah, they knew it
like
was. They
they
didn't.
wasn't able to communicate with each other, but yet
Yeah,
they had the same beliefs about what the Earth was. Think about that.
yeah. Because but then knowing that truth, I mean, it didn't bring peace to the world, right? So changing it into a ball must have been not for some, it must have been for some. There must be a reason, behind it. Why would you?
Well, when they changed it into the ball, look at the
Yeah,
abundance of money they made. Look at the abundance of money they made
yeah.
when they changed it into a ball.
After you send out all these,
Dinosaurs, aliens, that's
yeah.
all in with it.
After you send out all these explorers to try and map whatever they find, right? I just it's amazing how it's like how over hundreds of years it was done. It's like whose goal is this from the beginning, and who the hell is still working at it? Like what the hell? Like generations and shit. Like what kind of plan is that?
Well, this is
And
what's crazy, and it's written that when people see the image, they'll believe it. They'll worship it. They'll worship it. And all they have to do is see the image. It's nothing they've seen with their own eyes. They just worship the image they see.
think that's the image. You think
Yeah,
this is? Yeah.
that's the image. Because who can make war with the beast? Who can make war with that image? You think you can? Flat Earth's doing a good job, but they can't even come close to making war with that beast.
Oh, with America? Which beast?
Just the world. You're in a. You're in. You will be separated. It's the tares and the wheats being separated. It's his plan. It's his plan. And the birth pains, they'll increase. People are thinking it's not that bad right now, but it's going to get quicker and quicker and quicker. All the prophecies will start being fulfilled quickly, like birth pains. And to me, it all kicked off 7, 8 years ago when I was in Flat Earth. Like the world started going to shit dramatically, increasingly every year. Every year it just increased going to shit. Because the tares are being separated from the wheat.
Great reset is upon us. We must prepare.
Yeah, I could be totally wrong, you know, but it definitely seems that way. Like, what kind of technology comes beyond the nuclear bomb? If Gaius Julius Caesar had the internet and the nuclear bomb, he would have taken over the world. He would have fucking taken over the world.
Artificial intelligence is doing pretty awesome right about now. I know, right? Like 20% more awesome than human brain capacity.
Yeah,
I
they
know,
have
right?
people believing it's for their benefit when really it's for the powers that be on a grander scale than the people think they have. Like, we know they have power over these cell phones and shit, but
I heard there was
it's way grander than you think.
I read in there that's going to be like some kind of image, right? That they're going to give life to or something, and it's going to speak. I don't know. I just keep thinking about this AI technology and how it's going to, how we're going to use it, or how people, or how they're going to use it. I mean, this is, I don't know how far ahead they are in developing stuff, but we got these new computer chips that's way better, cheaper than CPUs. Like they've always been here. It's just uh, they're just good at doing one thing. And, I mean, yeah, it's changing pretty fast and scary. Blockchain, the idea that you will own nothing and be happy.
Who
Own
can
nothing.
release technology to you that they don't already control?
Well, if you own nothing, then what the hell? Like, what are you? Right? Are you even existing? Like, do you own your body at least? Do I have to rent my own body? Or request permission. Respectfully request permission to use my body today. Permission denied. Like, what the fuck, man? It's been 2 weeks. Stuck here. Now, it's exaggerating, but didn't somebody say something about our rights and our ownership of property being inseparable? Like, wasn't it like Thomas Jefferson or one of those dudes, George Washington? I forget. Right? Like, so if you own nothing, then you've got no rights. Is that how it works? Like how? What's in this? Own nothing. Own
The only rights you have are God given, because once you allow somebody to give you rights, you also at the same time allow them to take them away.
Yeah.
But there are rights that you have and you bear witness to throughout your life in this world that are God given.
Yeah, but that's not the
And
saying,
nobody
right?
can take those from you.
The saying "own nothing and you will and be happy" is not the actual saying. The real saying is "own nothing and control everything." That's the actual saying. Guess who's saying that is? Rothschild. But when they say it to you,
But
they
they're
say
also a
"own nothing and be
contradiction in
happy."
terms.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what they
You
want.
can't own nothing and yet own
Well,
everything. That's a
well,
contradiction
because
in terms.
it is because the thing is about say you own a big business, a big corporation, whatever, all these multi-billionaires. How do they? Well, Well, you own nothing. That's what you do. That's how you do it. You don't claim, a salary, or you don't try to make money. The idea is that you don't own it if you don't want to pay taxes. If you want to live,
Yeah,
and then
I think the one you was looking for is
yeah.
give me control of a nation's currency, and I
That's
care not of its
not
laws.
yeah. That's a different saying. That's a different Rothschild.
Well,
This is
well,
totally
if you're talking currency, like what's real currency in the reality we live in are precious metals. They're rare metals, right? They're it's not
no.
something you find
Well,
like all the time, right? So we base our currency off those precious stones, gems, metals. That's what we do since day one. Like that's what we've done. Gold is you know, everybody wanted the gold. Now it's because technology, we've introduced a new gold, black liquid, oil, crude oil, uh,
data.
gasoline, diesel. You own those things while you're trying to get everybody to buy gold. You buy all those things and you own the gold. It's fucking, it's like a monopoly. It's so bad. It's worse than flattened globe. Like currency is such a fraud and monopoly. You don't,
Yeah.
you and I go broke. We're on the fucking street. Sorry, excuse my language. I apologize. We're on the street holding a sign, right? They go broke. They just print more. How do you compete with that?
Oh, they
Like
get bailed out.
they're putting future generations in debt, right? And because everybody's living such a so-called luxurious and comfortable life, and we do, like in America, we live better than most kings used to. Like they literally had people walking around, following them, fanning them down to cool them off. Literally, like we got air conditioners, refrigerators, microwaves. We literally live better than most kings used to. Like it's
Yeah,
crazy.
speak for yourself, bro. You have that kind of
But it's
shit.
all
I
for
don't
the
have that kind of
benefit.
shit. I don't have
But
a
at the same time, it
a
all
heater.
benefits the king.
I don't have
Still benefiting the king.
an
He's just
AC.
changing his tactics as the time marches on and the technology increases. The king is still just changing. He's doing everything to control the technology, right? Social media, CNN, Fox News, all that shit's controlled and paid for. Like the
Guys,
technology that we feel like we're better than the ancient, we're smarter than them and shit. No, we're dumber because at least they could live off the land, right? If we couldn't go to the store and get a fucking hamburger, we'd be fucked. So many
That's
people will die off just off of that. Just off of that.
I mean, it's a different kind of people because it's a different kind of brain, kind of mind. You know,
Yeah,
like,
well,
yeah, I was gonna say,
yeah.
man, you can speak for
A
yourself,
lot of
bro,
people,
because
a lot of people would adjust. A lot of people would adjust, including myself, because I've also seen it and butchered. I know how to butcher a cow, like literally know how to butcher a cow.
yeah, but more
Nasty.
like
It's nasty.
it's
You know,
more
you,
like it's more like
you
if you want people to live in a society, in a civilization that's highly advanced like this, right, but still have control over them, you need way more advanced type of propaganda for those people.
yeah, you
You
need
know,
something to cut through the bone real fast.
super
And
propaganda.
a
You need
chainsaw.
so crazy, so that the whole world would believe it, like the Earth being a ball. Like you need some kind of propaganda that works on the mind, like alone. Because people gonna want proof for shit, you know. And how are you gonna hide things like that in such a civilization where all this technology, where everybody knows all this shit about science, right? How are you gonna? Sorry,
Don't
sorry.
know anything, man. They just believe they do. That's the power
Exactly.
of what the king has now. And he knows where you're at. If you pose a threat to him, he knows that you pose it because of social media. That's the only way you're gonna pose a threat, right? They know all this shit, dude. They know what kind of porn you look at. If you ever posed a threat to them, they would bury you with everything you did online.
Or you know,
Everything.
like the slave who thinks
Would
he's
bury you.
free, right? The slave who doesn't know he's a slave, right? Who thinks he lives like a
Yeah,
king and he
good
has it
point.
good, right?
Yeah.
That's what we are
You're,
today.
you're in chains without even having the chains.
Survival of the fittest. Yeah, it's
You put the
why
chains
should
on
I
yourself.
be
You
slave?
like willingly put the chains on. You're like, yeah, I'll accept this privacy. I'll accept this privacy policy without even reading it. Yeah, accept. I'm guilty too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not holding myself up as a saint. I'm using myself as an example. Like I'm guilty
Well,
of
it's not
everything I'm
about
saying.
it's not it's about owning up to it, right? And not worrying about. So what if you look at porno, bro, on your website? So what?
Quit,
Everybody, I bet
just
you,
quit
I bet
doing
you,
that,
there's
dude. Because
more
that's what's
more
destroying
other people.
society. Just quit
I'm
doing it.
just saying, bro. Like I'm people that probably does the same thing. You know, like and so what if people found out that they have garbage on you looking at porno? So what? So fucking what?
Yeah,
No, I'm just no.
more.
I agree
Bro,
with what
like
you're
I'm just
saying.
saying, like they're on
Hold
there
on,
for
Master
you
Chief.
know,
Right? Is that Master Chief that's speaking? I
yes.
Yes.
agree with what you're saying. You make a valid point, right? But what I'm getting at is like, so it used to be the sword, and then it went to the gun, then it went to the cannon, then it went to the missile, and then it went to the nuke, right? But the sword nowadays is what you and I are communicating through, right?
Well,
It's a double-edged sword though. It's like you and I can communicate, we can talk about these things, but once if we ever threaten them, they'll deal with us in by all means necessary.
But when God was talking about when Jesus was talking about the angels that was coming down, right? And he was
Yeah, they'll be locked up.
he was
In the
describing
end, they'll be thrown
hold
in
up, hold up, bro.
prisons.
Hold up. And he was describing about the angel that was gonna come forth, and he was gonna bring out a double-edged sword out of his mouth. Do you know what that was referencing to? That was referencing to the fact that when he speaks, he speaks like a double-edged sword. That's how sharp he speaks.
Yeah, it's because we'll be advocating for Christ in the end. The very few believers will be advocating for him, right? But at the same time, we'll have the double-edged sword, and we'll also be doing our wicked things.
What people don't understand is that the words that you
That's
speak
what it
is like
means,
a
man.
double-edged sword. So when you speak of something, it's a double-edged
Yes.
sword, bro.
No.
Look at
Yes.
Only
It's
to the
like
prince of the power of the air.
when you say something, you put into fruition, right? Or if
That's
you say
only
into
I agree
prayer,
with what you're
hold up, bro.
saying, but
If you
it's
put
only
into
to the
prayer
prince.
that I'm gonna pray about something, and you're stating this right inside your head, or if you write it down on a piece of paper, you're
Oh,
putting
it's the
down
prince
a
of the
prayer,
power of
you're
the
putting
air.
down something that's called a spell. Okay, that it's automatically casting a spell.
Prince of the
well, I
power
don't,
of the air.
I don't think writing things down is casting a spell.
He's the
But
prince of the power of the air.
I'm just saying that's how Wiccans see it as. You know what I'm
What,
saying?
what, what,
or
have you
So,
ever
if
heard
you
of?
were to ask a
Have you
Wiccan,
ever?
if you were to ask
Have
a
you,
Wiccan to pray over them, like if you were to ask them to, hey, can you pray over me? That's asking them to cast a spell on you. That's what you're asking them to do.
have you heard of a predator drone?
yeah, I forgot my phone.
Predator drone, right?
But
it's
yeah,
more
like I
it's
want to
more
go back to
accurate. It's more
observing these
accurate
black
than a
holes.
bullet.
Every time I go
It's more
outside,
accurate than a bullet, but it sends a missile.
So when we talk, right, and we say the Earth is flat, okay, you're saying that you're a flat earther. But if you also say something stupid after that, now your tongue has become a double-edged sword, right? You you're slashing forward with flat Earth, and then you're slashing flat Earth backwards by saying some dumb shit, right? So
Well, it just depends.
I'm
It
not
depends
saying.
on.
Yeah, I mean it's the same thing with it's almost like hypocrite, being a hypocrite. Same here. Beware the well, you know what I mean. A tongue, double-edged
Well,
sword.
help
Yeah.
me out, man. Throw
you guys see
throw
the
me a
horizon?
bone.
Do you guys see the horizon past that island? I do.
No, call me out on whatever you thinks, man. Throw me a bone here.
No, there's a lot of
It sounded like you called me a hypocrite, so call me out, man. I just
no, I'm
do
not
it.
talking.
Do it.
No, I'm not talking about anyone here. I'm talking about
It
the
sounded
20.
like you was calling me a hypocrite, and I apologize if you wasn't.
Sorry, I
I'm
wasn't
sorry.
even talking to you. No, no, no. I was trying to make a reference to the sword thing. You know how people
Yeah, but
can misrepresent the the things they. You know how people.
yeah,
Yeah.
but a double-edged sword is easy in the tongue of the wicked,
Here, I think that's a closer
but
picture.
in the tongue of the parable, how would you take double-edged sword?
Okay. That the
You
that the
guys see the
sun
live
is
stream
like a
voice
fire.
text?
That it's in the Proverbs, or it's like a fire. The tongue is like a fire, like a little can light a whole forest on fire. Like what we say can cause affect a change in the world, whether it's true or not.
Um,
Whether you're speaking the truth or you're speaking a lie, you're still gonna cause some kind of change in the world. More than bombs and swords. The pen is mightier than the sword. Idea.
That's where he was going. That I agree, because that's how I always taken it. You know,
yeah,
the tongue is the
I
tongue is
wasn't
the most
arguing.
wickedest part of the body. The tongue is the most wickedest part of the body.
Yeah. It's best to
Literally
minimize.
says that.
Yeah, minimal use. Only when you have something to say.
So you think I was off the wall there?
No, 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 bro. I wasn't referring to you at
And
all.
if you ever do, call me out, man, because I could use
No,
the
man.
knowledge. I'll never. I can take an ass chewing.
Yeah,
That's
I apologize if I sounded like I
it's
was.
never personal. It's never personal. So if you ever hear me being a hypocrite, call me out, please, because you're only helping me.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
think
yeah.
about it.
Okay. Same here. Same here. 'Cause, uh, Because of all these rumors going out about flat earthers, that's what I meant. It's like there are people out there saying things about flat Earth.
Yeah,
Okay,
but like
like
put us in a group, and we're so individualized, even though we agree on the
yeah,
reality we live in. We're individualized on a lot of philosophical things and ideologies, and
yeah.
it's not just a cult. It's totally different. Everybody's different. A lot of
I
people
tell
don't
people,
a lot of people don't like ODD, and I like what he's done for the truth.
I
You
like
know?
I like ODD. Yeah,
I like what he's
I
done for
really
the
do.
truth, guys.
Hey, you didn't see me dance to his song?
That guy's done a lot, man. I like the
Yeah.
one. I like the one where he showed you.
His music is amazing.
He brought a professional photographer in, and he had him explain what a fisheye lens is, a GoPro camera. He explained how above the middle is, I think it's hemispherical or
Yeah.
No, above is spherical, below is hemispherical, in the middle is flat. It's like the whole, like if you think of something out in, like even if you could get way above the Earth, you could you could distort the view of it with a camera lens. And if nobody's questioning the camera lens, job's done.
Here, I danced to one of his songs.
Yeah.
It was the cartoon ball.
Oh hell yeah, that's a good one. You should play it. It's
Yeah,
on mute.
no, just watch it. Watch the video. I put in a voice live stream voice text. 16 minutes after the hour, you'll see.
I can't find it, man.
You need more popping.
Live stream voice text.
I'll just type it in myself. It's all good.
need to pop it more. I mean,
I got him on YouTube Music.
Put freestyle dance to ODD TV cartoon ball.
Cool. Just
I got him.
pop.
I got him subscribe on YouTube Music.
You got to snap.
He'll probably be at the top of the list anyway.
You're too smooth. You're too loose. Need more.
What are you talking about, Bong? Man,
That's all I got to say. Moving on. All right. So how about that moon?
shut
man?
up, bro.
How about that moon, man?
Man, you know you like the way I move, bro.
It's just a tip.
Hey, anybody that likes ODD TV, you should listen to K Rhino. Who do you believe in? Because K Rhino and ODD rap together in Tunnel, Into the Tunnel. You know, the end of that song, Into the Tunnel. Anyways, K Rhino, K space RINO. Who do you believe in? Listen to that song.
Oh yeah. Check it out. Yeah, it's like I like ODG's music because he puts some of it's like listening to a documentary.
I like how he says, people say, "What do you believe in?" Or what is it? Damn it! Now, man, belief in science, right? They go hand in hand. One leads to the other. I'm kind of paraphrasing, but you got to listen to that song, man. K Rhino, who do you believe in? I'll post it and shit. I'll mute and try to find it.
I found it.
There's no cussing either. You can let your kids listen to it. There's a lot of wisdom in that song.
Yeah, just downloaded it. Cool, thanks, man. Ovid rope of giants turn to landscape by God. Yeah, I have a problem with that. I mean, I'm trying to. So that mountain is a. You guys hear about these giants that are as tall as the clouds and shit? I was yeah, a mud flood, mud fossils. The lark is gone. Just gonna ask.
I'm going to pick up babies.
Yep.
Do you guys find it weird that cells on Mars is life, but cells in the womb is
It's not.
not? Isn't that kind of weird?
I think it's
I wonder what kind of satanic idea that is.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah. Exactly. And you got Michelle Thaler saying stuff like life isn't really a thing, it's just a rock, something that came from a rock. It's like
Like is it any different in, excuse my terminology, but is it any different than saying spread 'em girls? Like just go ahead and spread them girls. It's all good. Isn't it like, think about it. If you
I
don't
think
want it, you just get rid of it. Like, spread
I
them
don't know.
girls. Spread them.
Yeah. Yeah. In the book of Enoch, I think yeah, I remember reading something where the angels taught, or was it Jasher? Well, they taught,
Makeup
people
and
how
shit.
to yeah, birth control
Sex
and
appeal.
abortion. And abortion is a form of, child sacrifice. So
Think of how they used to do it, man. Damn.
yeah, yeah. And
It
that was considered
started out with a
birth
punch, according to some encyclopedias, like Britannica. I like to go by encyclopedias, even though
birth
I think
control.
those are tainted.
Birth control is evil. Like it's evil. It's so evil. If you only knew how evil it was to wear a condom, to take a pill, and then complain about abortions, right? It's like, yeah, but you've denied life by birth control. So, well, I mean, what's the there? You know what I mean? It's evil because it's one. It encourages sexual immorality, and
Yeah, they swell up in the
yeah,
tits. Sorry for my language. And they swell up in the belly. And then
yeah,
it used to start with a punch. Like, I don't want this now. Boom. Like, keep hitting her. It's crazy,
yeah.
dude. And now that it's not so brutal, it's okay. It's like, come on, it started out brutal. It started out brutal.
It's
That's
still
the foundation.
the idea that you're gonna kill a baby in the womb. Like, it doesn't matter how you do it. You're
Yeah, it's totally. Isn't that against Christ? Like antichrist?
anti-life. That's against life, right, Michelle Thaler? Didn't you say life is not really a thing?
Antichrist.
Scientists, NASA.
Is
Yeah. Oh
absolutely.
my gosh, we found life in Antarctica and on Mars. We must preserve it. Oh, but we gotta lower the population on Earth. It's too many people. Really? What kind of fucking life are you guys talking?
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Sorry for my French.
Like even in their heliocentric world, right? Other planets would be preserving life, and here we are destroying it. They're like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
Yeah, what are you preserving in
What the
Antarctica
fuck?
and on Mars?
Yeah, it's like
What the hell are you
I'm
guys
just
talking
I'm
about?
just going off on their fantasy of their aliens and shit. That they wouldn't be destroying life; they'd be preserving it.
I think Idiocracy, the movie, is happening. I really, I used to think it was a joke. I used to laugh
Good
at it.
call. Good
Now,
call. I do remember that movie. Hold on.
yeah.
That was when didn't it have something to do with aliens?
No,
But
it was some guy. These two people that were frozen, that were kind of frozen, cryogenically frozen, and a whole bunch of stupid
that's
people
right. That's
reproduced.
right. That's right.
Yeah, it's about eugenics. It's about
Right. Right.
it's about
That was
smart
that the
people.
one that was numbered 20 or numbered what was it?
42. No, that's different.
Yeah,
That's different.
42, yeah. Is that the
That's
one?
guide to the. That's the guide to the
Yeah,
that
Guide to the Galaxy or something like that.
galaxy, something like that. Yeah. But yeah.
Damn. Yeah, I don't even know my shit. See, I can't watch them anymore, man. It's all just it's all just distorting the minds of men. So I
Yeah.
don't want to support it. I don't want to support it.
Well, it's about people becoming so stupid, right? That they don't
Right.
know that water is what makes plants grow. They
Yeah,
think
like number
Gatorade.
42. That's fucking
people,
the answer to
people have become
everything
so
is number 42. It's like they're mocking people that are watching the movie. It's great.
because you're expecting some great answer, right? And the
Right,
answer
right.
is
That's what I'm saying. That's it. That's mocking them, man.
like what? It's a number?
Ugh.
Yeah. Wow.
42.
Great.
No, no. Yes, it's great. That's why I will like Spaceballs, because Spaceballs is like I don't even know if it was Universal Studios, but either
Yeah.
way, it was Hollywood
Yeah.
mocking themselves. Like
Yeah.
they was literally telling people the truth while laughing at them because they won't believe it.
Yeah. They were mocking people
Yeah, it was
by
the whole
believing
movie. The
Star
whole
Wars.
movie.
Yeah. They're mocking people for believing that space is real without, using
Yes.
Star Wars.
Any flat earthers, watch it again. Spaceballs. You'll see that they're actually mocking Globers. They're fucking mocking.
I'm mocking, NASA, I'm mocking all the science communicators. You know what Michelle Thaller said? She said, "It's an amazing thing for me to know exactly where you come from."
Yeah, that is a good thing to for somebody to say to a child or adolescent. That's a good thing to say.
I was like, who is watching this? Who has paid
Those are
tickets to
good
go
words,
sit
though.
yeah, and listen to this shit? Who listens to this? Like, who watches this? Like, who is she teaching? Like, is there a class you gotta take? Is there a degree or some kind of like science communicators? So full of shit, man. It's like Neil deGrasse Tyson is a science communicator. Michio Kaku is a science communicator. Bill Nye the Science Guy is a science communicator. Michelle
They
Dollar is a
don't do
science.
nothing to do science. Like Fauci's a science communicator. He gained a position that he knows nothing about the work under. Like he just happened to get a position that he
Exactly.
didn't have to go through all the
It's
real shit.
propaganda. Yeah, it's propaganda. So is that what you're calling it now? Science communicating? Propaganda. Yeah. Is that what you
Yeah,
call
yeah.
it?
Science is the damn method, people. If anybody's listening, science is a method. If you do not adhere to the method, don't
Yeah.
call it science.
Science communicator. That sounds so fucking weird. Why didn't you guys go with science whisper? Idiots. I am the science whisper. I communicate
Right.
science to you. Yeah, you know,
The
like
dog whispered.
yeah, because nobody can understand science but you, right? That's why you must communicate it to me, right? Else I might make sense of shit that I'm not supposed to, right? Yeah. Propaganda. Yeah. So yeah, the life doesn't exist. It's not really a thing. Come from rocks. Jackie says rocks are your cousins. She says she likes to go up to the mountain and look at her ancestors.
That's where Jack and Jill went. Right up the hill.
Her words, man. She said those words. So I was like, who is watching this? Who is listening? Yeah, that's science. That's science. And if you don't believe them, then you're against science. You're anti-science.
What's
Anti-life.
crazy is real scientists know that they can pass their hypothesis and experiments off to another, and they can verify it, and they're actually passing it off to another in hopes that they will null it. They're hoping that, but once you do it so many times empirically, it's like holding a razor blade to the skin. You apply just a certain amount of pressure and swipe it, you'll bleed every time, over and over. You'll observe it, you'll feel it. Like, it's empirical. It's every time, over and over. But a lot of people want to say that science is not that. It's not empirical. You can just believe what you want to believe and call it science.
Like religion?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Scientism, like you were saying, or somebody. Yeah, it's what I was trying to emphasize on the point. Like, it's so bad. It's so bad. All you got to do is say science and maybe be wearing a lab coat. Like, you could literally fool people just by wearing a lab coat and claiming science and showing them a few things that, like, there's magic to it. Dark magic.
Social engineering is what they call it too in the CIA. Social engineering, or in lying in the lying industry.
But it's almost like they're the ones willing to do it, right? Because they don't have to fall for it, but they choose to, based off of the appearance of the ones speaking. You see
It's
what I'm
role
trying to get at?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
role.
it's so bad, man. It's so bad right now. It's got to be the end. It's so bad that it's got to be the end.
Well, they're setting a standard for expectations as well.
Yeah.
And the claims of the globe lie I like to say are extreme so that people won't have a choice but to just have faith in it. They can't really understand it or even make sense of it. So it forces them
So
to
they
make
bend a
it.
knee. They bend a
Yeah.
knee.
So yeah.
Good point.
Then science becomes a faith instead of a study.
Instead of a study. Well said. Well said. You shorten up what I said in minimal words. Well said.
It when Fauci says, if you go against me, you're going against science. It kind of reflects that, hey. Or when Michio Kaku says Kabbalah and science, it's like, oh, like a religion, like the religion.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. At the same time, he admits it's leaps of logic.
Like
Like
Madonna?
what's leaps of logic? Are we going philosophical now, or can you emphasize on leaps of logic?
Hands of their, I don't know. Hands of, what's the saying? Guesswork.
It's the art of subterfuge.
Right.
And the conflict, and these things are so, it's like we a lot of times jump on things NASA does, and I always claim I think they're doing it poorly on purpose for the same reasons. But also these Fauci quips or anything that's reported, the conflict is what they're going for, because they make it so that someone will have a problem with it, and that the other person has to just, like, because of their faith or their alliance with whatever side of the argument he's on, they have to attach themselves to something that's ridiculous, even if, no matter how ridiculous it is. So it's creating the conflict, right? It's the divide and conquer.
It's so bad. You're right, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so bad. Well said, man. Wow,
Yeah,
you
thanks.
just really showed how bad it is. It's bad.
But it's intentionally bad. That's the thing. They're not
like
trying.
one of the,
It's not like they're not trying. It's like they're doing it perfectly bad.
like one of the signs. Let me say this. One of the signs is slandering will be like it was never before, right? Well, if you look at any social media feed, it's nothing but, like, you might get a few good comments the first 4 or 5, maybe 10, and then it's just nothing but slandering, like on a scale never before seen. Like, everybody's slandering one another.
Isn't it another sign that everything's
It's
going to
so
be
bad,
upside
dude.
down,
It's so
and backwards?
Evil becoming good and good becoming evil.
Yeah, and the people that are flat earthers are the scientific ones, and the supposed scientific ones are the ones with faith. They're the ones with the faith.
Right, right. Evil becoming good, good becoming evil.
Yeah, all those things seem so like extreme and unlikely at one point, like not too long ago. But but it totally was like that.
But if a person could actually realize the real world they're in, all those things come into perspective. It like they just all fall into place. Like, yeah, you're the enemy. I'm not gonna kill you. I'm not gonna shoot you, but you are my enemy. You're doing everything you can to slave me without the chains.
But they really don't know what they do. Like a lot of them, like the guy earlier that I was saying needs, that there's going to be an opportunity for psychological help for these people, because the indoctrination. I mean, it's hard to blame someone a lot of times for just not knowing what they're saying and having faith in something that was proposed as fact. So it sucks, because I feel bad for these people.
Yeah, it's like everybody falls for, like, even as bad as it was, the Afghanistan thing, our withdrawal. Like, everybody falls for that. We're no longer at war, America, supposedly, But once we're no longer at war, somebody else is. It's like people don't recognize what the fuck's going on. They're destroying the Middle East, dude.
I think a lot of them do. Just not a lot of them are ballsy enough to say it. Nobody's ballsy enough. I think a lot of them do.
If everybody listening will just go on to Google or whatever you are, DuckDuckGo, whatever, type in aerial drone footage of the Middle East before and after war. It'll bring it up for you before you have to type all that. But if you just look at the Middle East, like in the past 30 years, it's been decimated. And they're trying to act like America's the only one with people rushing the border. Like all nations, there's a great exodus. The survivors, they had to go somewhere, dude. There's nothing left. So they're trying to like use the media like they're just here for no reason. Like, no, you motherfuckers blew up where they live. Now they're here. Like, people don't understand that. They don't even understand that. It's so crazy, man. We totally annihilated. We're getting close to Israel. Whoever it's going to be, probably Russia, because it's their turn. You watch. It'll start escalating quick.
Sorry, I came late to the conversation.
Like birth pains.
What?
You won't be able to go to the store and buy food. Oh, what do? Guess I'll
Hey, Jay.
steal from my neighbor.
Hey, James, I think someone's trying to talk, but you're low, whoever it was trying to talk.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Got it. Sorry, I came late to the conversation. It's Russia's turn for what?
More destruction in the Middle East. On a route to Israel, as written.
Got it. Thank you.
Hey, 28th of March, 24th of March, I don't know, what, 28th? Discord is going to change their policies. We're not allowed to talk about certain things, right? Like politics, what's happening up there. The pandemic thing, right? Like anything that goes against the consensus. I don't know what consensus means, but let's start. I think we should, we're start practicing censor.
None of that, but you can talk about the flat Earth.
Yeah, I know, right? I was like, how long before we can't talk about flat Earth?
Maybe there's something to that.
Yeah, but hey, I had to say it because I'm a mod, and I had to say it. You know what I mean? There you go. Let's go ahead. I don't care. Just had to say that. I know, right? I'm saying it since I came here in 2016. Why are we on Discord? They're gonna shut us down. They're listening to everything that we're saying, coming up with their stupid fucking arguments, patching the holes in their stupid model. But here we are. And now what? Okay.
Those are the people that'll be brought up in the synagogues and in the prisons.
You're gonna have to try to find another platform.
You might as well get used to that. Get yourself used. If you might get lucky and it's not your lifetime, but it's going to escalate really quick.
Discord is going to die because of this, right? A blockchain decentralized platform just like Discord is going to pop up, and that's where we're going to go. And that's the one that's going to be the future of. That's what I'm trying to say. Microsoft already got Discord, they've already got GitHub and all these things. I don't know. You either go decentralized or you just drop off the grid. You know what I mean? It's getting all.
Yeah, but if they're gonna censor like COVID and they're gonna censor these other topics, but they're not censoring flat Earth. Why would that? Somebody's gotta ask the question. Why would that be? Why would that be?
Because I know it's like the. I don't know, man. I think they're funneling people into using flat Earth as this filter.
Yeah. I still got to ask the question, why would that be?
I know. But the idea is decentralization, right? Is how governments and it can't shut you down, banks, all these things, right? There's supposed to be all these good things by moving to decentralized systems and blockchain. But that is what the Great Reset is. So why, what?
Yeah, but most people like in your shoes, they will do that. They'll like no COVID, can't talk about that, can't talk about this, but we can talk about flat Earth. That's
Right.
kind of weird. That's kind of weird and
Yeah, I know,
hypocritical.
right? I'm wondering what's going on. Like, what's going on?
Well,
Yeah,
the
like
whole
why would you
C
be able to
virus
talk about
thing.
flat Earth if all
Well,
these other things you can't?
the C virus might get your server taken down. That's the thing, because they're coming up with more and more nebulous terms of service. They're now cracking down on what they deem medical misinformation, which has to do with the whole C virus thing. And so, depending on how you treat the topic, it could mean like a server takedown or something like that.
See, I think if you're going to get locked up for truth, go ahead and get locked up.
We shall not treat the
That's what I
topic.
say.
The topic shall
I
not.
won't bow down. I won't. I won't kiss the boots of anybody. Can't tell me what I can't say.
I mean,
Well,
flat
it
Earth
is
is
what it is, because there's a lot of stuff that we do need to talk about with that particular thing. But I mean, with the regime that it being what it is now, all it takes is one or two,
I did.
bad
I did
reports.
go off topic, but I did hear multiple times. Somebody, what's his name? Dang it! Ask Globers to come in, and they never would. So I wasn't. I did change the topic, guys. So I apologize. But nobody was joining,
It's not
and
the
I
28th,
thought,
man.
and I had to get some things off my chest because you got to
We
blow the
got.
trumpet when you
We
hear the
got.
truth. You got to blow the trumpet.
It's all good. Yeah. Own nothing and be happy.
Klaus
Nobody
Schwab.
owns. But the trick on that. Here's the trick on that, right? Nobody owns anything right now, anyways. The government can come in and take it if they want it.
Exactly.
They'll
Exactly.
say it's for the greater public. It's for the benefit of the public. We're taking your property and we're putting a road here. Here's $1,500.
Did you think you owned that house?
it's like people think they own shit. No,
Oh,
dude. We're
oh,
everything
what?
we use for currency is
What?
considered a debt note.
What?
Like
Did you
a
think you
debt
owned the
note.
road you pay for?
We're exchanging debt notes. It's fucking great. And we're all like, oh, dude.
You're not gonna own the clothes. You're not gonna own your furniture. You're not gonna own anything.
Yeah, you don't already. That's the trick on saying that. Like they're only saying it now because you don't already. You don't own anything. They take it if they want. They'll just label you a terrorist, and they don't even have to do that. Because once they do label you as a terrorist, nobody needs to know. You can never fuck with their power. It's too late. It's done with.
On the blockchain, on this new decentralized system, everyone owns everything. I mean, if you jump into say onto a blockchain, yeah, you own a piece of that, right? If you have
You
a
don't own
token,
shit.
yeah, everyone's the owner. So and then there's this new thing called decentralized autonomous organizations, where everybody's anonymous, and it's decentralized, but everyone makes the decisions, gets to vote, depending on how the thing is set up, and it could be for anything. So if you think about like that, like own everything or own nothing, It's all the same thing. The idea is control everything.
Well, the ideology would be like
The same.
everybody in the when they throw a White House party, the mainstream ideology of America would be, oh, they're not doing no drugs. They're just it's no probably not even drinking. They're just it's a nice little ball. No, they got the finest fucking drugs. Oh man, it's like totally fucking the finest drugs, the finest champagne, wine, whatever. Turkey legs. They're fucking feasting on your slave.
To control everything. That's the idea. Is to own nothing but control everything. So it's always been about control. How do you control everything? By owning nothing.
By owning everything.
By owning everything. Yes.
Yeah, they got like it used to be landlines, right? Now it's all mobile data. The only place you'll see a payphone is at a truck stop, and those are almost extinct. But you'll still find a payphone at a truck stop. But that's about the only place, right? So everything they own, they can shut down communications. Modern day vehicles, they can shut down with the push of a button. Just shut
I'm
your
not
vehicle.
saying I'm not saying it's communism, but
They
I
can
think
shut everything down, dude. Your water, your heat, your AC,
but I
everything,
think
dude. With the
but I
push of
think
a
it
button.
could be but I think it's communism, you know. See, so this is communism.
That
This is
is
new
what it is,
slavery.
but most people think
Communism
they're in the land of the free.
is the communism the new
They're
face of
enslaved and
capitalism?
they don't even see it.
Is is this capitalism? Well, it's you could think
Well,
of it.
it doesn't matter what government you have. Capitalism, like you could really have, if you was honest, you could have a legit communist dictatorship. Like if the king was actually honest, yeah, that would be a good dictatorship. If he wasn't out to murder motherfuckers and shit, like
People don't want God.
it doesn't
People
matter
don't
the
want.
government,
People don't.
capitalist. The only thing that corrupts it is man.
You know, people don't want God or the Creator to be their king.
It's
They
man
reject
that corrupts it.
him, and they've rejected him. So why are they complaining about? Why? What? So your government failed? Maybe if you didn't reject God as your king, you'd have a good government. I'm just saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because everybody's been educated by the so-called educated by the state. That's why we find ourselves in the predicament we're in. Like, there's a lot of Republicans standing out against schools. Why are you making my kid wear a mask? Well, technically, they're not. You're the one sending your kid to them,
Yeah.
you know? And they're trying to make up excuses for their ideology. It's like, quit. If you don't want your kid, like, why would you even send your kid there after that? Why would you be advocating? It's like, give me a break. You guys don't even see what's going on. Like, they got you dominated everywhere.
'Cause I
You're
want my
you're going to
child.
complain about the schools and
Yeah.
yet still send your kid there. Wow, that's impressive.
Because I
That's
want him to have an education so he can get a job, good job, so he can get into debt and buy a house and live the American dream. I want the best for my son. I want him to go into debt. Yeah.
and they don't understand that the PhDs and all these people, they're all in a club. It's family, so family's gonna keep staying in there. Like people don't understand that. It's like it's been that way since the dawn of man. You think because you're in a technological age that you're different? You fucking clowns.
Aggressive.
That's just a better sword for the king.
Genix.
It's so crazy. Like, people think they're smarter than the ancients. At least they could live off the land if need be. Like, think how many people would die off if they couldn't go to the grocery store and get food. Like, literally. That doesn't happen anymore. Just think of that. You can't go to the grocery store and get food. Who's going to die off? It's going to be the people that want to stay at their homes. They'll die off first.
It only took us a couple 100 years since the since technology we developed. It only took us a couple of 100 years to develop all these problems that so-called problems we have today. The ancients probably went thousands of years, with their civilization, like surviving and not having the same problems that we have today. I don't know what. Maybe they did. Maybe
You're not
maybe it
going to
was.
get enough protein. Like, you can be a vegetarian in today's society, but if you had to live off the land, you're not only going to not get enough protein off vegetarian, but you ain't going to get enough good fats or bad fats.
Yeah, but they have like giants and
You won't
shit.
be able to do shit.
We have aliens. They had giants, and we have aliens. So it's, I don't know. Is it even the same thing to come? Like the lies back then versus the lies today. I think it's probably way different.
It's different after Christ, and I'll admit that, but yeah, after Christ, it's every man has a power of godliness on the earth. On the earth, we have a form of godliness, but we deny the power thereof. Like, we
Yeah.
dominate the earth. We give surgery to animals. Animals do not give surgery to humans, yet our scientists will say we're animals. Get the fuck out of here. We define what an animal is. We totally have a form of godliness on the earth.
The TV in your house, the production and the stuff that comes through it, people believe it. People believe it because magic. Because, wow, why would these guys lie to us? I mean, look at what they've produced for us. Look at all this knowledge they gave us through public education. So they believe the TV and the people in it. It's like some kind of magic box in every house and now in every pocket, your phone.
There's a reason why it's called television programming and
Right.
television programs.
Yeah, the programs that they put on. It's so fascinating. It's so, fascinating. You're like the quality, the knowledge required, right, to put on such magic, show. Wow, look, I don't even know what the screen is made of. How are these images on this screen?
Look how they subtly did it. That's where the real evidence lies. Like, if you go back to Bewitched, if you go back to Full House, and then you look at modern day shows, they're just trying to show you how they want you to live.
Now,
They're only trying to get you to live that way.
Yeah. How do you
And
know
people
so much
fall
about
for it,
China?
man.
How do you know so much about China if you've never been there? How do you know so much about Africa and the animals if you've never been there?
It's no longer China and America and Russia.
Well, it's through
It's
TV.
all the same thing nowadays. It's Babylon once again.
Well, why do
It's
you think
Babylon.
Africa? Why do you think Africa is like this? Do you really think Africa is just full of animals and like safari and whoo? Well, because it's not, but that's what the TV showed you, right? And then maybe sometimes the CV might show you a different part of Africa. But you never had to go to Africa. You never had to meet people from Africa to know about Africa. So it's like the TV brought the world to you, and that's why you trust it. That's why you believe in it. And that's why every home has one. It's like an altar that must be in every home in front of all eyes. It's like if you're not looking at this, you're not learning anything. You know what I mean? You're not stimulating the imagination.
Yeah, but
You're not
what I find the weird thing I find about the flat Earth globe Earth thing is that it's definitely censored. Don't get me wrong, it is censored. If you want to stay up to date with the flat Earth debate, then just go to YouTube, type in flat Earth, but search by today or last hour. If you just search flat Earth, you're gonna get a bunch of videos that mock and ridicule it. It's crazy, man. And I probably just ruined it. They'll probably fix it after this.
It's crazy that
Because if you
YouTube
search by
pretends to
today
be.
or last hour, you'll
It's
get up to
crazy.
date
Yeah,
arguments.
crazy that YouTube pretends to be some kind of family friendly, looking after. We don't, promote hate and speech and mockery. And yeah, these are the first results when you look up flat Earth. It's like mockery and hate towards flat Earth. It's like I thought YouTube was they're not. It's Google.
Yeah, but I've heard like even Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser. I've even heard both of them say, like don't bring up COVID-19. And it just struck me weird
Stop
that
saying that C
you,
word,
you
please. I'm
can talk
sorry.
about those things, but you can talk about flat Earth. So I want all flat earthers to keep that in mind, because it's like even flat earthers are saying don't talk about this. That's crazy to me.
Well, for us,
That's crazy.
for us, we have
Talk
to do
about
it.
whatever you want, and
Yeah,
if you
but
got to
then,
go to
then
prison
listen,
for it, if you
this
got
is
to go to
happening.
prison for it,
Okay, then,
go to
okay, then, but
prison.
here's what's going to happen. Discord is just going to shut our server down. Now we can't talk about the flat Earth.
Well,
So
then
that's
shut it down.
That's the.
Why
We're not trying
go to
to
prison?
avoid, man.
work. This happens at
So
your
you,
workplace. When you go to work and
but
you don't wear a mask,
they allow flat Earth, but they don't
it's
allow
your fault.
COVID. That's
It's
kind
the
of
same.
I'm
weird.
talking about that shit, bro. Change the
If you
subject to
go to
flat
work,
Earth, bro.
oh, hold on. Let me
Okay.
explain something. If you go to work, right, this is how they do it, and this is how it's expected. You go to work, and you don't wear a mask, and you don't follow the rules according to what the government told your company, right? They're gonna fire you. They're gonna let you go. Okay, and you can say, oh well, this is not fair. The point is, you're gonna lose your job, right? And somebody else
No,
is
that
gonna get.
happened to me, so I agree with you.
Well, that's the same thing we're dealing with right now. If we don't follow the rules, right? It's their platform. They're just going to shut our server down. It's not that we are censoring, that we don't want to talk about it. It's just that this is what we have to do to be on this platform. And that's
No,
why I've
I
been
see what
bitching.
you're saying. To keep it
Very
on a certain topic. My
This
bad.
is what we're talking about. It's like, hey, I
Yeah.
think we can have another platform where we can have everything backed up. This is where everyone can retreat to.
Kind of weird.
Discord can be just like a YouTube. It's just a front over there and here and there and there. But this is somewhere where we can all go to and safe. I don't know what it's a good platform. I'm still looking. I'll talk to Indio. But you guys know what I'm saying. You understand, right? We're not censoring anything. We have to do this so that we can have the server so we can discuss. But I don't know why. Why is flat Earth not censored just as bad as everything else? That's a that's a big question in my mind too, man. And I don't mind talking about that. What's up to you guys? What's up?
Well, the level of censorship depends on the number of people that have taken the idea partially. I think flat Earth is still considered a bit more fringe than, say, vaccine hesitancy or something dealing with the C virus. More normies are willing to talk even about that than even about the flat Earth. So you can get away with more
That's a
censorship
good
with one
point.
than the other.
That's a good point.
It's not as priority, right, as their other priorities.
Because
And
if you believe in the C virus, then obviously you believe in the globe.
well, another
What's up,
thing with
Blue?
that is the C virus narrative was used to push global
Good
control.
point. Good
Control of the
point.
economy and stuff like that. And the elements of that C virus narrative, vaccine hesitancy and stuff like that, had been gaining traction for years, even before what currently popped off with the C virus. The flat Earth was a little bit more recent and didn't necessarily threaten the power structure as directly. But this
Still
medical
keep it in
tyranny
the back of
is
my
being
mind,
used
though.
to
It's
implement
kind
a
of
lot
weird.
of new stuff.
It's kind of weird. So I'll keep it in the back of my mind.
Oh, the crypt virus. What's up, cuz? The crypt virus. Crips, Bloods, and Crips. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the main thing is they're going to go where the money's at, and the C virus narrative is going to allow them to, basically push the new digital currency, saying stuff like money has it and therefore it needs to be burned, weird stuff like that. It's being used to get people out of their jobs. It's a much more powerful element of control. Therefore, they're going to protect it a bit more than, say, the shape of the earth.
Really?
Most
It's
of the
not the
money is
shape
in
of
that
the earth.
narrative.
It's not so
Yeah.
much the shape of the earth, but the very world you live in.
They can
Right.
only do so much, and
If they
the
can deceive you
narrative
from
is
that,
key.
then it's all over.
The narrative is key, and if you want the most control, you're going to have to go after one versus the other.
It's just kind of weird. And even
Discord is
flat earthers will say,
finally.
don't talk about that. It's like, what?
Discord is causing discord. Yeah. I'm trying to. Where we want to remind people to, prepare for the 28th. I think 24th, 28th. Yeah. Oh, a little bit more control and restraint over our thought to word to mouth process. Just saying.
We're going to flatten the curve.
Yeah.
Prepare for 9/11.
Prepare to think more about what you say before you say it. The thought police have arrived.
Well, that's the main thing, getting people to not be as free when they try to speak the truth, to think about whether they want to say the truth before they let it dare slip out of their mouth. Or even better, not necessarily even say it at all, unless it's approved by the censors.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a man of forgiveness. So if I ever asked you for forgiveness for words that I've spoken, I would expect the same.
Well, people typically emulate their aristocratic elites, the people
Chicken
that
birth
have a better
tonight.
status than them in society. And who are our aristocratic elites now? An imperious, unforgiving, ferocious, frankly, satanic set. There is no forgiveness for them, as there will be no forgiveness for us either. Not with this SJW mess that we find ourselves in. It's just easier to cancel people than try to forgive them.
No, you pray for them. Those are the ones you pray for.
Imperious, proud, unforgiving, cruel, vicious,
Well,
heartless, cold.
if you feel somebody's already a man of God, you don't pray for them. You pray for the ones that you feel are not.
We are supposed to pray for our enemies, that is true.
He didn't come to save the ones that were saved.
That is the loving thing to do. That is the way that we surpass this world and its dictates.
Yeah, so like we got to pray for the globies. Like every day, man, just keep praying. The power of prayer.
What do you get from loving people who love you back? I mean, even wicked people do
The
that, right? But
power
if
of
you
prayer.
love your enemy, you're different. Jesus said that.
Plus, the greatest prayer you can say is one for another person. So,
Negative. The greatest prayer that you can pray is Matthew 6:9.
for
Look,
another person.
doesn't matter how you pray. Okay? Doesn't matter how you pray.
You
Just
don't
pray.
pray for yourself, you pray for other people.
Paul said, if a man, a Pharisee came in and stood in the front and he prayed this prayer, I thank God that I'm not like that guy back there, that tax collector back there. I thank God for all the things that I have,
Abraham
And
knew.
then the tax collector came in and stood in the
But
back,
that's
wouldn't even
not.
give
But that's
God,
not what
right?
Isa
And
said
he
how
said,
to pray. Isa said how to pray in Matthew 6:9.
well, you said the greatest prayer. The
Jesus
greatest
said
prayer is
how to
praying
prayer.
with God hears. It's not.
Jesus told us how to pray.
Yeah, it's not about
Jesus told us
the
how to pray.
words. Like it's more about your intention.
Jesus told us how, guys.
Yeah, Jesus
Look
said,
it
"Hey,
up.
if you pray for
You'll know.
something, and you know why you don't get stuff when you pray? It's because you pray with the wrong intention." That's what he said. You
It
pray for
changed
money.
with him, though, but it changed with Jesus.
Yeah, so it's about the
Jesus changed.
intention.
Jesus was one guy that changed the whole world. Like, the reason it's 2022 is because of Jesus Christ. That's why it's 2022.
That's
Can
why.
any other man say that?
That's why the sun rises every day. Like, what else can I say? That's why. Hey, why is the Earth flat? Because God made it flat. Why? You got a problem with that? Hmm? Maybe you should take it up with him. Tell him you got a problem with the way he created everything.
He changed how we're forgiven and everything. He put the Holy Spirit after Christ. Everybody was born with the Spirit in them. You didn't have to be given knowledge to know good and evil. You already knew it even as a child. He like changed the whole world. Didn't have to sacrifice an animal for your sins. Oh, you just had to know in your heart that Christ came to save you. That's the only thing you need to know. Now, how crazy is that? Like, God sent his only son for you. For you. That's crazy.
Amazing Grace. Hey, you played a song, Amazing Grace. That's a joke. But yeah.
And we're also uniquely different. We only conform to majority. So the only ways we agree is because of majority. But even if we went down to the bare knuckles on that, we would all disagree, man. We're all so unique. Individual childs of the Father.
You're not worthy of of God if you don't go through the son, because look, you know what I mean, it's the only way to approach throne. The father is, you know, you have to be
Well, he still loves virgins.
ceremonially clean, right?
He still loves virgins, male and female.
You have to be ceremonially clean.
He's not going to condemn a man for
Like
not
he
having
couldn't
a
even,
child.
he wouldn't even show himself to Moses because he knows that he killed Moses. You know, so he's like, all right, I'm just gonna pass by right behind you. See, because Moses cannot be in front in the presence of the Father, of the Creator.
Yeah, but he
And
still has a
it's
special,
holy. Yeah, it's like, how can anyone?
like, like the father has a special relationship with the virgin. Like, there's part of the 144,000 that are childless, male and like he doesn't
Still a
condemn
mystery.
them.
The 144,000, yeah, still a mystery to me.
He loves virgins.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't?
Right, right. Come on, come on. That's bad. You say it like that, that's bad, dude. Come on.
I didn't mean it like that. I mean, like, well, you know, they're always
Yeah,
happy.
but
Well, you were a
but
child.
literally, he doesn't condemn. Like he
Yeah,
wants
it's
us
something.
to he wants
Yeah,
us to be fruitful and multiply.
you know,
But if a man never meets a woman that he doesn't feel comfortable with doing that with, he'll never condemn the man or the woman for being a virgin till the day they die.
I think Paul said if you can do it,
They're part of the
right?
144,000. Yeah,
Do it. You know, it's because getting married does hinder you from serving, right? Because now you got
it's
to
a
please one.
contract.
But he said if you can do it, do it. But he said, but if you can't do it, it's better that you marry than burn with lust. Of the
Yes, then burn with lust. Yeah, if you're going to be lustful, then get married. Yeah.
then you know, your environment, you know, it could be really sick, and it might be a struggle for some people. Yeah, whatever, you know. But
It's kind of like you're absolutely right. It's kind of like better to go and if your right hand is your sin, better to cut it off and go into heaven without the right hand than to go into hell with with it.
yeah, with both your hands.
So you're right on that. That's a good point. But at the same time, like I said, he won't condemn a virgin. Like, and I'm not saying like I have a daughter and I'm actually a grandpa, so it's not like I'm advocating for virgins, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying God loves virgins because they did not fornicate. Maybe they didn't meet he didn't meet the woman, she didn't meet the man. Therefore, they never gave themselves up to lust. That's strong in the heavenly kingdom.
I'm a 40-year-old virgin. Sorry, this is these days.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a movie that mocked the Bible. Like it literally mocks the Bible, that whole movie. But it did make me laugh, so I'm not sitting here acting like
yeah. And then remember going to school. If you didn't do it, you weren't cool. So everybody was trying to do it.
yeah, that's right, man. That's what it's all about. Satan, dude. That guy's fucking brilliant. He's fucking your life up too. At the same time. But through the grace of God, you can learn from it if you're willing.
Because yeah, I mean, You know, that guy. It's just, how are you not scared, Pope?
It's flat. And motionless. Hills and valleys. Those are all based from the flatness. Motion is all based from motionless. Is nobody speaking or what? I left and rejoined to make sure the audio was all right. Is anybody speaking?
Ain't no Globers here to talk to.
I was just watching videos.
I just wanted to make sure there was nobody speaking and like my audio was messed up. You know what I'm saying? And I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, we just have we have moments of silence. That means most Globers, no Globers.
Yeah, but they're probably reducing by the number, right?
Yeah.
Less and less. Why?
Well, don't stop talking because of me.
I just wondering where the Globers are.
I really don't know, to be honest with you. I've been looking everywhere. I can't seem to find any good ones.
Sure, they're in your chat, right? Just mobbing it up.
What happened to all the
Always.
Globers? Did you guys eat them all?
Not me.
Hey, who ate all the Globers? Damn it! I asked you guys to save some for me. Okay, whatever. I'll just wait for the next shipment. The elusive Glober.
This is like the time to look up some words and take down some definitions, look at and research.
As long as you don't say certain things, you'll be all right.
I remember when I was a Glober. Right? You guys remember when you were in the Matrix? It was like, aliens. I used to be so fascinated about aliens, or about space because of aliens, because of giants. It's like, wow, there really are no aliens, but demons. You know what I mean? Like all that shit. It's like, what could travel at the speed of light except light? Demons. You know what I'm saying? Let's try to figure out.
I just trying to figure out who's measuring the speed of light and with what instrument are they measuring it?
You think about EMC squared, like, all right, no matter can travel at the speed of light because its mass would increase indefinitely. Therefore, it can only be light that can travel at the speed of light. Your body would have to be made of light, and then, oh,
Well, see,
demons.
the only way you could measure the speed of light is if you had a device that went faster than it. Otherwise, how are you going to measure it?
I think it was calculated.
Oh, so it's all in the math. It's no physical observation. It's just in the math.
Yeah. Yes.
I've heard a couple stories about just being in the math.
The vacuum of space. So, unless you've gone to space and measured the speed of light there, yeah, it had to have been calculated, right?
The only way you can measure this, like if the speed of light is the fastest thing on Earth, how would you measure it? Wouldn't you have to have something faster than it to measure it?
Yeah.
Like, think of that.
Kind of sensor.
Yeah, like
Speed of
how,
light.
like if all you had was the speed of light to try to measure the speed of light, how you gonna do it?
Exactly. Well, what light? You know, like because what the light our eyes can see is that what light we're talking about? Like you say, light. We're
Yeah,
talking
like
about.
when you turn it, it's pretty impressive electricity. Like when you turn the light switch on, it instantly lights up the room. Like I don't think there's a device you could put that could measure how fast that light got lit up, how fast that room got lit up, just by the light switch. That's
Yeah.
only by a light switch. I'm not talking the actual speed of light. Just how quick the room lights up by you flicking the switch.
James, you're
Yeah.
right. You can't measure the speed of light per se, but you can measure the round trip speed of light, and that's how they figured it out.
How do you measure it? Like
You have a
like
distant,
that?
yeah, you have a distant mirror, and then a strobe light, and then you have something that's spinning at a really fast speed, so you can see how long it
Well,
takes
like,
to go through.
I guess my point is, you can measure how fast the car's going, right? Because the device that you're measuring it with is faster than the car. But how do you measure something that you have no speed to measure with? See what I'm getting at?
Yeah, it's time and distance, and something to do with rotating, maybe wavelengths or rotating apertures in a really far away mirror. That's like 80. That's like 60% of the answer. I don't know. You'd have to look Wikipedia or something.
There's no way to measure the speed of light if it's allegedly the fastest thing in our existence.
No, you do distance divided by time. That's how you do measurements.
But what is your what is that? How do you do that? Like
You do the
distance
distance
divided
by
by
having a
time.
faraway mirror.
And what are you measuring the light speed by? Like a
No,
flashlight's different than the sun, right? So like what's your light source
okay,
of this
so
measurement?
yeah, no, that's a good question. To measure the speed of a car, you need miles per hour. So you need both the miles and the hours.
You need something that'll measure faster. It's got a faster. The device you're using is faster than the car's moving.
No, you
Therefore,
can measure. You can
based
drive.
off of stillness.
You can drive 120 miles and then measure that it was 2 hours, and that means you were going 60 miles per hour without having something faster.
Based off of something that can read that.
Right. So you need to know the distance and you need to know the time.
But if
But
you're
light,
if the car was traveling at the speed of light, what tool are you going to use to tell me how fast it's going?
Yeah, no tool. The same principle though, miles and hours.
is red light slower than white light? Is red light is sunlight? You know, like there's all these factors that can affect the speed.
Right. So let's go measure the sun. How far is the sun and how far is the moon?
I go slower
I
when they
didn't.
say
I
red
didn't
light.
even want to go
Faster
there
when I say
yet.
green light.
I didn't
talking
even
about
want to
the
go there yet, guys.
Talking about the different frequencies, right?
I was coming later.
Sorry if
Yeah,
I ruined it.
sound waves are the same, right? Certain sound waves travel faster than others, right? Some are longer and some are shorter, higher frequencies. Same thing with the light, then, right? Certain frequencies travel slower than others. Does that make sense? And some frequencies travel farther than others. So what about and blue light? Like, what about, how do you know which one is going faster or slower? I mean, is it really like the Doppler effect? What about, but because we're talking about it in the vacuum of space, not really here, right? Like 186 miles per second.
Damn it! You
In the
ruined it
vacuum of
all.
space. Yeah. So speed of light. Yeah. What is that? In the vacuum of space. Not down
No,
here.
just the
Because
speed of light.
light is
Just the
different
speed of
than.
light.
Yeah, it's all these things that
Your
cause.
measuring device has to at least go the speed of
It's much,
light.
it's much medium.
Like,
Hey, what
how
does
do you detect something that goes faster than you?
it's
How do you
air?
how do you detect the speed of something that's faster than the measuring device you're using? Like, that's
Or
fucking a
just slow it
contradiction
down.
in terms.
It's not contradictory. You just do distance divided by time.
Distance divided by time, but when do you start the time?
So, for example, if you drive your car, like I was saying before, 120 miles, and it took you 2
Oh, he's
hours.
saying the light
Oh
is
no,
gonna
I'm
is gonna.
saying like if you flick your light switch on in a dark room,
I
just flick the
understand.
light
Yeah,
on.
no, I understand.
Like
I'm
how do
saying.
you detect? What measuring device do you use to detect that the room is lit up in
Oh, I see
light?
what you're saying. No, you're right. You can't detect that the opposite side of the room is. That's why all the speed of light measurements
Yeah,
are
see,
done with a
that's what I'm saying.
reflected
A
light.
car, you could detect
Well,
a car, right? By what you're saying,
Yeah,
because the measuring device is faster than the car.
yeah. You're
But
looking at the car, right?
once you get something that's equal to or
yeah.
more than your measuring device, how the hell do you measure it?
By
Well,
measuring
first
the
you need
round trip distance.
186,000 miles, right? And then you need some kind of vacuum chamber that long, right? And that in
I'm
one
talking
second,
light.
right?
Light.
Yeah.
You're not gonna
Speed of
there's no
light
device,
is
no train, no plane, no
right.
car, automobile that will travel at the speed of light. So
That's right. So you use a mirror and
using that
measure.
is a non sequitur, a bad analogy, fallacy. Fallacy.
Yeah, so you
Yeah.
use a mirror.
Yeah, but you still need 186,000 miles of vacuum. So,
No,
you know,
you
not
could
gonna
divide
work.
it by a smaller number.
Well, how do
Oh,
you know
you
how
need
much air is in the how much water is in the air? How much there's all these things in the air that can. There's all these other
how do you
frequencies
detect how fast
flying
your room
around.
lights up when you flick the switch?
There's
What
all these
measuring
gases
device do you use?
You put a mirror a
well,
mile away, and then you measure how long the light takes to go to the mirror and
through
back.
all that stuff, right? Through
To the
all
Right,
those
through
mirror
all
and
that
back,
stuff.
but that's not at measuring it at its short distance.
Yeah,
So you're
that's
saying
2
its long
miles.
distance is the same as its short distance.
Well, it's speed. It doesn't speed up or slow down if you do 2 miles versus 10
But
feet.
that's your assumption, right?
Right.
It's the same thing. You're just assuming that you didn't measure it because you got nothing to measure it.
Does it really take 8 minutes for the sunlight to reach the Earth? Does somebody time? Wait, the
Yeah,
calculator.
like how do you time it? When do you start to watch?
When it leaves the sun.
Yeah, it's hysterical, man. The beliefs people believe in with no evidence. It's like Johnny Cochran times 1,000. All you gotta have is Johnny Cochran times 1,000. You'll believe anything. But you're not believing it on any evidence that you can provide. Just believe in it. You can't measure the speed of light without a device that goes faster than the speed of light. Like there's no way to do it.
You can with a mirror.
No, you can't. Because then you have to talk about the power of the source of the light, how far it reaches compared to a smaller power and source. See what I mean? Like, can you do all that? I mean, we got different wattages, so we can get bigger light through a light bulb. But can you measure the speed when you flick the light on? And what device do you use to measure it? See what I'm saying? You can't measure that shit, dude.
You're right. You only can measure the round trip speed of light, not the one-way speed of light.
Whatever you're measuring, if you can measure the speed of something, the device you're using has to be able to detect something quicker than it. Like it can be 60-mile-an-hour car. Yeah, it can detect that easily. Right? But once you get to the point where the device you're using can't detect how fast it's going, what see, that's my argument. That's my argument. Nothing's faster than the speed of light. Then how do you measure it?
With distance and time.
Yeah, but that's on a specific light source.
Right. So
on a specific set of circumstances, atmosphere, distance, all that has to be into the. You'll never replicate it. You'll never get the same day
yeah.
again.
So like I said, you
It
can put
seems like we get the same day again, but every day we live is different than the one before.
So you could put a mirror a mile away and then see how many microseconds it takes for the light to bounce off that mirror and come back to the detector, or picoseconds, or however long it is.
But that's based off of a particular light source.
So you do it another time, another day.
And with the same, and you try to do the same results, but
Right.
you end up
That's a good
finding
idea.
out. But if you're an honest scientist, you end up finding out that you never have the same results.
They ended up doing it with different
it's all
distances, different
variation.
lights, all kinds of different wavelengths, and it turns out to be the same every time.
And you logically base an average. Logically. You try to logically base it. There's no concrete. You might have circumstantial evidence, but there's no smoke and gun. There's no concrete evidence.
Good enough for me.
I'm a fan of circumstantial evidence if it piles up. If you're working a case and you just keep getting circumstantial evidence that adds to your case, you probably got a damn good case somewhere in there.
Yeah,
You see
that's
what I
right.
mean?
That's
I'm
the
a
right way to
fan of
do it.
don't get me wrong. I'm a fan of circumstantial evidence as long as it's piling up. Just keeps piling up in that same topic.
No, that's the right way to do it.
Yeah. It just seems when it comes to mankind and the world we live in, there's no concrete evidence of the true, nothing but truth world we live in. It's all buried in, built on lies, deception. No matter where you live. If you live in America, they teach you different of World War One and Two than if you lived in Russia. Like you're getting different you're getting different shit, and you're held to that society's highest standard. It's like, to me, it's just a joke. It's all a joke. A lot of people back Hitler up to take the world on. A lot of people backed Hitler up. And they didn't do it based off what Americans was taught. They did it based off what they was taught. So it's all, people can't see that, and I guess they reap what they sow. I live in this country, so my country's right. It's like, wow, that's crazy. It's all coming to a head, though, isn't it? It's all coming to a head.
The end times grow nearer every day.
Americans so-called withdrawal from the Middle East, so-called withdrawal, and now all of a sudden Ukraine's or Russia's coming in. Freaking, they're not just going to stop there.
Oh, we're not supposed to talk about that. Just say sorry.
All right.
I know
Just
I've been
as long as you
president.
do it, as long as you do what you're told.
Hey,
Yeah.
as long as we don't get too deep into it, just let's just
I got you.
practice.
I got you. I'll shut it up.
Yeah.
It's so sad though, man. It's so sad. Like it shouldn't, considering it's a flat Earth platform. I shouldn't even let it go on there, but like
Algorithms, these
say
bots and
that
these algorithms,
say
right?
that you
Can
can't say that. That's so crazy. That's so
easily pick up any word, any person. It can pick up your exact. It can clone your voice. That's how accurate these
Oh, they
algorithms.
can, and your facial expression, man. They're getting ready to frame everybody.
Gestures, yep,
Why do you
gestures,
think
everything.
why do you think he said it'd be held in your right hand?
Yeah. Yeah. And plus, I'm kind of paranoid a little bit. That's why. Because of these things, man. Because of these freaking algorithms, these things, listening, recording these things.
Did you
Your
know in
phone.
Hebrew? Did you know that in Hebrew, W is 6?
Yeah. www, right? 666. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah.
666.com.
That's like coincidence.
No, like it says that it'll be in your right hand or in your forehead
The worldwide.
because you'll worship it. You'll spend more time with it than you will with God, and you'll worship the image it shows you. It'll speak to you, like the statue will speak to you. The
Image,
statue. What do you think the phone is? It's like take this back to Jesus's time. The cell phone. People will think you are the God. Like it's Satan's miracles, not God's.
Yeah. And programming is about to change too. People who write code. Yeah. It's all going
But
to
you can
be.
there is a difference of knowing what you can and can't change. Like so I'm using it to communicate with you guys. Satan's tools,
Well, you can just tell the
devices,
AI what you want.
right?
See.
I'm using those
But I mean,
tools, but to speak I at least want to say God's name once or twice, you know. So as long as I can do that, I'm using it not for his advantage, but his advantage.
Michio Kaku was like, imagine one night at home. You're about to you don't know what to do. It's a Friday night, and then you turn to your wall and you say to your wall, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, what is so and so doing tonight?" And then your wall might show you, what so and so might show you her living room. And, I'm like, what the, what's this guy talking about? He's talking about,
Well,
you know,
that's the parable of the double-edged sword. Satan can use it for his tool, but at the same time, God can use it for his tool. The double-edged sword.
yeah. So you're talking about how AI, right, will help
Yeah, yeah.
us do a lot of things that might be tedious, or all the work we don't want to do, the AI can do for us. And
We'll start to bear witness through it. But yeah, we'll
yeah,
start to bear witness through social media. We'll bear the witness. We'll see exactly what they're doing and all that shit. But it's a double edged sword because it works for God and Satan. It's the end times, man. It's got to be. What goes beyond the nuclear bomb or the television? I would say the television is probably more powerful than the nuclear bomb because people believe what they see on the television. But it's a double edged sword, both of them. Right? They profess they are wise, but they become fools. Profess that they're wise, but yet they become fools. Bill Nye the Science Guy, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Stephen Hawking. They all profess they're wise, but they'll become fools.
Stephen Hawking believes in God now.
Well, he's dead, right?
Exactly.
But you know what I always thought? What if that guy literally couldn't say anything? And he's like praying to people. I'm not saying this, they're saying it for me. This is not me. Could you imagine that horror? That horror? Like they're using him to be a guy to look to and putting words in his mouth that he's not even saying. Could you imagine that horror?
Yeah.
Like I could really see him doing that, man. Like wheeling him up. He don't get to say nothing. It's all robotic of what he says, and it's not even him saying it. It's the ones that rolled him up in the wheelchair that are saying it.
Yeah. Yeah. Gaze
That's
upon
horrific.
your wise man. Hello, everyone. You're a wise man? These are the wise men of the world.
That's what the Romans called the king's man's fool. The king's fool would be Stephen Hawking. I'm not saying that he is one, but that would be a king's fool.
Good science communicators.
Yes, they could use that person to express an ideology no matter what it was.
To deliver a message from the gods. Yes. The gods of science has a message for you. It's an amazing thing for me to know exactly where you came from, Michelle Thaler. For me to know that you came from a rock.
Imagine if that was true. The horror in Stephen Hawking's real mind. Like
I know.
he's witnessing all this happening, and he's not the one saying it. People are saying it for him. Could you imagine that horror, dude? Oh man. I'm not saying it's true, but I've definitely thought of it. Like
You
they're
make a
just
movie.
using,
You
like
can
they're
make a
just
horror.
using it. You know?
You make a horror movie out of it. You know, like.
Oh man, I hope it's not true. I hope it's not true.
It doesn't have to be Stephen Hawking. It could be anyone. It could just exact the
But
same
that's what I
story.
mean about it. He has no ability to say otherwise. Like,
That would
you know what I mean? Like,
be an
there.
awesome horror
How
movie.
do you know that it's not? How do you know it's Stephen Hawking's words, or how do you not know it's not his words?
You can explore
Because
that in
it's
the
all.
movie. Yeah.
It's so crazy, man. I so hope that's not true, because that would be a horror. Oh, on a big scale.
Horror movie waiting to be made.
Well, if you was Stephen Hawking, then people were saying things in your voice, but it wasn't you, and the whole time you're just like, I'm not saying these things. Damn it, this is bullshit, you know. But you see what I mean? That would be horror, man. Horror.
Yep. So is Stephen Hawking the only person this works on? Like, why haven't we done this with I don't know, people who can't talk? Maybe, like deaf
Well,
people.
it's robotic, right?
Well, yeah, but at least like
So you
they
got
can.
to at least acknowledge those who are bringing him on the stage.
Yeah. The thoughts come from the
You got to
brain.
acknowledge that.
Cheek. So it goes from the brain to the cheek and then turns into words. What kind of magic is that? Like, why haven't we used that more often? What happened to that technology? Like,
So they're not doing that to him.
Yeah. Neuralink?
That would be so bad.
Like, they're saying we're gonna share our experiences. Like you'll be that's how far they're trying to link you up with other people.
But like people would be clapping and cheering, right? And the whole time in his mind, he's like, I'm not saying this. This is not me. Think of that horror, dude. Like they could
Yeah.
really bring. I'm not saying that's the case. And I pray it's not, but man, dude, these guys are so evil that they'll go to those links. They'll
They
go
even
to
took
those.
Didn't they
James,
take
I
him
don't
into
think you
the
have to
vault?
worry about it because if you watch videos of him, he still had some control over his facial, and it seemed like he was agreeing with what was coming out of the.
Yeah, but that it's so crazy. Like even in the late '90s, it's so crazy what they could do with television.
Yeah.
Like,
Because that
I
makes
mean,
it easier.
they had the people believing they landed on the moon. Like,
'Cause that makes it easier to
before the
translate
90s.
thoughts into words, right? Like having control of most of your facial, right? Like being able to move your face. Does that make it easier for the computer?
Yeah, it's so crazy what they
Right?
can.
Yeah.
I don't think
I
people
mean,
are aware. Like even
I
flat
don't.
earthers, I don't think they're aware of what was capable in the '90s on television, let alone the 2020. Yeah.
When did the digital TV come in? When did everybody
From
switch
the
to
very
digital
beginning,
television?
it was all digital from the very beginning, the
No,
black
I
and
mean, it was in
white.
the late
That's
90s.
digital. It's
Everyone,
considered digital.
yeah,
Yeah, it's all
everyone had to
digital.
switch from analog to digital TV.
It's computers understanding
I
ones
think
and
it's
zeros,
2006 or
playing
2000.
it on a monitor. It's fucking insane, man.
It makes it easier to brainwash you and to hypnotize you with all those freaking
They kind of had a
intro to all
green
these
screen.
speakers and,
They kind of
and
had a
music.
green screen in the late '90s, like '96, '97.
Yeah,
They
it
had a
allowed
green
for all these
screen
cool graphics. It
even
allowed for
then,
more
man.
CGI. Yeah.
Well, they knew that the color green, like depending on the camera they used, just wearing the color green would be invisible. Like
Yeah.
they had so many. Even in the '90s, man, they had so many tricks they could do with the fucking television.
Yep.
Let alone when it was black and white.
The Hollywood.
They even
I mean, Hollywood.
they even admitted that the frames per second, right? The reason why the first movies all the actors was moving so fast is because they couldn't get it in normal speed. They couldn't get it in, just record like you and I would record with the phone today. They couldn't get it in that speed. They even got it in a faster speed and slowed it down to what still looked as fast forward. It's like they've been monetizing and manipulating the television since it first came out.
It's freaking magic. It's to hypnotize you. It's to brainwash you.
Yeah, it's to get the mass to think one thing. No matter what country you're in, if you're watching the news, you're going to believe the news based
Yeah.
off the television.
Why do we call
Only
the
the
news
screen,
press?
the statue that speaks to you and presents an image.
Why do we call the news the press? Is because remember when the printing press came out, right? So there's your first, there's the beginning of your propaganda, your propaganda machine, and TV is like, and it was radio.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It don't matter what image
Media.
they present. As soon
The
as you
media.
see the image on the television, you believe it, no matter
Yeah,
what country you're in. And
because
every
it's magic.
country manipulates and monetizes their fucking television.
Yeah, and that's why we have cellular phones today because the Earth is a ball. Well, that's what they
Well,
say, right?
that's why I'm saying that the television is a far more powerful weapon than even most flat earthers think. It's probably more powerful than the nuke.
Yeah.
Because why destroy people that are giving you money if you can manipulate them through a fucking television?
Yeah. Everybody wants to live on a ball in the middle of nowhere, space, right? Nobody wants to live on some world they don't know about, like flat Earth. Like, I don't know anything about that place. Therefore, I don't want to live there. Like, idiot. You've never fucking been anywhere but flat Earth.
Yeah, but like modern times, everybody's, whether you're Christian, non-Christian, you don't believe, atheist, whatever you are, is based off the television. Like most, like
Yeah.
I think the last time I looked, there's 27,000 different denominations of Christianity, yet Christ only left one message. How could that be? How could that be?
Well, it's like
Like,
you're living.
so
It's like
the
the world you live
television
in.
is so powerful.
Yeah.
People are afraid of the nuke because of the television
Because
when they
that's the
should be
world.
afraid of the television.
That's the world they think they live in. It's in the TV.
Yeah, they
That's
should be afraid of it because as long as you're afraid of it and you watch it, at least you're easing the effect. At the very least, you're easing the effect.
yeah. And it doesn't help that when you see mom and dad watch the news, they're paying so much attention to it and they're affected by it so much, right? And then you're like, oh wow, that must be true because mom and dad believe it. And then you believe it, and then
It's
on
real
and
quick.
on. Kids believe
Yeah,
it,
like
and then your
Sodom and
friends.
Gomorrah all over again, dude. Like
Because the TV thinks so.
LGBTQ,
Yeah.
everybody's cool with it, right? Because if you speak against it, you're a bigot. I'd rather go to prison and speak against it because I stand for something.
Yeah. And then you go to school, and the school and the TV, right, sound exactly the
Yeah,
same.
to
You're
be a
like,
bigot.
oh wow, the TV was telling me the truth. because it's being taught in science. I wonder if Star Wars could also be true. I wonder if Star Trek could be true. And
Only
then
yeah,
like
like even sitcoms like Friends. You know, like I think I said it earlier, like Friends, Full House. They're just trying to conform how families should raise their children.
that's how the world must be like. I should start acting like these people. This is probably what Americans should be like or like. It's like, no, that's some directors. Anyways,
Love and
who knows?
Marriage, all of those shows, man. It's all
Yeah.
just to conform a family to an ideology.
It must be okay to have two dads. I mean, look at this show. It's about two dads and they have a kid and like what is TV is now teaching your kids some
Yeah,
fucked up shit.
it's
And
teaching you to send your kids to the state
yeah,
public schools. It's teaching like America started off like the politicians didn't get paid shit, dude. Like you wanted to be old and retired to do public service, right? And then
yeah,
it
you wanted to know
became
some shit.
now all of a sudden it's Roman. It's fucking Roman. Now all of a sudden the politicians are paid more than the I don't even want to say civilians because by definition a civilian is owned by the state. And America started off where the state was owned by Americans. People. Literally,
So
that's what the people. That's what it says, not civilians, people.
it's pretty obvious Nancy Pelosi has way more money than normal people.
Yeah,
Anyways,
civilians owned by the state, man. And they slowly coerce us into these terminologies. Like American citizen, no. You're an American people. That's what the Constitution said. Because a citizen is
you're
owned
an
by the
employee.
state, where a
Yeah,
people owns the state.
you're an employee
That
of
was the whole
the
idea.
corporation that they call the United States of America. You're an employee, right? You're employed by. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
and
it says.
I think it was television, not a nuclear bomb. I think it was television that destroyed that. They used propaganda, the television. Everybody in America watching the same thing every night. Like if you had a fucking drone, you could cruise it down the street at night, and everybody's watching the same thing. It's like you're literally witnessing indoctrination. Just everybody just sucking that shit.
1984. Yeah.
It's so there you go. It's so Orwellian.
Or Brave New World. However you
Yeah,
want to look at it.
Orwellian. 1984. Good choice. Like that people don't understand the power of the television, man. It's a fucking nuclear bomb on steroids.
Well, it's
Because if
the
you can conform people's minds into the same thing, now you have a division waiting. Now you can create a division anytime you want.
it's a friggin' altar, man. Look, when families have dinner, right? They gather around the television.
Yeah. That's what it was
They
all
don't,
about, man. That's so crazy, dude. It's so
they don't
crazy.
eat and talk about work and school and their day. No, they turn on the TV and eat and watch, or they turn on their phones and they eat and stare at their phones.
All day.
Anywhere.
All
Yeah,
day.
anywhere. Exactly. At
All
work,
day.
during lunch, at
Yeah.
home, during
Just
home.
consuming the mind. Just consuming it. Like a
Yeah.
predator. Just fucking eating your
Consume.
mind.
Hey, right? That's what it's saying.
It's so Orwellian. It's dictator. It's like even most Christians, man. It's King David, dude. He's just being a tyrant.
It's an exciting time to be alive. From the Matrix, that Tank, right? Tank, the name of the operator. The guy inside. He's like, "Oh, I'm natural. I'm born here, the real thing." And then he said, "But if it is true, what an exciting time to be alive."
Yeah, I think there's a parable behind King David. Like if you first read the Bible,
Yeah.
you'll think King David was a hero, but there's a parable behind that guy, and it leads to today. He's not the saint that most Christians scholars used to believe. So he's the seed of Jesus, right? And who's the
Yeah.
Antichrist? Oh, you got to read it again, man. King David is like propaganda, and the Bible actually tells you it.
I mean, I don't
He
know.
was held to this godly guy, but
No,
he betrayed
no,
his
no
own
way.
friend, brother.
No way. In the Bible, yeah, he did good until he killed Uriah because, he slept with his wife. That's when
Yeah, but
everything just went downhill. Everybody hated him. Everybody
if
hated
you look
him and
at it
killed him.
nowadays,
Well,
he's
so
not a
the
god.
thing
He's not a man of God.
well, he was forgiven. See, the thing is, God forgave David. God
Yeah,
knew
he
David's
forgave
heart.
David, and
Mhm.
Christ was the seed. But
Well,
it also
I think,
mentioned how you know Satan
yeah,
Satan never left Jesus alone. He always was
well,
trying to tempt him. He was
the
always
thing
trying
about,
to.
yeah,
So
but
that's the story of David.
I,
Like, but David gave in where Jesus didn't. So you
well,
don't like when you read it back in the day, you wouldn't understand it unless you read it today. That's what I'm
well,
trying to say. It's like it's a
I think
different
the
meaning nowadays.
well, God chose a man. He chose Abraham, and then he chose David
Yeah.
because
And the
you know,
seed. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
because of the promise that had to be, of Jesus coming to earth. So there had to be a bloodline, you know what I mean? And David, God chose him and God forgave him. Of course, what he did was bad, but I think it's showing you God's character more, what God is like,
Yeah,
versus
that's what I
David.
thought the King David story, David and Goliath. That's
That
what I
God
thought
would
it told.
forgive,
Yeah.
that God would
But
forgive a
but
murder.
nowadays it's a different meaning.
Murder. Well, he murdered somebody once, and
Nowadays
he
it's a different meaning,
chose
man. That's all I'm saying.
to, but God forgave him, right? And that's what I think. His story is more about God's forgiveness and how
You think
God
he
sees you.
forgave David, or
He
did David
forgave
ask?
David just like he can forgive us. I think that's the chief
Yeah,
thing
forgive
about
David.
King David. I mean, the
Well,
Bible calls
David
him
David asked for forgiveness, right?
right.
Well,
But
of course,
you
but
know the story of the Bible on
well,
somebody
it's
that
about
asks for forgiveness but doesn't mean it.
yeah, it's about God, not about David. It's about
Well, read
God's
the
character.
story of David, man.
Uh,
It's almost
God
like the prince and the king in the same story.
If he can forgive David,
You read
then
it
he can
nowadays.
forgive you too, right? That's the idea. Because look at how terrible this thing David did, and yet God forgave David because David's part. He changed. He knew. He recognized what he. You know what I mean? So if he can forgive David, then he can forgive you too. Well, have you murdered somebody lately?
Yeah, but it showed David as a dictator That's what I'm saying. The Bible, like if you read it today, it shows
No,
David is a dictator. Hold on,
David,
and then
dude,
and then
David,
and then it shows Christ is never
David,
succumbing to it.
David was a
Like
great king
never
until his sin. You know, and that's when everything fell apart. So King Solomon too, he said his son, right? He also was offered the same thing, but he too
Yeah, but
wouldn't.
King David had a brief amount of time where he succumbed to the dictatorship.
Yeah,
Jesus had the
exactly.
same Jesus
Eh,
had the same opportunity,
Or you know,
but
you see
never
the
took
thing.
it. Never
Nathan put
took
it.
it.
The way Nathan put it, right, is like this: he had a visitor, a guest, and that is the temptation, right? A visitor
That's what I'm
came
saying.
to David when
Man,
he saw
you're on.
Bathsheba naked. That was the visitor coming to him. You know, the temptation, the spirit of
Yeah,
lust.
you're on.
So,
You're on.
you know, I mean, look away, dude. You got
Yeah,
like
but
hundreds
it's
of women
like
and
David.
women.
He gave in to sinness for that brief amount of time, right? Jesus
Oh,
never
yeah.
did, and that's the
Well, yeah, but
story between the
supposed to
two.
learn. We're supposed
Like
to
a
learn
lot of
from the
people.
story of. We're supposed to learn from David, from David's
So
lessons.
David would
So,
be a saint to you, right? He would
well,
be a
no,
saint.
you are just like him. You are flawed. He is flawed, just like we are.
No, I
We're
don't.
just
I don't
people.
mean it like that. You know what the Bible talks about saints and how in the end
Oh,
Lucifer will
well,
overcome the saints.
well, I don't do that. I don't want to. Oh, if God has forgiven
Yeah,
him,
all
right?
right, all right.
I'm
I
just
got you.
forgiving him too.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
so
That's
it's me.
cool.
It's clean. He's you know whatever. When God says, okay, he's forgiven, then you know I trust that God knows David's heart, and I can trust David again.
But he was
You
a
know what I mean?
saint that was overcame by Lucifer
Yeah, we don't go around worshiping each other.
for a
You know,
brief amount of time. David
we
became evil.
we don't worship angels. Why should we worship people? You know, that's crazy, right?
Yeah.
Because people are like way below angels. I mean, a little bit below.
But that
Yeah.
sucker became evil. You got to admit it. He really went after his best friend's woman, and
I wasn't his
was
friend. It
willing to
was just
get rid of his
one of his
life
soldiers.
to get her.
I don't think it was his best friend. You
Pretty
know, he
bad,
didn't
man.
know him. I don't know if he knew him, but I don't think it
Yeah,
was.
King David got sent his best friend, pretty much his brother. I think he was referenced as a brethren.
No, that's
Um,
Jonathan. That's Saul's son. That's a different person.
no, the one that King David sent away, right, to get his woman.
Uriah.
He thought that if he sent him in this part of the battle, he would surely die. So he sent him there so he could get King David sent him there so he could get his best friend, pretty much his brother's wife. It was disgusting what he did. But it wasn't read. It wasn't read like a, 500 years ago. It wasn't read then like it is now. That's what the Bible does. It's a living book, and there's parts of it you won't understand until they happen. Then you'll understand. And that's where I think King David was. He was held as a saint, but really he wasn't.
I never saw. I never did that. I mean, I never thought of him as a saint. I don't look at. I mean, who are the saints? You know, like.
Well, King David is the seed of Christ. Like
Well,
that's the
and
thing. It's like, but
yeah, the thing
the
about being
prince
a
of the
saint.
power of the air is the
Like
prince of the
people
power of the air.
is more worship than saying because If you're part of the chosen people, then you go to heaven. You're a saint. Everyone is a saint that goes to heaven is a saint. But calling, this thing that they do down here on earth, I think that's different. That's idol worship. That's idol worship. And I don't,
Yeah, when it
what I
says in
mean?
the end, when it says in the end, Satan will overcome the saints, it's because all the prophecies of the saints before will be revealed. You'll see that they wasn't saints.
I don't know who's calling people saints. I think that's a thing that comes from the Catholic Church.
That's what I'm getting at. The mother of harlots.
Yeah.
The mother of harlots. The Catholic Church.
Yeah. They do the
The one
Saint
church,
Peter,
the one
this,
church that
that.
rules them all.
Yeah. And then they even make statues of these people and they say, "This is Saint Peter." I was like, "No, that's a fucking rock."
Well, they're the ones that created Muhammad. They're the ones that created Mary and Joseph Smith and like I guess I can't say Mary, but in their terms I can say Mary because they worship Mary.
Well, it's not Mary. It's actually Semiramis. It's the moon goddess. It's just they just take from the Bible, from the Christian religion, and then they just replace.
Bank off of it.
Put the
They
yes,
bank
Jesus
off
is
of it.
the sun god. Where whatever the Christmas.
Wherever the money is, they bank off of it.
Yeah.
If the money's greater over here, we'll go over here.
Yeah. So
That's what
this thing called Christianity is like, yeah, it's not even how the book reads. Like if you actually read the book and understand, it's like totally opposite to what these so-called Christians are doing. It's like, whoa, like no
that's the
thanks.
beast that rises out of the earth.
Yeah, it's